And we're live again. I'm your host, Kieran, Safe Space Between Us. And we have two additional hosts. We have Edie and Flo. Say hello, girls.
Hi.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hi. So, do you like a safe space between us?
No.
No?
Yeah, I like the bean.
You like
Oh,
a
yeah.
safe space between us?
Yeah.
You like my hair?
Yeah.
Tell everyone you love Daddy's hair.
I love that hair.
Ah, thank you. So kind. How was nursery today?
Good.
So we've got new hosts. We have Edie and Flo as new hosts. So say hello to everyone. Flo.
Hi.
Hi. Say hello, Edie. Hi. Tell everyone how your nursery was.
Good.
Good. Let me see if someone's commented. Let's see who's commented. Hi, girls. Lee. Lee said hello. Say hi, Lee.
Hi.
Say hello, Lee. Say Lee. Huh? So, do you girls like a safe space between us?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you like Daddy's hair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what we've got to tell everyone, we've got to tell everyone, share, share, and share. So say it with me. Share, share, and share. So you dare share the fundraising page.
The
The fundraising page.
the fundraising day.
Yeah. For all the charities.
For all the charities.
Good girl. For all the charities. And if they share it, we'll all do a TikTok, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Us all doing the TikTok.
Yeah, you got food on it. So my two new hosts, so who likes doing makeup?
I like doing makeup.
You like doing makeup as well. What about you, Edie?
I like doing makeup.
You like doing makeup as well? Okay, so put your feet here. So do you want we do the makeup later, maybe?
Yeah.
So tell everyone a safe space.
A
Safe space.
Safe day.
It between
In the meeting.
us is your safe space.
And our day. It's our day.
It's our safe space. Yeah, well done. So, is Daddy going to keep his blue hair?
Yeah.
Yes. So while we're waiting for the next guest, guys, we've got two new hosts coming on here. If you leave viewing this, you're evil. No, I'm joking. But yeah, so say to everyone, you're going to go and eat your dinner now.
I'm going to eat my dinner now. I'm going to eat my dinner now.
Alright, so bye.
Bye.
Right, give me a kiss. Just gonna go and eat dinner. Gonna go and eat dinner. Sorry guys, so it's gonna be that time where I might get not distracted where my daughters come and look now they're buzzing. They are buzzing. Remind you of a live video, yes or no? So I'm just gonna recap. Okay girls. Sorry. Girls. So I'm just gonna recap. I'm just going to recap on what we've done and spoke so far. So today I started at 10 o'clock. I am now, I think, 8 hours in nearly. So I'm feeling it. My back is killing, but I'll keep going. So we'll talk about the charities. So we've got Mind, we've got NIDA, we've got National Autism Society, Caris Helping Hand, ICART, who the gentleman come on earlier from ICART. ICART, I have to say, sounds like a really good cause for. It's a non-profit supporting military veterans and 9/9 staff and NHS vulnerable young people and refugees. Great charity. And I'm not a fan of fishing, but it seems like fishing is being used as a great tool to help with mental health. So ICART, I salute you. And Jono, I really look forward to coming down there to say hey and doing a live podcast down there. What I am gonna next read, we have a message from too much stuff open. So I just wanted to talk about the judgment side of you're doing so well, bro. Lee, cheers, Lee. I think you're my only viewer. But anyway, uh, lack of understanding. So lack of understanding could be with the mental health, the disabilities, and stuff like. So a safe space between us. It's about everything, supporting everything. So lack of understanding. Sometimes people judge because they do not understand the situation or do not have enough information to make an informed decision. This can lead to misunderstandings and negative attitudes. Culture. So, for example, culture norms. People may also judge others based on culture norms and values that they have been brought up with. For example, certain cultures may view mental health and illness as a weakness or a taboo subject. So we totally respect that people's religions and beliefs and cultures and how they've been brought up can affect how they see mental health. Fear and ignorance. Fear and ignorance can also be contributed to judgmental attitudes towards those with mental health issues. Some people may be afraid of what they do not understand, and they may hold negative stereotypes about individuals with mental illness. Totally accept that. Personal bias. Personal bias, such as past experience or beliefs, can also contribute to judgmental attitudes towards mental health. For example, someone who has a negative experience with a person with a mental illness may have a bias against all people with mental health issues. Yeah, and lack of empathy. Finally, some people may judge others with mental health issues because they lack empathy or the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. So I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it to the day I'm dead. Stigma, judgmental. Who are we as individuals? And this is, I believe, and I've learned because I've been very judgmental and very opinionated. We're all entitled to opinions, but some of our opinions can upset people. So I believe that who are we to upset people and say, like for me, like dyeing my hair blue? Who is anyone to say, yeah, they can have the opinion that I look like a donut or look like a Smurf, not a problem. But who are they to insult me in the street like I have this morning regarding that? And I just believe, and the lady before who was on talking about her haircut, she gets called of being a man. Who are we to say she looks like a man, regardless if it's our opinion? But why are we going to air that to upset someone? Just being judgmental. So I think, again, please comment, Lee, if you're on, please start it. I would like people to scroll down their social media, to look on the news, and please tell me, have you seen mental health awareness? Because it is today, it's the week. How comes it's not being discussed? How comes? Let's talk. How comes we're not talking or making awareness? For me, mental health should be every day, and that's what I plan to do. And if you don't agree with it, I'm here to educate you as well, and stop being stubborn, really. Because let's face it, why should we wait for someone to kill themselves or someone to be dead for us to talk about them and then forget them a week later? And let's not beat around the bush. People do that. So let's scroll down our Facebooks, look on social media, and please comment. Tell me how many posts you scroll down, 20, and how many are making awareness of mental health. I've done this a few times today, and there's not been one. So mental health awareness needs to be every day, and every day needs to be. I think in curriculum, talking about it in schools, and if we don't talk about it in schools, the next generation worldwide. I'm not talking just UK or my local area. I'm talking worldwide. We're not really thinking of the bigger picture. Oh, yeah, stigma is about breaking it. But Lee, thanks for the comment. But Lee, do have a look on your social media. Turn the news channel. It's Mental Health Awareness Week, and to us, mental health awareness should be every day. But just tell me, Mental Health Awareness Week is today. Tell me what you see. Tell me if you see anything, because that is my point. And unfortunately for me, and I've got to learn to live with it, is people are not understanding my mission. People are not understanding where I'm coming from. And as I say, it is what it is. But yeah, if people can keep sharing, keep sharing. If you can't donate, keep sharing the link. I'll appreciate the link getting shared. I hope when I finish this 24 hours, I'll see it all blast over Facebook. And I would appreciate that. And like a couple of, I guess, said, we are here for support, but you have to be willing to want the support as well. Because there's only so much people can give. You have to want to change. You have to want to. Yeah, exactly. So one post. So Lee, you just reading the comments. So Lee's looked at his social media and the news, and regarding Mental Health Awareness Week, which has started today, he's just seen one post from a school, which they're having a big week, but no media. This is what I'm saying, guys. But as society, I'm part of the society. Why are we not spreading? Forget a safe space between us. If you don't want to share a safe space between us, don't share it. But share something. Share mind. Share NIDA, eating disorder. If anyone has a heart, you would have watched that Dove advert, and that killed me. Why are we not promoting to kids and adults that it's okay to talk if you've got eating disorders? Social media, TikTok can influence. Oh, I don't want to eat that much. I better watch my weight because I want to be a TikTok sensation. It can make people ill. It can cause mental health issues. So why are we not talking about? Why are we not sharing, spreading the love to my community? Is it because of my face? Someone from my community, come on here and please talk to me, because my colleagues, I say colleagues, of the safe space between us, tell me, don't worry about it, you're doing amazing. But I think they know how much it affects me. Is I don't understand why my community is quite very judgmental on this topic of a safe space between us. Is it my face? Is it because the things I've done in the past? I don't owe you an apology. I owe my people in this house an apology. I've upset no one else outside. Because I'm trying to change, because I'm trying to do a good thing with mental health. Are you scared to talk about mental health? Let's talk. I'm happy to have a conversation. Let's talk, because of it's just it's disgusting that people need to start making. Remember, we all, a lot of us have kids. We got to set an example to our children as well. And I've not set great examples, but I am trying to now set examples, because when I'm dead, I want my children to know. Right, my dad said to me, go and check in with my friend. Go and not judge about someone being autistic or having autism or bipolar or whatever it is. Let's not judge that person. Oh, there's a mouse in the garden. Okay, apparently there's a mouse in my garden. But yeah, sorry. But I just believe, just come on, let's start talking more. Why are we not talking? Let's someone have the courage to come on here or type in a comment. All right, Baba, I'm talking on here. Come on. Sorry, I'm going to get this for the next hour. They've made a bedroom a living room upstairs, so I got down here. But why are we not talking? Let's start talking. Let's show our kids in the next generation that this generation here, us, me, you, the elders, that we can change and that we can talk more about mental health. When are people going to take this seriously? There's a lot of people, without a safe space between us, would have 189 people seek support? I don't know. But I am, for the first ever time in my life, proud to say they come and spoke to us, and majority of them, as far as we're aware, seek support and took the support we've gave. Imagine 189 didn't. Is that another 189 deaths or 189 people being lonely or in a dark place? So let's just think about that. Someone next to you, just look in your household now, please, everyone. Look in your household or look in to the person next to you. And just because someone said, no, I'm not suffering, I don't suffer anxiety. Remember, a picture doesn't tell the story. I've had, for example, the post I've put on Facebook regarding on my wedding day, a picture of my two sons. Yes, it was a happy time. I look happy. but I wasn't. Deep down, I wanted to end things. So let's start talking more about mental health. Let's start talking about not judging people. Let's start thinking before we open our mouths, and let's start practicing caring a bit more. On that note, I'll be back in 1 minute, but please stay on. We've got a guest coming on in 5 minutes, and please feel free to keep commenting, bad or good. Let's comment away, and let's start to break the stigma, break the silence. I'm back, and if you've just joined, welcome to the Safe Space Between Us. I'm your host, Kieran. I am 8 hours in, I think. My back is killing, so I will have to change my seating when the kids go upstairs. And yeah, I apologise if I keep moving, trying to do a bit of dancing. But yeah, my back's really killing. So I just want to give a shout out to Small Steps, Big Minds, ICART, Carrie's Helping Hand, Heal, Thrive, Empower, National Autism Society, NEDA, People's FC, Mind, Cruise Bereavement, and Andy Man's Club. Cruise Bereavement and Alzheimer's. Cruise Bereavement, if anyone in the UK, and unfortunately we're all going to go through grief and losing a loved one, they are fantastic. Like I have dealt with them, but I've not had to deal with them because I've lost someone. But they have been fantastic. I know they've supported probably about 50 people on our group, and they have been fantastic with me. They have been fantastic with giving us support and advice, and I mean quick. They're located all around the country in the UK. And they're fantastic. I've only spoke to the women there. I'm sure there's men working there, but fantastic staff, and I applaud them. Or when I applaud all the charities and causes we're doing, they're all doing it for good cause and stuff. So, my daughter just fell. 2 seconds. She's a bad fault. But yeah, so Cruise Bereavement are fantastic. So are mine. They're all fantastic. Let's just support them. Again, I'll appreciate people could donate to them in our fundraising page. If not, share it, please. I'm trying to not get downhearted on it because we've not had anything as of yet, and I think only the regulars are sharing it. But please just share it. Instead of sharing what's happening at the quiz tonight and down the road, share something about mental health to support these charities. Let's stop being ignorant, especially in my community. Don't care. Anyway, we've got Emily coming on soon, so she's going to be talking about. I'm looking at my schedule. So Emily is going to be talking all about reduced stress in the moment. But what I'm going to do, I am going to mention. Right, yeah, so sorry. So I just want to again talk about autism. So me and Lee had a chat earlier, and if you was on, thanks. I think we had a few people on going on a chat, and appreciate that. We were talking about autism. So Lee worked in a school and has worked in a school and worked with children with autism, and he gave his view of that side, and I gave my view as a parent and being around kids with autism in the coaching of football and stuff like that. And we kind of sang off the same hymn sheet that I believe that they're more special than the likes of myself because there is a massive, big uniqueness in them. But they are singled out. It's, for example, my daughter. I'm gonna. She. Some of the teachers out of school are fantastic, and I appreciate it. But how the system is working is maybe it's funding, but my daughter with two other kids who's got a disability sit in the corner on their own doing the work when everyone else in the class is doing the other work. She now believes, am I different? Am I thick? Am I different because I have autism? And I try and tell her, no, it's not your thick or you have autism. You're my superhero. And that's the way I say it to her. But no kid should go through that. Imagine a 10-year-old sitting with two other 10-year-olds who suffer disability, different kind of classwork, everyone else doing a thing and being segregated. It must be hard, really bad. And also, what I've noticed as well, the ones who's autistic who have autism, they seem to be singled out as the naughty kids when it's not. They have that where they just want to be heard, understood, and I believe the system needs to educate itself a bit more and understand how to look after autism children and don't single them out because a lot of it is it's disgusting. I believe how society treats the likes of my daughter, my son, your daughter. Um, I think the statistics is like really high where we will know someone who's got autism, and again, autism they're getting picked on, getting called thick, it affects their mental health. Um, so imagine having autism, then their mental health getting knocked back, the anxiety, the depression now is all getting knocked back. So autism is a massive close to my heart as well, where I think so much more needs to be done. I appreciate those who support it. I appreciate those who try and educate themselves regarding autism. But us as parents are also to blame because that child at school might get that extra one-to-one support. But then some parents will sit there and start moaning about it. How comes they get an extra one-to-one? Blah blah blah. I don't care if they've got autism, but whatever. That then your child hears that, and that your child then goes to school and takes it out onto that kid with autism. Then it's the vicious circle of bullying starting and stuff like that. Not only have you affected your own child in thinking that this person's getting special treatment, but you're affecting this autism child who already don't want this one-to-one thing because the stigma around it of being looked at. Oh my God, you're getting special treatment, and it's not special treatment. If anything, they're getting the less support, if anything, because again, they're sitting in the classrooms, basically singled out, doing different work, and not allowed to socialise with the other children. And it's a bit upsetting because I've had my daughter come home crying before, saying, "How comes I'm sitting with these two children, but I'm not allowed to go and sit with everyone else?" To me, that's singling out, regardless of funding or whatever. If there's not enough funds, I might as well educate at home. That's the way. We got to support these schools, but then the schools have got to take the support. On that note, I do want to discuss schools. So, as everyone is aware, Lee, Tessa, Omni especially, they know that I want to do more on support teachers. I want to support the children, especially in my community. I have emailed every school in my community, nearly every school, and I've had a lot of TAs and teachers contact me. And you won't believe how many have contacted me. I would say at least 20, and this is just in my community. Tell me how schools are. Tell me how the environment is worse than children at times. And you might agree, you might not. This is what I've been told. That the environment, the cliquey environment, and stuff like that. And it kind of shocked me if in this day and age that schools are actually like that behind the scenes. And then they say we don't. My question was, where's the support? Like, if you go through a dark place, a dark time, something bad happens at the school, where's the support? A lot of people have said it's tick boxes. We get asked tick boxing and stuff like that, and etc. But where's the support of, no, actually, are you okay? People scared to take a day off because they're not getting paid. So I wanted to go in schools and basically speak to all teachers around the community. And on that note, I'll pause that conversation regarding teachers and say hello to Emily.
Hey, hello.
Welcome back. You okay?
Yeah, how are you doing on this whole 24-hour podcast?
I'm 8 hours in.
You're 8 hours in. All right.
Do you know what I'm struggling with? Because you know how passionate I am regarding stigma and stuff like that. When I've got no guest on, I seem to be ranting. I think people think I'm ranting about stigma. But I use the platform. We use it for that. But thank you for coming on, Emily.
Thanks for having me again.
No, it's a pleasure. I'm glad you said yes to come back on. Before we talk about what you do and stuff, how have you been, and how was Mother's Day yesterday?
Oh, Mother's Day. So we are remodeling our house. So I was actually kind of sick yesterday with allergies.
Oh.
But we still made it out for brunch. I got to go out for brunch, and then I napped pretty much most of the afternoon. So it was actually a really great Mother's Day.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I completely forgot. Like, do you know what? And I'm 35. I assumed, and there we go, we shouldn't assume, should we? But I assumed that every country's Mother's Day was the same day. Till yesterday, and I only learnt this from Safe Space Between Us, because a few we've had a lot of American members and American guests and stuff. I thought, oh my God, it's Mother's Day there. Like, I thought I missed something. I thought, oh my God, it's Mother's Day.
Nope, it was Mother's Day.
Yeah. So I hope you had a good day, and I'm glad you got some rest. How's life been? How have you been?
It's been great. You know what? I've actually been really busy. I did have a live event, a meditation live event. It went really great. And then I'm going to be offering some new things online too. So yeah, things have been going great. The weather's finally nice here where I am in the States. So that's a bonus too.
Well, at least it's nice there. This weather, it was raining this morning, and I thought, what's going on? And then as soon as I sat down there, halfway through the first 3 hours, the sun just went boom, and I thought, oh, it's gonna be sunny. It looks sunny behind you.
It is sunny today, yeah. Sunny and 72. I mean, I can't complain.
So yeah, Emily, before we talk about what you do, just tell people a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and your work now, and then we'll have a recap of what we discussed last time, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, so I am, I live in the States. I'm in Wisconsin, central Wisconsin, and I am a life coach for healthcare providers. And I started this journey. I really got into yoga, but I never wanted to teach. And then all of a sudden I found myself becoming a yoga instructor because I found it fascinating and interesting. And then as part of some of my yoga training, there was life coaching, but I was never going to life coach because I had enough of people's, emotions and talking about the deep stuff enough. with my home health job. I'm a speech pathologist in home health, and I wanted nothing to do with it. And then lo and behold, I find myself now as a life coach for healthcare providers. And it kind of came from my own pain and my own burnout. I found myself like digging deep into my job, thinking I could help everybody, and over dedicating myself to my practice, my speech pathology practice. And it burned me out, not just once, not twice, but 3 times. I ended up burning out 3 times where I left my job, thought about leaving the career completely, and always found some reason to come back. But I decided I needed to start something for healthcare providers, because I know I'm not the only one who burns out, but I wanted to start something for them. And it came from my own experience with burnout and how to cope with the demands that we have.
Yeah, so just for the listener, so obviously you used to work in the healthcare system and that, so just talk about that again. So obviously we had a really good conversation last time where we both said about society basically getting told by the world leaders, let's go during COVID, let's go out and clap for all the healthcare nurses.
Yep.
Well done. As soon as the media stopped promoting that, we sheeps, as we are as human beings, majority is we stopped clapping. But then it made me think, where I said to you, without you healthcare providers and all over the world, our children wouldn't be breathing. I wouldn't be here. A lot of us wouldn't be here. So we've got to be grateful. So just tell people how that affected the healthcare system when coming out of COVID, when you realised society just didn't care anymore about them.
Yeah, it's the appreciation. Like, you know, we're short-staffed. The hospital in the city where I live is critically short-staffed. They're trying hard to hire, and they can't, because there just are not enough nurses and doctors and therapists and whoever else can work the floor to care for patients. There's just not enough. In my home health agency, we're short-staffed, and we're all working really, really hard, and we're all behind. And there's not a lot of appreciation in how much we're giving when we do get there. And
I understand that, because I see that here as well. And don't get me wrong, we all have our judgments of how a family member has been treated, in not just in hospitals, in doctors, in the supermarket, in schools. But at the end of the day, without the healthcare systems across the world, a lot of us wouldn't actually be here. So I understand the appreciation side of it, because we discussed last time about the mental health side of who looks after your mental health. Like, you're coming home, stressing out your family, thinking of all those people who passed away, all those illnesses you've got to cope. Just tell the listeners, because obviously last time we weren't live, now we're live. Just tell the listeners that how that works with the mental health support for yourselves. Yeah,
so we as healthcare providers, we kind of have each other, but when you go into the break room, it's a lot of complaining, and you feed off of each other's negative energy, and it builds up even more, and it's not healthy. Like, yes, it's nice to know that someone else feels the same way you do, but who's going to help you flip that perspective? And you don't get that in the break room. You don't get that in case conferencing. You just don't always get that support of how can you flip the perspective? How can you see it differently? Because you are making a difference. You absolutely are. But it's the support system. Like, we have each other, but we also feed off of each other too. I love it too.
Yeah, which obviously feeding off each other can get you more angry, more upset, more stress, more anxiety. So just talk to us, obviously your yoga side of it and stuff, but talk to me about reducing the stress in the moment. So obviously in the moment now, I might feel a little bit stressed being on here for 8 hours. My back stressed out a little bit. So just talk to me how you coach that and how it works.
So when I start to feel stressed in the moment, I've started to realize how I feel in my physical body, and recognizing those feelings in the physical body. Like I clench my teeth, my jaw becomes locked. I sometimes feel a little flutter in my heart. And that's when I know it's like, okay, I'm starting to get agitated. I'm starting to get anxious, or I'm getting really nervous. I need to just take a couple deep breaths, and I can still be working in the moment with that patient, or if I'm driving to the next patient, but I recognize it in my body, and I know that I have to take some deep breaths to bring myself back down, to get that clear head so that I can go to my next patient or continue on with what I'm doing.
So,
the big thing is you've got to recognize it. You've got to recognize it. And that's where the biggest work comes.
That's what I was going to say, because recognizing it can be very tough, and admitting it also.
Mm-hmm.
So, so what is your signals of recognizing it?
When I recognize it, like I said, I feel it in my physical body. I catch myself clenching my teeth, and I catch my heart fluttering maybe. And then it's like, okay, yep, I'm starting to get anxious, or I'm getting angry, or I'm getting frustrated. I just need to take a couple deep breaths. It's just a moment. It's just a moment.
Does the breaths help you, like personally? Like the breath?
The deep breaths do help me, because I've done a lot of work in reframing my perspective. So it's a strategy for me to flip my perspective and flip my vision. And I just pause. Even if I can't pause because I'm driving or I'm talking with someone, I just take a couple deep breaths and get back into it.
So do you do breathing techniques? Like, apart from those kind of breathing things, is there other breathing techniques that you kind of, because I've only started breathing techniques, and I think they work wonders for me. I now make sure every morning and evening I do it. What kind of ones work for you?
So for me, I use a lot of deep breathing. If I'm in a spot where I can just pause, I'll put one hand on my heart, one hand on my belly, and I'll practice taking 6 deep breaths where my hand in my heart and my hand on my belly rise and fall, because then I'm truly inflating both the upper and lower lobes of my lungs. It's a true deep breath. And I can let it out with a sigh.
I actually can feel that. Yeah, I've never seen.
Yeah, you can feel it. You can feel it.
Feel that, yeah.
And when
you can actually feel that, yeah.
It does. It feels great.
It does. I never realized that one.
It's so easy. And then if I'm in the moment, I obviously can't pause, close my eyes, and take a deep breath, but I know it, but I can still take a deep breath, even though I'm clenching my teeth or my heart's fluttering.
Yeah.
And then talk with a patient's family member who's feeling heated over their care, or have that hard conversation about hospice care. I've done that too as a speech pathologist, where you talk about what end of life care looks like.
And that must be, obviously, you having those regular talks must be hard for you at times to feel like you're having those conversations, and then you're seeing the people in a bad situation. So just talk to us. What is, I know you, in the moment, you bring yourself back in the moment, but on those bad days, which we all have, like when it's all feels overwhelming, I had it Friday, all overwhelming. What do you go to then, like in the baddest moment?
In the baddest moment, at the end of the day, this was my Thursday. Thursday was a rough day for me. I just had to take a step back from everything and everyone and care for myself. So I did, after my daughter went to bed, I did take some time to journal about my day and just write out my thoughts and write out how the day went. Because I just couldn't keep thinking about it. Could I have really done anything differently? Could I have planned any better? Could I have done this? Could I have done this? And I wrote it out on paper. And it just allowed me to accept that I did the best I could that day.
No.
It wasn't perfect. Yeah, I could have done this differently or planned this differently, but I did the best I could.
No, I'm good on you to look at that, because we can't change the past.
No,
We ain't got clocks, so
once it's done.
it's done, and it's just learning to, like, okay, I've done the best I can. Got next time I might do a little bit different, but let's not dwell on it. So just talk to the viewers. What abundant? I've said that right?
Abundant Wellness with Emily.
Yeah, with Emily. That's it. I'm not the greatest reader.
It's a long name. I know. I had to pick a really long name.
Yeah, so just talk to us what you do with that, and give us a few examples if you want.
Yeah, so I work with mostly healthcare providers to help them build up their self-confidence again, to help them create that everyday ease so that they can provide better care for patients, and also excitement for their future and their lives. Whether they continue to practice in healthcare or they switch to something else, or maybe it's in their personal life, just having them create that everyday ease and that confidence so they can feel good about their future.
No, I respect that. So, so you go to all the different healthcares and you have these talks and that. Do you do, like, you must hear some upsetting stories of how people are feeling, and you mentioned about hospitals being very understaffed and that.
Yeah.
How is it where you are, for example? Can you see them getting through that, and how can you see it improving or not?
How can I see it improving? Man, that is a loaded question.
Sorry.
It's a really loaded question. If you are a young person, if you are of any age, you have the responsibility to care for yourself and to take care of yourself. We do the best we can, but you have to take some radical responsibility to take care of yourself. So eating healthy, exercising, managing your stress, managing your mental health. It's easy to get sucked into, work's got to have me all the time, or it's easy to get sucked into, I don't have time to cook, so I'm just going to order out. You have to take some responsibility.
Yeah. No, I totally respect. I understand. So I don't know what you do. You want to do a little? Should we do a little fun thing together? So could you bring me in a moment?
Yeah. What would you like to do?
Let's bring me in a moment. So
mini meditation here.
Yeah. Should we do something? It's up to you if you're happy to do something.
Yeah. Why don't we do that? Why don't we have a mini meditation here? So if any of your listeners are driving, they'll have to,
pull up.
Play
back. We do not recommend on the phone and driving. We're not promoting that.
Yeah. All right.
So let's do something.
Why don't we do a mini meditation where you can sit with your feet grounded flat on the floor, your spine is long to the sky, your hands can be in your lap, either palms up for receiving or palms down to connect to self. Close your eyes completely or softly. And just begin to connect to your breath. And observe how your breath moves in and out of your body. And now, starting at the crown of your head, can you relax your body from the crown of your head? Relax the muscles of your face, your neck, your shoulders, and all the way down your arms. And with your next breath in and out, begin to relax all the muscles of your chest, your upper back, mid back, low back, abdominals, and hips. And as you breathe in and out again, relax the muscles of your hips, the top of your legs, around your knees, calves, shins, ankles, feet, and all 10 toes. And now observe how your body feels being totally relaxed. And now bring your awareness to your mind's eye, how you'd like the rest of your day to go. Do you want your day to move with ease and flow? Do you want lots of tension or stress? You get to decide. Picture how you'd like your day to flow. When conflict arises, how do you handle it? Can you picture yourself handling conflict in a positive way? Now, how do you end your day? Visualize how you want to end your day in a positive way so that tomorrow flows with ease. And now begin to deepen your breath. Bring some awareness back to your physical body, gentle movements of fingers, toes. And when you're ready, you may open your eyes.
Oh,
How do you feel?
yeah, I feel good. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite good. Really good. Your voice, when your eyes are closed, should be on audio. It should be on audio as well. Do you do that? It's you know, one of those audios when you're sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
got that kind of voice when your eyes are closed. Like you've got one of those voices, like when
Soothing, calming voice.
soothing, calm, and relaxed voice. Thank you so much. Whoa.
Yeah, you're welcome. Little recharge for your 24-hour podcast.
Well, I have 14 hours left. 14 hours left.
You're gonna do
I'll get through.
it. You can do it.
I will do it. I will do it. But Emily, is there anything else that you would say to anyone out there who is struggling at the moment? That what would your message be? Like, if say, for example, that some person's scared to seek support, what would your message be to them?
You're not alone, and you're not the only one. You're not alone, and you're not the only one. I always felt when I was burning out that I had to handle it all myself, that I had to take it all on, and that's who I was. And I found that really was toxic for me, that I had to ask for help. And once I finally learned how to ask for help. That's when everything changed for me.
No, I respect that, and yeah, I totally understand that. I've been in that situation as well, and I echo that as well. So thank you so much. Before you leave, I just want to say thank you so much. Obviously, I'll still please stay in contact. But is there anything else you would like to talk about what you do before you?
Yeah, so I am going to be offering a new class online, so anybody all over the world can join. It is Intentional Flow, how to unleash your inner power. And it's about how 3 simple steps to help you really establish your day so that you can be set up for success.
Okay, and where do we find that? As you said, worldwide.
Yeah, so I have that posted in Eventbrite. I have an Eventbrite link. You can also find that on my Facebook page, my Instagram page, or in my Facebook group, All Abundant Wellness with Emily. And my Facebook group is Soulful Community and Good Vibes Only.
Love that. Good vibes only. Love that. But yeah, please send me that. I've got everything else, I think, but send me that. I don't think I've had the Facebook group.
Yeah, I'll send you the Facebook group and the link.
Yeah, I'll appreciate that. And yeah, hopefully I can join it. So what would it be? Loads of people on screen? Talk to us quickly how it would work.
How it works, so we'll have like a Zoom link or a Google Meet link where we can meet. I'll teach you a little bit about my backstory of how I burned out for the 3rd time and I needed to make it the last time. And then I'll share with you, like I said, those 3 simple steps for you to set up your day so that you can move with ease and flow throughout your day. Intentional flow, unleash your inner power.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. It's been an honor again. I really appreciate it. Please, anytime you're welcome back again. And keep in touch. I really appreciate that you have chosen to come on here twice, and it means a lot. So, you're a lovely lady, and I really appreciate what you do as well.
Yeah, and I love your message.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it means a lot. Thank you, and please stay in contact. Stay in contact. Don't take years to reply. Don't take years to reply to my emails.
Because you get lots of them, right?
Well, not really, but no, yeah, I do get them. But it's sometimes
the link for my masterclass coming up in the studio here. I think I can put it in the chat. Give me just a sec. Here we go. I'll just stick that in the chat for everyone. There we go.
Does it come up?
It showed up on my end. I don't know if it showed up on yours.
It's come into a private chat.
Okay.
Just with me, but I can copy that.
Okay.
Let me copy that and see if it works. Copy it. I think.
Or I might be able to stick it.
Can you see my one? I've just put it from the safe space between us. I think I've done it.
Okay.
We saw it anyway. Once I'm.
There it is. Yeah, in the comments now.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate that, and I'll share that around for you anyway. And
thank you
again. Thank you so much for coming on twice. It means a lot. It means that you might. I'm special. I'm joking.
Of course you are. There's only one of you out there.
Thank you. No, it means a lot, Emily. It means a lot. And if you ever need anything, just please feel free to email me or message me as usual, and I'll be happy to do whatever I can for you as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on again.
Thank you so much, Emily. Take care.
Yep. Good luck with the next 14 hours.
All right. Thanks for the reminder. Take care.
Yeah. See you later.
See you later. Bye. And that was Emily. So Emily, she was on one of my first couple of podcasts. Lovely lady. She was the first one to say 24 hour, I'll come on, say hello, and I really appreciate that building those connections with professionals and people in the healthcare system, and that has been a massive honour for me to be able to meet those people. And she's on a member group as well, so feel free, if you're interested to talk to her about what she does, feel free to message her. Amazing lady again. I want to read this last poem I read. You can all laugh about it. So if you've joined, I've done 4 poems for today. I'm going to read the last one. And the last one goes like this. And feel free to comment what you think it's about. Feel free to comment. I was a lost child, always in trouble, alone, never any friends, my heart an empty throne. But then I met a lady, and our love was true and strong. We were blessed with 6 children, each one my heart's sweet song. But illness came and trauma too, my heart grew dark and sore. I turned to drink and drugs and debt, and lost all that I adored. My wife and children suffered, and I knew I had to change. I turned to self-care and healing, and my life began to rearrange. My children see their father making strides to do some good, and through the world may judge me, I'll make them proud like I should. For those who spread the rumours and cast stones with hateful slurs, I won't hold on to anger, I'll break the stigma and hate's lure. The safe space is for everyone, for newborns and for me. We'll make the world a better place with love and empathy. That was written on the 2nd of April by me. But yeah, so it's been amazing so far. I am really feeling it at the moment. So I would appreciate people coming on. We have a gap at the moment. We've had a cancellation, unfortunately. So my next guest isn't due until 8 o'clock. So I have an open window. If you want to say, hey, Kieran, please come on, let's jump on. Someone jump on for me. Anyone, just say in the comments, I'm up for it. What I'll do, I'll put the link in the comments, and you can surprise me if you want. Comment. Everyone probably log off now. Comments. Paste. So in the comments, from a safe space between us, there's a link. You're welcome to join. You're welcome to have fun, a bit of fun, do a bit of karaoke with me, talk about mental health, talk about some disabilities, talk about autism, talk about my views, talk about some things I've said. Talk to me, because no one's here to have an argument. I'm here to listen. So let's talk. So you told you people would leave. Someone left again. But feel free to jump on, say hey, keep me motivated, keep me doing something. If not, I'm just going to start boogieing. I'll put a bit of song on for now before I rant about stigma. I will continue actually. So we were talking about schools. So I emailed a lot of local schools, and I respect a lot of teachers and TAs, and they know who they are because they have private messaged me over the time, and told me how it works at schools and stuff. But I'm very disappointed, if I'm honest, like with schools at the moment, because so I have offered schools, a few of us, like the team, the 4 or 5 of us behind the scenes, go into the school and just try and do like a talk about our mission, the movement of a safe space between us, and why we want to help teachers and feed but down to the children. So I put it out there, just to use a hall from a lot of schools, see if they wanted included schools in a fundraising campaign. Yeah, didn't get anything back, and if I'm all the TAs and teachers who approached me behind the scenes did predict that as well. So I didn't realise it was like that. And to use higher above the schools who, and this ain't going to individual teachers, this ain't to teachers, but those heads, those above the heads, you should be ashamed of yourself, because people are coming to open voluntary say we want to come and help the school and schools. So why we're not taking that help? Because at the end of the day, it would just help the teachers, help the teachers because it's not fair the teachers have to see and go through stuff. They're human. They have a family. So who's caring about the teachers' mental health? Because as I know for a fact, teachers in my area are not looked after correctly. I've had over 20 teachers and TAs approach me regarding how they get treated about their mental health, that no one cares. To be heard, to be listened to, communication, and yeah, I've heard it's really bad out there. So to those high above, head teachers and above, governors, whatever, you should be ashamed of yourself. People are offering support for your teachers and for your pupils, and you're not taking it. People have offered to fundraise for your schools, and you don't want it, to start mental health stuff and stuff like that. So you should really be ashamed of yourself. And I hope I will be saying this to the local council as well here and worldwide, that whoever is making these decisions for schools, a lot of my communication has gone through head teachers. So this message is to use all around my community to the head teachers local to me. You're out of order to your staff, because my team, my voluntary team, have been offering to come and talk to teachers just to get a few, so we can write a proposal to the council and stuff like that of how we can help teachers and give ideas and feed off each other and tell our stories in an open place. But you've not been willing to take it, and your teachers and TAs, the ones I've heard from, are upset. So you should be ashamed of yourselves. And again, it comes down with stigma. It's nothing to do with funding, because no one's asked for money to come into your school. People have wanted to come and talk. And I will use this platform to put my message out there that if people don't want to take the mental health support for your teachers and for the nurses, for your community, then you should be ashamed of yourself. And so to those head teachers who have ignored my 100 emails of wanting to support your teachers and to support your children of your schools, and I'm talking not about one school or two schools or three schools or four schools, not one of you have replied. You should be ashamed of yourself, because it shows that there's no care really about the children's mental health or your staff. And that's my honest truth, and that's my belief, because there's not been an answer of anything really. So, and I will be going to the councils and putting my foot down. I've actually got a big meeting tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that too. Say my points of schools, what I believe, and I just want to help the TAs and teachers out there, because they look after my children, and who's worrying about their mental health? They go back home and then they got their own kids or own families and their own stresses to deal with, and life in general. But then the schools, they're not feeling supported at school. So I would love to hear from someone who disagrees or agrees with what I'm saying about their area. You could be in America, you could be in Australia, you could be in my area. Am I wrong? Are teachers supported regarding their mental health? Why they're not? And there you go. I promise you, and you know who you are, who emailed me. Do not stop sending those emails. I've just been told. I won't. As I promised for me to use, I won't stop sending those emails. I've sent about 100 emails to my local community schools, and they've not got the message of to get a safe space between us. It's not about safe space between us. It's about coming in to do more for the teachers. I am so grateful for the teachers who look after not teachers, it's more the TAs, if I'm honest, and SEN workers and stuff like that, who are catering for my Lottie and looking after her and stuff like that. And there's a lot of teachers and TAs who do a lot of work, but they've got their own stuff to go through, their own life. But they're all scared. You're all scared. And if you're listening, you are all scared. You've got a bad day. You've had something going on. You're scared to go in sick because you won't get paid. You're scared to talk about mental health. I've got anxiety. I've got depression, because they'll be judging you. They'll be saying, "Are you fit to do your job?" Of course, you're fit to do your job, but you're human. You're going to have a bad day. So why aren't the head teachers taking the support? So head teachers, every head teacher that knows me in this community, you should be ashamed of yourself not taking the support. And I will continue this. I will keep echoing this. I will keep bombarding your emails till you get the support, till you get this, and support your teachers. Support your teachers and support my children, our children, better in educating mental health. in your schools. If you can't support your teachers who are supporting my kids or our kids, what hope have we got in the world if you can't support your staff? So businesses, teachers, nurses out there, you need more support. I'm with you. I want to support you, teachers. Love or hate me, I want to support the TAs and teachers out there. You deserve more support from your schools. You do a lot for the children. You do a lot promoting of doing after school clubs. You do a lot of promoting of the school, and a lot of the school's good reports are based on the teachers. So let's start thinking about the teachers' mental health. Let's start teaching. If we can focus on the teachers' mental health, it's going to benefit our children. Oh yeah. On that note, I'm going to play a song for you all, which we might all know. I'm not going to sing. So sit back and relax this for 2 minutes, and I will be back after a drink. I love this song, and everyone will love another co-host. Flo is back.
Hi.
Say hi, everyone.
Hi.
So what's your name?
No.
And how old are you?
Good.
How old are you? You don't know? No. So where did you go today? Did you go nursery? Someone said hello.
I just got nursery
Yeah.
and I just got.
Someone said you like Daddy's hair. Do you like my hair?
I like the hair.
Do you love Daddy's hair?
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. So do you like dancing?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your favourite song?
Your turn.
What's my song? Calm down. Calm
Yeah.
down. That one.
Yeah.
Or we like. What other song do we like? The Muffin Man. The Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man? You know, I love you too.
I love everybody.
You love everybody? Do you love everybody? And are you going to go and do Daddy's makeup? Do you want to do my makeup?
Yeah.
Go on then, go and do makeup.
Okay.
Someone's requested makeup. Go on and go and get makeup for your sister.
Can you stay here?
Yes, they're going to stay here. I'm leaving it on. Go on and go and get the makeup then. Yeah? Go and ask Lottie for a dance makeup. Yeah? Come here. Wait. Lottie, get your makeup. So someone's requested. Who requested Daddy's makeup?
Me.
Yeah, someone said, "Are you going to do Daddy's makeup?"
I'm going to do Dad's makeup.
So how are you going to do it? Let's pretend you're doing my makeup now. So let's pretend. Let's pretend you're doing my makeup. So go on. Pretend you got. What do we do? Blush. Do my eyeliner. No, you don't want to do it. No, you're scared. We go and get done. Right, wait there, people. If you want to see makeup get done, because we've got about 40 minutes. Let's do some makeup class. Makeup class? Shall we do a makeup class? No?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's get the makeup, people. 2 seconds, I'm going to get the makeup. I've had to change my top because here we go. So we're doing a makeup while we're waiting. Oh, here's my older daughter, Lottie. We love the Arsenal. Right, what's in this makeup bag? Brush. Right, so who's doing it?
Me.
Well, you got to tell people. So, Edie first. Right, Edie here.
Makeup.
Flo, so this is Edie, everyone. Edie, say hello.
No, do that makeup and you'll just
Flo, come this side.
do that you do and then I will do.
Right, so what we're doing?
Makeup.
People are not liking you because the people we've had 5 people leave.
Daddy's makeup.
Right, what before
Oh,
we
my dad.
go on then.
And Daddy's makeup.
Right, so while we're waiting for the next guest, we're going to do a makeup lesson, yeah? So you're going to tell people your name is what?
Easy.
And today we're going to do what?
Face.
Face, yeah? Okay, come on then. No, she's doing it to me. Go on then. Right, tell the people what you're putting on.
Blush.
Blush. Go on then.
Putting it on the mirror.
Careful, Stewie.
No, not now. Dad, don't think
All right, go on.
boy.
No, you got to
Boy,
blend it.
boy.
What are you putting on my forehead? I think people are not happy with you two. We've had 6 people leave.
I love my dad. I love my dad.
Go on then.
I love my dad. You my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Dad.
Mm-hmm. Well, what are you doing now? So you're going to make me look pretty. Going to make me look pretty. Go on then. Mm-hmm.
I love my dad.
You too. Edie, the little makeup artist. Yeah, go on then. Just look at her detail. Look at her face. But nearly done. Lottie didn't bring all her makeup. Where's that? You need the glittery. Yeah. Where's the glittery stuff? Eyeshadow. When I do my eyes then. Quickly, because they're going to get bored. People are going to get bored of the little lesson. Can we put a thumbs up if you want them to continue, or thumbs down if you don't want them to? You say thumbs up. I'm talking to the people watching. They're going to get bored of you. But this is good for your mental health. This is good. It helps me with my mental health. I love this. Even though I don't like the finished article. If I don't do my eyes. Go and get it. Look. Eyeshadow. But yeah, it's really good for your mental health. This you okay? Yeah, this helps me. Girls upstairs, please, bath time. Girls, mummy said you've got bath time. So here we go, quickly then. So this is the makeup.
I need to do it.
Right, careful. You take first one do my cheek, this cheek. One do this cheek. But Edie does this cheek first, and then Edie goes. So show everyone your colours. So what colour? Say someone comment what colour. Wait, let's show them. Sit on my lap. Sit on my lap. What colour? People. Pick a colour. Someone pick a colour and I'll go with it.
Pink.
She's saying pink. What does someone say? Let's see what people say. Anyone says? Anyone comment? No. Wait. Go on then, go. Red. They want red. This one. That's red. That's purple. Right, some purple. Right. Yeah.
Purple.
Yeah. That's red. Go on then.
I got this. Big bag.
What?
I
want the pretty pink one.
I didn't want the stick one.
Well, the pink one.
I want this one.
Anyone. Red. That one.
Red.
Yeah. Quickly. This side. You do this side. No, this side.
Where?
Yeah, anywhere you want.
Yeah.
Go on then. You don't want to bath. That's why you with Daddy. You don't want to bath, innit? Should we let them have a bath? Look how scared they to have a bath. Oh, Jesus. This side.
What?
Tell Mum to come. Right, you done? Right, Flo's turn. Right, Flo, quickly, your turn.
I don't want.
Quickly, because then I can. Come on, quickly, do it. Quick.
I am the
So tell the screen what you're doing.
I'm the thing.
She's doing pink. I can't even see her. Pink there, Bob. There.
I think
Not more.
pink. What? I'm doing the next color.
Last one is
Here you go.
done. I'll give it this one. Take this up. Shut the door a little bit. Sorry about that, everyone. Oh my god. Yeah, I look more romantic. But so they're my twins. Happy to what's mine is yours. Well, introduce my life to you. So that's my two twins and my older daughter. Yeah, the makeup thing happens to me on a daily basis. We have it's coming up soon. We have Tara coming on. We're going to be talking postnatal depression and autism, which she has with her daughter. And again, I want to say thank you so much to all the guests we've had on so far for taking the time and coming on and keeping me occupied. To anyone who wants to come on, we've got half an hour spare. Unless you want to hear me rabbit on about stigma and judgment and like the schools and the nurses not getting the support they need and hating on the lovely eyeshadow, I know. Yeah, so if you anyone wants to come on and say, hey, Kieran, what's happening? Feel free to jump on. If not, I will start on my ranting. I won't. I apologise, I'm starving. My dinner's been waiting and I don't want to eat in front of you, so I'll probably save that to tomorrow. I will talk about, again, what one of the charities we're doing. So, Carrie's Helping Hand, charities helping children with brain tumours. So, this hit me quite a bit. So, I don't know if people have seen it. Every week we tend to make videos remembering everyone's loved ones around the world. And our mission is to keep that video going week in, week out, and remembering the loved ones who are no longer here for ill health, mental health, suicide, and everything really. And remembering them, they should be remembered. They shouldn't be forgotten. There's one thing that upsets me a bit. Not upsets me. It's not that I know the person, but I talk about Caroline Flack. Talk about Caroline Flack a lot. And Caroline Flack, I believe she was killed by society and the media because of being a woman. Because she apparently had hit her bloke, she was tormented for it and threatened and trolled for it. But would it have been the same vice versa? I don't think it would have. If it was the man hitting her, the man wouldn't have got victimised and stuff. They wouldn't have spoke about Caroline Flack being in abusive relationships. So I believe, like, and Caroline Flack's sadly taken her life. She was a beautiful lady. I didn't know her, but on TV, she was a pretty girl and very bubbly. But behind, again, it just shows to society that we don't know what's going on behind that face. She's smiling on Love Island, smiling on X Factor, whatever she used to do on her Instagram. But behind that image, she had dark things going on. and then she took her life, sadly. So yeah, so we made a video that will remember everyone's life, remembering everyone, and I think it should be continued. So if anyone ever has a loved one who they want to remember, please send me a picture, a little description. So I got introduced to Carrie's Helping Hand, and the thing straight away where after hearing it, yeah, let's try and fundraise for her. And I just want you to hear the story. So our daughter Caris passed away in September 2018 of a brain tumour at age 10. Caris had many other medical conditions and was put poorly from birth, spending her first 7 months of life in hospital. Then at age of 2, we found Caris had an aggressive brain tumour. I don't know that word, I can't pronounce it, but brain tumour, which was quickly removed. She then endured high doses of chemotherapy, twice daily radiotherapy for 6 weeks, followed by maintenance chemotherapy for a year. Times were hard, and the treatment caused so many other medical, emotional, and social problems throughout that time. As a family, we just got on with it. We felt so lucky to have another 5 years of making lasting memories. Then in 2018, our lives were shattered again when we told Caris had another aggressive brain tumour. This time, Great Ormond Street told us they couldn't do any more for beautiful Caris. Apart from chemotherapy drugs to hopefully slow the growth of the tumour down, Caris was a poorly child, but loved life and wanted to just be with her family and friends. She was a beautiful girl inside out with a cheeky sense of humour and a lovely smile. Despite being poorly, she was always worried about others and wanted to help however she could. Caris is our inspiration in life, our hero, and will always be appreciated all the charities who helped us throughout our journey. And we feel as a charity ourselves, we can now offer some relief to other families finding themselves in the same situation as we once were. We want to try and make that life a bit easier and give what we can as a charity to as many families as we can. The objectives of the charity are to preserve the health and relieve the needs of children up to and including the age of 16 who have been diagnosed with brain tumour and their immediate families by providing grants, gifts, memory making days out and helping tools every day essentials. Yeah, like, that charities. I want to support this charity and all the other charities' causes. And come on, people, whoever's on, share the hell out of this. Share the hell out of the fundraising. If you can't donate, just share it. We will hit. I believe I need to keep saying this to myself because I look at every 10 minutes and like I get upset, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And we've got loads of things doing. We're not just sitting here saying fundraise for these charities. We're putting our bodies on the line, and we are going to be doing more things by putting our bodies on the line. And we're going to carry on to kick butt out of this and support these fundraising and charities and causes. So just please share. We will hit that one person who's got a big following, and then we'll be there. It'd be amazing that we can smash this for all 14. There's not just one, there's 14 different causes, and they're all in our each own different way are brilliant. And a lot of them help us, and we just don't know it. You could have a mental health problem and then want to ring Mind. Are we just expecting Mind to fund themselves? Are we expecting ICARC to go and fund themselves? Are we expecting National Autism Society to fund themselves? Let's do something about it as society. And kick ass, basically, because things like Carrie's Helping Hand, her story is amazing. I've got a 10-year-old daughter, and I don't know how. I can't imagine what that family went through. And I look at my daughter and think, whoa, imagine that happened to her. I don't think I'll be here. So just imagine what that family's gone through and what they've done. They've opened a charity to basically provide grants, gifts, and memory making days out for children under the age of 16. So respect to her family and much love. I don't know why I touched my head. Much love. My heart ain't there. But much love to her family for that. They deserve a lot of credit. So they're the causes why we're doing this. Carrie said, I think we're all good at hiding behind a smile used as a mask to disguise our true feelings. Yep, agree. and I have to say, like, there's some massive, inspiring people I've met, and I'm looking at this feed. A lot of you, I have so much love and grateful for, from Emma, Carrie, Tessa, Lee. There's some names not on here, so I apologise if I've not mentioned you. Lee's missus, Lee's sister, Omni, and there's a few other names who are private Facebooking me as we speak when I talk about teachers and that, and I understand why you can't comment live and that, but I appreciate your individual messages as well, so I really appreciate that. What I would love, though, is to people just to support the cause, support mental health. Like I said, do me a favour, as we've got more listeners now. Everyone, just grab your phone, please. Just grab your phone, scroll on Facebook or whatever social media, and just count how many mental health awareness posts you see. Just quickly. So I'm scrolling through mine. Apart from a safe space between us, don't count us. So I've just scrolled through mine. I won't give you my answer yet, but feel free to give your answer on the comments. How many posts did you see on your Facebook? How many posts? How many discussions have you heard on the news today about mental health or on the radio? And let's see if my view on all this is correct or wrong, because the answer will be what I believe. I've seen none. So hence why I think so much needs to be more about it. We all will suffer with mental health in some way or form, and we all need to start talking, but stop the judging. And we judge, we stop someone talking, and we judge, and that person stops talking, could lead to suicide or more mental health problems. Thank you, Gary. None on your either. And that's my point. Is we got none on our social medias. Where's all these people who put mental health awareness on their Facebook page when someone commits suicide? Where are they? Why aren't you putting mental health awareness? It's disgusting. Society needs to fix up. Society, you can jump on my train or jump on another train and break the stigma, or you can jump off. But regardless, you jump off, I will stop at your station and support you. I just made that up, by the way. But yeah, I hope that made sense. But yeah, jump on my train and we'll break the stigma together, or jump off the train. Don't be ignorant about it. Don't want educating, but I'll still stop at your station and support you when you need it. Because there'll be a time and place where you need support yourself. Trust me on that. We all die. I'm not being just like miserable here or depressing, but we're all going to die. We're all going to know someone who's going to die, or someone close to us going to die. We're all going to suffer grief. We're all going to suffer bereavement. That causes mental health. That causes depression. That causes anxiety. We all get judged. That causes so much more as well. So I'm getting judged now. I'm getting judged in my community. I have zero support in my community because of I turn to drinks and drugs. But like I keep getting told, and I finally admitted it yesterday. Why am I keep apologising to the world when I've said my sorries? I'm trying to do different. I'm doing good. So yeah, I'll get angry a bit over this topic. So I apologise. Let's just get together, make change, do good for the charities, and have fun. But yeah, Anna, if you watched one of our guests earlier, Anna's going to arrange this catwalk thing. I'm up for it. I'll wear a bra and a thong if it's for charity and trot down the catwalk. I know Lee would. Lee, I know you would. Tessa, you on it? Omni, Carrie, I know you're on it, or you're organising. But let's do it. And anyone who wants to climb Mount Snowdon with us, feel free to jump on that with us too. And I will repeat another poem. I said I wasn't going to read my poems, but I am. another poem I read. I'm going to read this one. You might have heard it this morning, Call Me Boring. This one is about safe space between us. No, I've read that one. Grief. I'm going to read the grief and losing a loved one. So, safe space between us where memories are kept dear. We remember those who've passed on and hold their spirits near. Every week we remind the world of your beautiful soul and face, celebrate the joy you brought to every time and place. Across the globe each day we will see suicide, illness and pain, but we must remember our loved ones and cherish them again. Let's look up to the stars above and smile at the shining light, knowing that our loved ones are watching us tonight. Grief is real and it takes time to heal and move on, but we'll all hold our memories and keep the spirit strong. For those who've left us behind, you're a wonder star up high. We'll all keep you close in your hearts until we die. The safe space between us is a place where love endures and memories of our loved ones will forever be secure. That's one more. And I'm going to use this space. So I like to be open about my life. So I took a break today, and as I think I've been open, I don't talk to my parents anymore. I don't want nothing to do with them. And my point was proven just 10 minutes ago of doing what you're doing now shows how much you have grown from past mistakes. Yeah, thank you, Gary. That means a lot. And that's what I've got to live with. Understanding that, but it's just sometimes it's very hurtful, like when you're trying to do something good. But yeah, like what I was going to say about your circles, you've got to realise sometimes people to distance from yourself from people. If it's affecting your mental health and affecting you personally, there comes a time and a place where you put your foot down and say enough's enough and separate yourself from these people. I've done that a lot. The truth and the facts are, with people around my area, I've distanced myself from people. Whatever is said elsewhere is just Chinese whispers, but I'm not bothered. And my mum and dad expect, well, I ain't got a mum and dad. To me, I ain't got a mum and dad, and that's how strong I feel about that. And it proved my point 10 minutes ago through a text we received today from my mum and dad. And I never do this, but I am going to do. Am I going to do this? Am I going to do this? Yeah, I'm going to do it. So what I went through as a child, I blame my parents regardless. I blame them. They're hypocrites. So I found out my dad's got two sisters elsewhere, and I hope this goes out to the world. Found out they've got two sisters elsewhere, and people could call me bitter, but I'm going to do it. To show you people you can be strong and stand your ground. Why do we have to live all our lives back in the day of, yes, they're our parents, we've got to respect them, blah, blah, blah. If your parents are respectful and respect who you are and supportive, then respect to that. But my parents are hypocrites because my dad has lived a double life. And one of his sisters was my age, and I found out last year through my assistant manager at football. So imagine how embarrassing that was. And then to be silenced and to be begging for support and to be told that lock him up in the police. That's what my parents done last year when I cried for help before I turned to drink and drugs. I felt a change, and they rang the police on me. And the police said, "What do you want us to do?" We're clearly losing. He said, "Lock the key up and maybe let him sort his head out." That's what my parents done. And today to text some rubbish because of what I'm doing, this stuff, and airing my personal stuff. I believe I've got to tell my personal life for me to be able to support others. So for me to support others, I'll be a hypocrite for hiding things from you. So that's the way I look at it. Yes, I took cocaine. Yes, I took loads of drinks. And when I say I took cocaine, I took it a lot. Not that it's a long, but I've actually not touched anything since December. So for whatever it is, 4 months, or drank. But parents can make you, especially if they're not the right parents, and you can't pick and choose. Don't let parents belittle you. We've got 2 members on the group, and I'm not going to say their name. Obviously, I'll never do that. Are going through a similar situation that I went through. A lot worse than me, they are. But still now they're getting controlled by their parents. And I only can advise, I'll never tell anyone to don't talk to your parents, whatever. That's your decision. But I made my own decision to say enough's enough. I don't want nothing to do with them anymore. I'm happier not speaking to my parents. I don't have parents, and that's the way I want it. So I don't want to be depressing, but it is mental health. But my message is basically saying to you guys, your circle isn't always that circle you want to have around you. You can build another, and I'm building another circle, which is really over meeting new people over a safe space between us. So much love, and they're the only ones who really check on me these days. And it's sad to say that, but and it's a lonely place out there. I know it. Friday was the worst days of my life for a long time this year. Not to say worst days of my life, worst day this year. I just felt overwhelmed, felt I was letting everyone from a safe space between us down. I went organised, wanted everything to go perfect. And 3 people messaged me, and 4 people messaged me. 1 who I know of, and 1 is a TA from school, and I appreciate that. And 3 others from a safe space between us who I've met or talking to, not met, but talking to. And they've always say, how you been? And I appreciate that, because it does actually, it means a lot when you get asked. And even though I don't like saying how I feel, but it means a lot that people actually want to know how I'm feeling. So I respect that, and much love. And I will come and meet everyone soon, if I'm allowed. And yeah, appreciate that. So just checking a loved one, checking even not a loved one, checking to I don't know, checking. Look at your comments. Look in the comments. Go and message someone in the comments group and say, hey, how are you doing? It makes you feel good as well. It makes you feel good, and it makes that person know that they do care. And a lot of my responses when I check in with all the members, it's just love hearts. They don't talk. It's just love hearts. And I'm glad they know that, listen, and I'll check in and love heart again. And after the 4th time, someone will, eventually after sending 4 love hearts, like saying thanks, they eventually get in a conversation talking. And yeah, it's a good thing to check on people. People. If not, I'm going to kick butt. But listen, I'm going to go and have a drink. If you're still here when I get back, we do have Tara coming on. Tara seems very nice, energetic person, so we're going to have a laugh. And make sure at 9 o'clock, I'm dreading this. I'm really dreading this. I've got to play a game, and there's going to be 4 of us on the screen, apparently. So there's a game, and there's forfeits, so look forward to that. And anyone else wants to jump on, come and jump on and say hi. And say, hello, Bluehead, hello, Smurfette, hello. What's the granddad's name in Smurf? And I apologise, always apologise, but I apologise if I waffle on. I've got to try and keep going for 24 hours, so I'm trying to not just be quiet. I've got 27 o'clock. I have done 10 hours. Papa Smurf. Papa Smurf, call me Papa G. Look, I am Papa G. No, I'm joking. That's me being banter, not being out of order or anything. Jesus. Yeah. Who is talking on this group? Carrie and Facebook user. 10 hours an achievement in itself. Use people, get on here and say hello. Carrie and Facebook user, get on here and say hello. I'm sending you invites. I don't know excuses. Hello. Where is the invite button? Tessa, I'll use it. Oh, you got my attention. You got. How do I invite? I'm gonna invite you. Where's the invite button? Here we go. I've been here since 10 a.m. Kieran. I have to say, Tessa, no one's ever, apart from like obviously my household, no one's ever sent me McDonald's like how you did out of the blue. Much love. Thank you. I did get scared a bit thinking, who got my address? McDonald's. But unfortunately you got the order wrong. There was salad in it. I don't like salad. So, and whatever the orange mayo or burger sauce is, what is that? It affected my mental health. The link's there. Come on, get on. I'm gonna go and get a drink, and the time I come back, I want a face on there. Anyone and everyone's there. You can call me, even if you want to insult me. Come on. I'm trying to keep my head going. When it gets later, I'll get you some coffee. Ha ha ha. I don't drink coffee. If you get me tea, and it's 7 sugars when I drink tea. I hardly drink tea, but 7 sugars in the tea, please. I'll be back. Stay on or And I'm back. Welcome to the Safe Space Between Us. I'm your host, Kieran, and this is our 24-hour live challenge podcast. Challenge 1 was dyeing the hair blue and the beard blue, which I don't know if it's gone blue. Who knows? And challenge 3 will start at 10 o'clock in the morning, where I will throw a bucket of ice or water or whatever. Apparently, it's one bucket at the moment, but it could turn out to be 10 different buckets tonight at 9 o'clock. So tune into that. We've got the lovely Tara coming on soon. But for now, you've got me. And I have been a bit depressing at times. Tea it is. When it gets later, I'll get you some coffee. Tea it is. So yeah, anyone wants to jump on, feel free to jump on. This is your safe space as well. I've had to put a bit of music on that background to keep me going. And just said night to the girls. And the sun is bright, as you can see. So mental health, guys, is serious. It's mental health covers. It's not a disease. It covers so much around the spectrum. Sorry, long tune. Omni's on. Yeah, Carrie, come on as well and meet Omni as well.
Hello, I'm just doing a bit of tech. Hang on.
I
don't know if text. This is just power. Hang on.
Power. Carrie, come on as well if you want. There's links there. You can meet Omni.
Hello, how are you doing? How are you getting on?
You know what? My bum and my back is killing me.
Okay.
Let me turn the music off. Yeah, it's proper killing me. Proper killing me. Like, I can't explain. I'm trying. Like, I've put pit cushions down now, but you know, your bum just feels so solid now. It's just dinking into the cushion. How do I get on? I sent you. Hang on.
I'll plug my mic in.
Hang on. Copy. I'm talking to myself. Paste. Copy that and put that in your browser. So how's your day been, Omni?
It's been
You've
okay.
changed.
Huh?
You've changed.
I know.
You changed from.
I know. I need to just get into my. That's it. I'm in
Is that your? What you? Is that your? Are you hoodie? You're wearing a hoodie now.
Yeah. Slack mode. I've literally just finished work. Actually, just finished work.
What? Coaching or?
Yeah. I've just finished coaching.
Been good day?
Huh?
Good day.
Good day. It's all right. I got out in the sunshine a little bit. Walked the dog at lunchtime.
Thank you for telling me you went out in the sunshine.
Well, look
Hello.
at you. You're sat in it. I've had to close the curtains, because it's way too bright here.
Oh, it's getting bright here. I'm right in front of my window, and it's like, whoa. And the later it's getting, the brighter it's getting. I'm like, calm down, man. I'm a bit scared though. Like, do you know what? I'm going to get a bit scared as the later goes. So from midnight, I'm downstairs on my own, and I don't do well with. I won't discuss what happened last time. Me, you, and Tessa.
We'll just say that you're easily spooked.
Yeah, whoever is ex football fans. I'm Arsenal fan. Do not take me, please. We lost yesterday, and we gave it. But yeah, remember the other day, and we all disappeared. We all logged off.
Yeah.
I'm really worried.
You don't need to be worried. Come on. How's your day been? How's it been going?
Well, we've had some great chats, great conversations. I've probably bored a lot of people as well, because you know how I get when I talk about stigma and stuff. I'll go in, like, especially when I'm talking.
I logged in at one point and you were singing again, and I was like, "Oh no, I get enough of this through my phone. I can't." I was trying to do some of my work and listening to you singing like Barbie Girl or something. And I was
with Anna. Right, yeah. That was. So did you hear? Like, Anna reckons, we'll see. Anna reckons she's going to organise. She wants to get into events and stuff, and for fundraising as well. Do a catwalk, like a modelling day, like where we go. and I do like a pose.
I see you've been practicing already.
Do you like that pose?
I do. I don't know. I don't know if I'm catwalk worthy. I don't know if I'm.
No, you can just put the hood up. Put the hood up and do a little night, girls.
Night, girls.
Night, gangster mode. Yeah, and you just go. But then I do the look, and I go, boom. You know, remember, don't mess with the Sohan.
What kind of catwalk though? What kind of like fashion or like sustainable clothing?
No,
or, like,
whatever you're comfortable with. So
okay.
what we were saying is that the thought was basically, but basically the thought was you just be comfortable if you've got a story like we have, like everyone here has got a story. Can do the catwalk and wear what you want. So I said, well, that night I'll wear a thong and a bra or something, yeah, with flamingos wings and that. Woo! Yeah, flamingo wings and that, and I'll do my little pose. Like I've always wanted to do that. I just want to like be Kieran Campbell. Naomi Campbell, is that her name? It's like, and then with the wings, with the wings. I'm trying to keep saying that I've got so many more hours to go. Am I even halfway? I'm not even done 12 hours yet, have I?
No, let's not.
This is what I'm saying.
Don't think about that. Don't think. Well, you lost it already. Do you reckon?
My bum's hurting bad. It's just the gaps. You know, the gaps of waiting for guests to come on, and then having gaps of talking to the screen to yourself, and then I see the counter, and you see people coming and leaving, going, and then like, can you see the counter?
Where is it?
Oh, so you can't see it.
No, is it a big counter? Is it? I'm not the most observant person in the world. I can see the comments. Can you
see above your head or my head?
Oh no, it just says live.
Oh, you don't see what I see. So that just keeps. It starts up, and then when I start talking, it just goes. I think, wow. So maybe the next one, you can host, or Tessa.
Oh, who's next? Did you say the next host?
No, I meant the next 24-hour, not the next guest.
Oh, right, yeah, right, okay. The next 24 hours. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you reckon I could talk for that? I do talk a lot though, so maybe.
Wait there, I'm sending a link. But yeah, so my buttocks. Are you coming on at 9 o'clock as well?
I might do. I'll try.
Oh, you're like. Apparently, there's games. Yeah, but so you come on now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but
Harry, I'm gonna Facebook it. But yeah, so there's no excuses.
I've been up a lot since 4:30 this morning.
I've been up since 2 o'clock this morning. No. Yeah, 2 o'clock this morning.
Have you though?
I have. You know I don't sleep.
Well,
I have.
Have you? I was just saying.
Yeah, you're making me question myself now. You're out of order. So, what's your plans for tomorrow?
My plans?
Mm.
I have got some work to do tomorrow. And I've got a couple of mindset calls to do. And obviously I'm going to tune in and watch your Ice Bucket Challenge.
And just to confirm, are we allowed to nominate you?
No.
So are you telling all the listeners that we can't nominate?
I'm telling all the listeners that you can't nominate me.
So if we nominate you, you're not willing to do this for a good cause. That's what I'm asking you for. This great, amazing cause. You're not willing to do it.
Well,
are you trying to say they mean nothing to you?
No, I am absolutely not saying that. Absolutely not. But
sorry,
you know
I know why you can't. Yeah.
I suffer chronic pain really badly, and cold water or being cold is extremely painful for me.
Who's saying, oh, the gaslighting? Who wants a gaslighting?
Yeah,
That's Tessa. Is that Tessa? Can you see the names?
no, it just says Facebook user.
Whoever's, I bet you that's Tessa stirring the pot again.
Do warm. I could do warm. I can do like a bath plunge. Like I could do that.
Do you know what you, Tessa? At least we showed up.
Don't be mean to. Have you still got how many packs of them have you done?
You know what? I've not got a local bin near me, so the bin's been on the floor today. I've just been dropping them on the floor. Just look.
How many have you got?
5. This is my last one.
No, but how many bags have you done?
5.
5 bags? No.
It's been my dinner.
That's not dinner.
My dinner's in the microwave, but I'm not going to eat.
This isn't good for your mental health. You've got to eat well.
I am eating well. M&M's. What colour?
Yeah. Oh.
You took too long.
I'm just jealous because I can't eat them.
I've got biscuits here. Biscuit? Want a biscuit?
I can't eat that either.
Why? What, you can't eat biscuits?
No. Not unless they're week free.
Oh, so talk to us about that.
Talk to you about that. Well, I've been a celiac. Probably.
What's the celiac?
Celiac, so I can't have any wheat.
Why is that?
have a wheat-free dairy free.
Why is that?
Free. I've always had trouble with wheat, so now I'm wheat free. And I'm celiac, and I don't have dairy anymore.
Sorry, I'm just back.
Go on.
Get your posh voice on. We've got a posh person coming on. Get your posh
voice. And I don't have dairy anymore because I had so many pills that I upset my stomach, and I can't tolerate dairy anymore. And I also can't have peanuts or any nuts, actually, because I got really depressed, and then I was eating a jar of peanut butter a day for probably about 3 months, and then it turns out peanuts are like bee stings, and your body can only take so much processing of that. So I can't have any nuts because I completely abused that.
So Omni, that's Carrie.
That's the truth.
And that's Omni.
Hello, how are you today?
Do you talk?
Are you on mute?
We can't hear you.
What's mic happening?
We're not understanding the ethics in you. Technical issues. That's what happens to. I'm not judging, by the way.
No, you better not be.
Omni,
why judgment zone.
Kerry, you. It's like she's frozen. She's just staring at the screen. Can't hear you. I think she's deliberately turned her sound off, innit, so she can just log on and log off.
Be pretty on the page.
At least I've said hello in person.
Sorry?
Do we have... What?
Where is... Lee's not until 9, is he?
Lee's on at 9. Who said I need to get on a Pro Plus? What are they trying to say?
Well, Pro Plus, the caffeine.
Oh, you know what? It's not good for me. Kerry, you're having really bad issues with your... Is it me or is she frozen?
Yeah, I think she has frozen. No.
No.
You haven't got control of it. You haven't muted her, have you?
No, why would I mute someone?
I don't know. I know what you like.
Shut up, I'm muting him. Oh, where's she? There. No? Have you pressed your volume on? No, yeah, now you're quiet. Look at these amateurs. The mic can't unmute your guest. The mic isn't connected. Your mic isn't connected, it's telling me. So go to settings, control panel. Now I sound like a geek, innit?
Wow.
Wish we had the mute button. Oh, who's saying that? Who is that? That's
I love how
Tessa.
that just says Facebook user on my screen. I can't actually say who it is.
That's Tessa. That is Tessa. Hang on, what is going on this phone as well?
Has Tessa been in today yet?
For a split second.
What did she send you for lunch? I didn't get to see that.
Big Mac and chips, but the Big Mac was full of my missus said, wish you had a mute button. Wow. 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 Wow.
That's what it's come to.
Yeah, I've ordered. But Big Mac, but she put all salad in it. I don't eat salad and the orange stuff. What's the orange stuff?
What, like burger? I'm gonna go with burger sauce.
Burger sauce. Oh, Carrie said I think it's my internet. It said your mic was not connected. Because I think you need to go in settings and do something. Settings and control panel, and then mic. But so where did you listen to? Let me give you a catch up with the guest. So where did you listen to? Who have you listened to so far today?
Me, I just dropped in and listened just while I was at my lunch gap.
So basically,
singing.
Basically, you ain't listened to nothing.
And I saw your twins come on. I saw them come on for a little bit.
Oh, we had. Did you watch Karina come on when she done the mindfulness thing?
No, I didn't. But like, presumably this be on playback, won't it?
Oh yeah. I think. Are you going to sit there for 20?
It, aren't you?
Yeah. What I'll do though, I'll just edit them as reels, like good bits, fun bits, and go from there. Sing to me, Omni.
No, we've talked about this. I'm not a singer.
Like rock, paper, scissors.
No, don't. No.
Rock, paper, scissors. Again, rock, paper, scissors. I lose. I got to discuss a topic to do with mental health. You lose. You got to do the same. Yeah.
What? Discuss a topic to do with mental health.
Yeah.
Any mental health? Our mental health or
any. Right. Let's make it interesting. I lose. You get to ask me about something personal about my mental health, and I have to give you the answer.
All right. Okay.
And vice versa. Right, Renee?
All right.
I've had that as well.
You got to go 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
What are you doing?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, what?
1, 2, 3. We've had the same one. No way. Oh my God. No. No.
Oh, luckily, look, Harry's back.
No, that was about 7 times. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yay!
Yes. I think you might just save the game there. I don't know how we pulled that out. That's a bit.
Yeah, we just tried to play rock, paper, scissors, and 7 times out of 7 we drew.
Same ones.
It took me 7 games for me to actually come through.
I wish it was 7 hours, so I would be nearly finished. How are you anyway? That's right. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I've been listening in from afar today. I've been at work, but I've been tuning in most of the day. So I think you're doing a brilliant job. So well done, everybody.
What is it that you do for work?
Well,
Isn't it a bit personal?
Is it?
Yeah, it's a bit. No. Go on.
You don't have to.
I'm an open book, unfortunately, for me probably, but yeah. No, I work for my local council during the day, and then I do my own business on the side. So,
local councils. Local councils,
Yeah.
boo.
I
Don't
know.
boo us. She might be able to help you one day.
Yeah, I'm not that bad, honestly. We're not all bad. It's all right.
Well, my council is, I'm just saying. They don't collect my bins on time, my council.
No, that is an
Do-
ongoing issue.
Oh, so it's not just my council.
No, not always.
Oh, right.
It can be a bit tricky, yeah, trying to get it all done, but that's
So
not my department, luckily.
So Carrie
Mine's
Omni
obviously
were
really efficient.
yeah. Did you see iCarp on here earlier, Omni?
I did.
No,
I was watching
no.
it. Oh, sorry.
All of you, both of you. So
No,
iCarp.
I've just dropped in a few times while I've been working through the day.
Yeah, stop lying, you ain't been watching. But yeah, iCarp. They're really nice bloke, isn't he? That Jono.
Yeah. He phoned me afterwards, and he sort of said, "Oh, how did it go? Was it all right?" So yeah. But he said he's looking forward to you coming up and and having a little bit of a go with the fishing. So he said he's really
Yeah, I
looking
said I'll
forward
go
to that.
down there and do a podcast down there with him. Oh, that'd be nice. And Omni, you're in Plymouth. I've got to come and do a podcast to you at your area, down in your ends. You'll get a talk. So how's everyone enjoyed the show? I'm sorry I've been a bit depressing at times. I'm trying to keep alive.
Have you? You haven't been depressing, have you?
I have a little bit. Like, when I talk about stigma and stuff like that, I do go on.
I think the end of the day, it's about being your authentic self, isn't it? I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? To kind of erase the stigma and be yourself and be able to talk about it and stuff like that. And that to me is the good and the bad. And actually, to hear your story and the things that are going on behind the scenes, I think is really good for people to sort of know and understand, really. So I think it's great, all of it, the good and the bad.
Oh, what's the bad?
Well, no, just what you were saying.
No, didn't she say good? She said the good and the bad.
Well, no, just even if you think it's bad, it's like it's just that you're passionate about it.
Yeah, I know.
And in that you're allowed to be expressive, for sure.
Yeah, and you know what? It's just inspiring. Talking to everyone. It's just I like talking to these people because you just hear everyone's unique stories. Like Carrie, you're going to come on one day and tell your story. Like I won't talk about that, but when you hear Carrie's story, it's inspiring. It's similar story to. It's a bit weird to be honest because there's a lot of similar traits of our story. But yeah, and there's a lady who's coming on at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. She's in Australia, and her story's like horrific. But she's going. I said go all in. Suffers with bipolar. She basically. I won't go all into it, but she ended up in Cuba. She had a major thing go on, and she ended up in Cuba. Didn't know how she got there and stuff like that. Just wait till you hear it. To do with her ex and stuff like that. Well, it's a bit like whoa, and then you realise like what I've been through. There are people out there who's been through much more shit. But then we all deal with it differently, don't we? Oh mate, throat's going. Imagine my voice goes. Who's gonna take over the podcast?
Your voice isn't gonna go. Have you got some water? Just drink some water.
I've got water in that. So what's everyone up to tomorrow? Working?
Yeah, work. Good old work.
So just to make sure, I nominate any of you for the Ice Bucket Challenge. Have you got a place where at your works you can get this done?
When are you doing it? What time is it tomorrow?
As soon as I finish, probably to wake me up.
Oh, well, I am literally at work at that
What
point.
are you going to do at 10 in the morning, are you?
I was going to do it straight away, like before I log off, just get it done. Because then I've got to go and have a wash and go straight out. I'm not going to bed.
Straight out?
Yeah, I've got a meeting tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, you do, haven't you?
Yeah, I told you. Right? Yes. So I've got to go straight out, so I won't be in bed to... What's the day tomorrow? Where is the day tomorrow, ladies?
What is
Tuesday. Tuesday tomorrow. Yeah, it's a Tuesday night. I won't be in bed. So, but yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be very, very fun. So, who wants to play a little game? Carrie says she's a good singer.
I
Omni,
think I actually said the opposite.
you are going red. You won't sing, will you? You won't sing, is it?
No.
But let's
I
play.
I don't want to
Everyone
go
would
around
switch
upsetting
off.
people.
Let's play a game to do with mental health.
Okay.
Quickly, we've got 5 minutes.
Yes.
So, Omni, you can pick me or Kerry, where you can ask something about our mental health, and we have to give the answer. Kerry, you happy with this?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Right, go on. Omni, you go first. Pick.
Perfect. Okay, Carrie, what do you do on your worst days when you're in a really dark space to be able to get out of it?
Actually, for me, which has been discussed a little bit on here already, is meditation. That is one thing that I was never really into it, but it changed my life. I think all through lockdown, when I was going through particularly bad times, that was my savior, really. I'll be quite honest with you, and that's something that I never thought, because I was never interested in it before that. But it really, you know, I think when your mind's kind of chattering and you've got all these other things sort of going on in your head and things you've got to do and all of that sort of stuff, I think that just really helped me just to calm down and just get back into a space of feeling better about myself and the day ahead, really. So yeah, that was my go-to.
And did
do
it
you
work
still do that?
straight away?
No, it didn't. No.
Practice.
Yeah, because literally what happened was, when I mean, I'll go through it again when I come on again another time, but basically I started it because I couldn't go to sleep, so I had all these different things that I had to do with an ex-partner and stuff like that, and basically I just couldn't calm my mind down at all. So I'd be awake all day, you know, doing what I need to do and constantly kind of in fight or flight mode, you know, just constantly doing. So then at night I just couldn't find that quiet moment in my brain to slow down and to turn off. So I started just doing a meditation app in the evenings, just before I go to bed, and just lying there. And I think it probably took me about 3 months before I actually started to see it working. So because I after about a week, and I was like, I'm literally listening to every single word. And I knew it off by heart after a couple of weeks, you know. And I just sort of be lying there thinking, oh God, you know, just we need it at the end yet, that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden it just kicked in. So now, even now, I use it just to go to bed with, and literally I can be asleep within 5 minutes.
Just from doing that,
quick now.
Love that.
Yeah, but you have to persevere. You know, for me anyway, I had to persevere, and now it's my go-to for everything. I try and meditate at least a couple of times a day now. So in the morning and at night as well. Yeah, I'm always listening to something before I go to bed. And I do a lot of gratitude and stuff like that, which when you're in a dark place, obviously it's hard to find the good in stuff. But actually, you know, if you do that and you repeat it often, then you do eventually start to see the benefits of it. So yeah, so that, as I say, that to me was a lifesaver for me. 100%.
Yeah, I find that it's a rhythm. You have to keep it up to be able to keep tapping into that state.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely, you've got to repeat it, I think, for it to actually go in and help. I think, you know, if you give up after a week, it's not going to do anything, so you're not going to get the benefits. I think just expect the long haul, and then anything before that, I think, you know, is a benefit. So like I can only, you know, sort of say from my own experiences, but I know there was times when I literally couldn't get out of bed and didn't want to face the day, you know, didn't want to be here, and all of that sort of stuff. And I honestly think that is what saved me. I think if I didn't do that, then I don't know where I'd be now. So yeah, so, you know, if you don't if it's not your thing, which it wasn't with me, to be fair, then I think it's quite hard to understand. I think, you know, but I'd always say just give it a try.
Yeah,
you know, but just persevere with it.
So what kind of like meditation do you do? Like, obviously,
sleep meditation. There's like meditations for everything. You can even go on YouTube and you just type in what it is that you wanna do. But actually, one thing that did really help me, which I didn't think it would, is the silent meditation, and that you have to work at it, because that doesn't come overnight. So when your mind's racing, just literally, I used to set my alarm on my phone for 20 minutes. And I would just sit there, eyes closed. Obviously, no one was about, you know, obviously make sure you're somewhere where you're not going to be disturbed. And I literally would just sit there in silence and just close my eyes. And it's something as little as that, really, but actually after a while I noticed that really did stop the chatter, you know. Whereas I thought more the guided meditations would be better, and they are good as well. But I think if I really want to kind of calm my mind down and be completely at ease, the silent meditation is the one that I go to. It's difficult because sometimes your mind kind of comes in and you start thinking about what you've got to do today and all of that kind of stuff. But I think as soon as it comes in, you try and sort of focus on your breath and, you know, sort of count in your head, you know, breathing in and breathing out and that sort of thing. And you sort of start to calm down again, and those thoughts sort of, you know, fade into the background again. So yeah, that's definitely something that has helped me. And it's, like I say, not something that I would do automatically or think of doing, but it was kind of suggested to me, I think, over some course that I was doing. And yeah, I did start to see the benefits of it.
It's like the breathing techniques. Like I would never have said I would have tried them, because I'm not going to lie, when I saw the videos on YouTube, I thought, really, like, some intense ones. But I've been doing them recently, and they're wicked. Like after about a week trying, keep trying. I think they work. So when I need it, like every morning and night, I try and get it done. It's 11 minutes one, and I think it's amazing. So I'm going to try the silent meditation one as well. That sounds a bit interesting. What do you do, Omni? Like, I know you had your tools, but when you struggle to sleep and stuff as well, what kind of tools do you use?
I listen to some meditations as well, or I tap into podcasts. Quite often though, like, so for a long time, we've talked a bit about it, like I had really bad PTSD, and I'd have night terrors pretty much every time I shut my eyes, and flashbacks through the day, and I was like a right state actually. And for me, I just like spend a little bit of time just controlling my breathing in and out. And I don't know if we've spoken about my anchor. I don't know if you can see it actually. My little...
Oh, you did in your first podcast.
Yeah, so I've got a little anchor there, and so like I do like a pulsing, almost like a tapping on it, like so that I know, it reminds me that I'm not in that trauma or in that space. I'm in a safe space.
Safe space between us.
Safe space between us. But also like venting my energy. I find it really hard when I get really worked up or really anxious. I find it really hard. And where I live in the hills. And so I drive up into the hills, get on my hands and knees and scream at the top of my voice, and then gather myself again and then come back down. And I find like that's like a really good energy release. Like shouting is such a good release for like all this pent up energy. So, sorry?
Is it me? Did you freeze there, or was that just me?
No, I think maybe I froze.
Yeah.
Did I freeze? Yeah.
But the shouting helps, yeah?
Screaming, yeah. Not at people. Not at people. So I don't know if we've talked about many things actually. So after my second car accident, I got put into an anger management program because I was just starting on people in the street, basically. I was starting on anyone and everyone, my friends, my family, people I didn't know. I was just starting fights all the time. And I got put into anger management, and I started a fight in there, and I got kicked out of anger management, actually. Too angry for anger management.
I can't imagine you with that. Since I've been talking to you, I couldn't imagine you.
Yeah, no, I was really, really bad. And then I'd have to find ways and like screaming, like just shouting, like because the other thing is I was breaking stuff with my frustration. So then I'd be like smashing stuff and like destroying stuff. I was really destructive. And then obviously I get upset about the things that I'd broken. So I'd get really angry, and then I'd get really upset, and then I'd be like a bawling, teary mess. And it's just about like regulating it and making sure that I release it before it gets to that point. So I used to bottle it, and then my rage would just like fire up like so quickly that it would be out of my control. And so now I make sure that I keep a regular check-in on that, and I know that if I need to take space, or I need to take time out, or if I need to vent anywhere, like that I'm venting before it gets to a point where I'm like being destructive in my world.
Yeah, that's good. At least you found that way, because I still like build it up. You know, you say you bottle it. I build it up, and then I explode.
Yeah.
And I used to like smash things and stuff, and then you regret it because it's probably things that you enjoyed and liked and stuff like that. Important things,
yeah.
in it, like laptops and stuff like that. But just at least you found like something that you can try and release it. But you still have those bad days. Do any of you? Because I still, obviously, you all know like the stuff about me. Like at night time, how do you get rid of the pictures, images? Like, I've done counselling and stuff like that, but I don't believe there's anyone who I can talk to who can get rid of those images.
What do you mean, like flashbacks?
Yeah, it just like feels like things are happening again, fresh.
You know, really tapping I find is really good. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of tapping, but I've used it a little bit here and there, and I find like sometimes, it is all the meridian points and stuff like that, and here and under your arm and stuff like that. But I've actually noticed, like, if I'm feeling particularly anxious about something, if I've got something on that day, because I can be extrovert in some ways, but I'm an introvert as well. Like I like my own space, and sometimes I have to be kind of in the right mood to be able to be out there and, you know, put myself out there kind of thing. And so I've started to do that, and I do notice a difference, and it's quite instant as well. And I think with tapping as well, I think it's more about kind of accepting what's around you and that moment, but by tapping and sort of like regulating your breathing and all of that sort of stuff, and thinking, I understand that you're here and you're here to protect me and all of this sort of stuff, because every feeling that you get from your body is actually trying to protect you. So although it doesn't, because it kind of stifles you and stops you from doing things and moving forward and getting the help that you need and all of that sort of stuff, but all those things that you're like the anxiousness and all of that kind of stuff, that's actually your body trying to keep you safe, especially if you've, you know, like a lot of us have childhood trauma and all of that sort of stuff, that your subconscious has been programmed to always feel that way. So whether it's good, whether it's bad, or whatever it is, you know, your body is used to feeling that, and it's all about reprogramming it to a positive. You know, it's not necessarily going, well, I don't have that anymore. I think all of us, when we've healed from different traumas and stuff, I think there's always going to be trigger points. But it's the way you deal with it, you know, and the more you deal with it in a way that kind of suits you, or you know, is easier for you, after a while, that then, you know, they're a bit more few and far between, rather than it being like a regular thing. You all of a sudden you'll notice that, actually I didn't feel like that today, you know, or you've tackled something that would normally you'd hold back from, and you know, but I find instantly I feel different. I don't know what it is.
I think it is bearing with that trial and error as well, isn't it? That trial and error. Like, I think it's quite easy to like be like, oh, that didn't work. Like, especially with my meditation, I was exactly the same. Like, I'd be like, well, this is not working. And like trying it and like, you know, getting into the rhythm of it. Same as tapping, isn't it? Getting into the rhythm of it. Like, it is a practice. And if you stick with it, like there are some real benefits.
Exactly, and there's so many out there as well. I mean, you could literally, you know, and I think the thing is as well is like, I don't know if you're the same, but if I don't succeed at something, or something doesn't happen in the time scale that I think, I'm like, oh well, that was it, that was a waste of time, I'm not doing that anymore. But actually, you know, sometimes that's the case, and you just have to move on to the next thing. But I think also like being kind to yourself in the fact that if it doesn't work, that doesn't mean you failed. You've just got to look for the next thing that is there that's going to help you. And I think we're all really good, aren't we, at blaming ourselves for things. You know, it's been programmed into us, a lot of us, with, you know, various issues and stuff that have happened over the years. And I think it's just being kind to yourself really, and thinking, well, okay, well, that didn't quite work, and then sort of adapting it if you wanted to use the same practice, or just go for something completely different and see what fits really. So
no, I agree. I do agree. It's just I need to find that way to get those images sometimes. I think that's probably why I don't sleep much. But ladies, I'm not getting rid of you, but
that's it, you've got another guest in.
Well, that's what I can see. I've got another guest.
Yeah,
no, it's a schedule one.
It'll take me another 10 minutes to get off now, won't it?
No, but ladies, seriously, thank you for coming on and saying hey. Feel free to come back on and try and entertain me a bit later, please.
All right. We'll see you in a bit.
See you later. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Tara, I can't see you. Where are you? 2 seconds. I'm going to send you the link again. Maybe I said wrong. That's stupid. But yeah, thank you, Harry and Omni coming on. Nice to speak to you, ladies. But yeah, thank you for coming on, keeping me busy. My eyes are really getting tired. But love you too, Flo, Nana, and yeah, really good to talk to you. And yeah, please come back on. I am in pain. We're just waiting for Tara to come back on. So, ladies and gents, if you saw Anna on earlier, this is Anna's a friend of Anna's, and Tara and Anna are friends. I've heard a rumor that Tara is the more fun one. Then I know if you're listening, only the host can see you backstage. I can't. And Tara, I'm so sorry. You look angry. I'm upsetting people. Why is it not working? Right, invite. Sorry, embarrassing. Copy. I can't see you. Invite. Copy. I'm gonna try this way. There. Paste. Can you see the comments, Tara, on this screen? Let me go on. Amateur event. Bear with me, people. I am trying to put my life out of actually thinking what's gone wrong. Live chat. Sorry, 2 seconds, everyone. I'm trying to fix this. While we're waiting, I'll sing Barbie Girl. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Backstage. No, you're not backstage. Doing this. Sorry, people. I'm boring you. I don't mean to do this. I'm trying to. Sorry, I just Instagrammed you another link. Try that one. Why ain't the link there? The link ain't there, is it? Well, it's been done. Sorry, people. I apologise. Try your Facebook messenger. See that link. There you go. You can click that link. That should work. In your Facebook, Tara. Pardon me, Jesus. Sorry. So we've got Tara coming on. We're having a little tech issue. What's going on? Hey, it's not. It's, hang on. Cancel. I apologise for this all. Very shocking, but by me. Backstage. You ain't a guest. Here she is.
Hey. Oh
Hello.
my god!
What
I was
happened?
told you back then. Like
What
literally,
happened?
that took forever. Sorry.
No, it's not,
I
I
tried
just.
different times and everything. I thought like, oh my god, I'm like blocked before I even got there. My reputation before me, innit?
Well, I was
So
more
everywhere I go
concerned
now,
about
blocked.
seeing your. You looked fuming in that
Oh,
picture. I thought, oh my god, I want to fix it. You look fuming in that picture.
I don't know what happened because I got 2 phones and I tried it on different phones. But anyway, I've never used this kind of platform before, so who knows?
You used to Instagram,
I'm
innit?
here now, aren't I? I'm here now.
Yeah, you're here now. You can look and see her. How are you anyway?
How are you doing? How are
I
you?
don't know. How many hours am I in? 10 hours
I
in.
don't know.
I'm 10
Been on
hours
for a
in.
while, haven't you?
Yeah, from 10 o'clock. Got another 14
Oh, dear.
hours. 14
Oh my
hours.
god.
But I'll
It'd be
get
like
there. I think
65, didn't
I
it?
think that from 3 o'clock to 6, it's a bit quiet. So I'll probably just be
Yeah.
singing to the Americans and Australia.
Do you like singing then? Good for the
No, not
soul,
really.
isn't it?
I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it, but I don't mind karaoke. That's a
Yeah.
bit of fun. A bit of fun. So Tara,
Yeah.
tell everyone a bit about yourself. Just introduce yourself, and then we talk about we put an email, and then we try and have some fun, get you singing.
Ugh.
I hope you're a better singer than Anna.
I'm not a good singer. I don't claim to be.
Anna said you were really good.
Did she? I don't think she's ever heard me sing, to be fair.
Anna told everyone that you're fantastic, and we had a lot of comments.
She would tell anyone anything positive about me because she's my friend.
Well, she said you're
Yeah.
fantastic. Voice like an
I bet
angel,
she
she said. Voice like an angel.
I'm no angel, trust me.
No, she didn't say that. I'm making that up. But yeah, so just tell everyone a little bit about yourself, what you do. Yeah, and then we talk a bit about mental health, and then go from there.
All right.
Before you
My
jump on
name's
Ed's.
Tara Featherstone, and I'm quite old at this stage, so life experience
How old?
comes, isn't it? How old?
How old?
48.
That ain't old.
48. Leveled up, innit?
You don't look
Leveled up
48.
compared to Anna. Anna, she's a little spring chicken, isn't she?
How old's Anna? I never asked her.
I don't know.
You do know. You just don't want to tell me.
She's
How
a
old is
lot
she?
younger than me. A lot younger than me.
Younger than 35.
Do you know what? I'm not quite sure, to be fair. I know she's younger, so.
Oh,
But
yeah, go on,
anyway, I've got 4
carry on.
children. I've got 4 children, and my oldest child, to give you an idea of my life, is
Mhm.
nearly 30. He's going to be 30 in July. So I had children very young. My whole life has been my kids. I had 2 boys, and then they grew up, and I had 2 girls. So it's like I've had like 2 family kind of situations. And the first family was very neurotypical. It was boisterous, people coming in and out of home, always going somewhere, chatting to someone, that kind of thing. You know, like, I mean, back then anyway, like kids used to gather rounds rather than go home and play together on the internet. They actually used to, you know, do face-to-face interaction. So it was a different kind of style of parenting. And then when I had my daughter, she was diagnosed with autism from a very young age, and my house was deadly silent. It was a completely different household. So I've had 2 kind of experiences as a parent, which kind of balances me when I'm talking and helping others. And over lockdown in particular, I mean, I started streaming before lockdown, but over lockdown in particular, I built up my following because obviously everyone was at home, weren't they?
Yeah.
So that kind of did me a favour, because a lot of people went online where I could chit chat, build up my following, and talk about autism. And the name DNL Tara, which is where I'm known, which is how I'm known online, stands for different, not less, to incorporate all the community. It started off by me joining a group that was representing autism, but it's kind of expanded because obviously you get inclusion then, and then you get all sorts telling you their story, and you know, like it sort of encompasses a wider range of people and issues and so forth. So which is better, because it's not just autism based now where I'm communicating with people, but that's how it started. And obviously having an autistic daughter, that brought me to you today, because you were asking for people with mental health issues. And along the course of the journey, when she was diagnosed and growing up, I personally experienced a lot of heartache along the way. Whether you want to call that mental health issues or not, there was a lot of challenges and a lot of difficulties, and there was a lot of up and down days. So yeah, here we are. And on and off, I've sort of dipped into streaming and being a chat host, and a little bit of modelling, you know, a bit of bright and breezy. I think that's the thing as well, isn't it? When you've got like a life at home and everyone's got difficulties behind closed doors, it's really important to have some sort of fun, bright and breezy to balance the dark days, isn't it? And just put on your face and mask it, and get up and have a reason to move on and interact with people, and not feel like you're excluded. And there is always a way. You just got to find your tribe, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. So you got autism child. So I've got 6 children. So I'm much younger than you. I've got 6.
Competition there.
No, it's not. You need to catch up. I'm joking. You need to catch. No, yeah. So I've got 2 boys. So mine were the 2 boys. So I had him when I was 17. Well, I didn't give birth to him, but my first one was 17. Teddy is 13, and I've got the 4 daughters now. And two of my kids have got autism as well. So just talk to me, what struggles did you cope with?
2 of your daughters have got autism?
No, one of my daughters has got autism, and my older son's got autism and ADHD.
Okay, so you've got one of each sex. Do you know the interesting thing about girls is they say that there's less girls diagnosed young. So I'm curious, like, because I've also experienced it where somebody's had a boy and a girl, and where they present so differently, the parents found it really hard to accept that the other child has got autism because they present so differently and they've got such different needs. So I'm really curious to know if you recognised it immediately in your second one.
Yeah, 100%. I recognised it. So the second one was the daughter. So and they're different. They've got different traits. So for me, my older son Harley, he's 17 now. It took years for him to be diagnosed, because we thought, like, I know what autism is and stuff like that during work courses and stuff like that. And it's we knew he was struggling at school. We could see he was so insecure. The way he was behaving indoors and stuff. and we just wanted him assessed, but it took 5 years for him to be assessed.
It's
And
a
then
long process, isn't it?
so
Very long process.
he got assessed 3 years ago, and then he got diagnosed 3 years ago. Sorry, and he's one of those who don't like being in big crowds. He's got a phobia of tall buildings. So, for example, when we go up London, he won't come to London because he don't like the Shard. And he's 17 now, and he still won't do it. It's just something like that. But then he's very athletic, very sporty, etc. But then my daughter is like energetic, really energetic. She don't mind being around people, but she's more of, she would do random things. So I used to think she was waving, like kids being kids, waving at cars, being donuts. I just noticed it, and then obviously we realised she didn't even know she was doing that, waving and stuff. So then obviously she gets laughed at in supermarkets and that. So I've learned the way I deal with it now. When she's waving, I end up going way to everyone, so the attention comes to me and not to her. Or I dive on the floor and pretend I'm begging or something, just so the attention's onto me. But it's hard though, because both of them need their own space. They can't share a bedroom. They do not do well with being around, and it's just difficult. Obviously, you've got 6 children. They need their own space, and my daughter deals with it in dancing. So she dances around the country, and she's fantastic at it. And that's how she kind of copes with it.
I've just come back from a dance festival with my other daughter.
Oh, where did you go?
With 8 trophies, and I got to do the parent dance.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Where did you go?
At the weekend.
So, what do you call it? They call it a weekender festival with Mark's daughter's thing. That the one she went to. She's going Brighton. I think she's got one in Brighton in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time. But what kind of dancing?
This one, like it's contemporary and stuff, but this one was at Pontins, and it was a whole weekend of it. And there was a rota of parent dancing, and most of it was like doing it in pairs and stuff. And at first she was like really embarrassed, and she was like, "You're not doing anything, don't you dare get up." So that was it. I was right. I was thinking, wicked. I didn't want to do it anyway. Thank you very much. Anyway, Friday, I've rocked up to her dance class, and she's gone, "Yeah, so I think I want you to do the slow dance." I was like, "Really? Like, I've got to learn a routine now? Like, that ain't happening." So I resigned myself. I was practicing, got myself all geared up, and on the program it said Sunday morning slow dance, and it passed by. So I thought I'd got away with it. And she was like a little bit diggy, like you didn't do the dance. So in the evening, there was the slow dance for the parents' pairs, and I wasn't going to do it. And then a few of the other mums were like, "Why haven't you gone up?" And I said, "Oh, they skipped it. I don't have to do it." And I started to feel really guilty because I promised I'd danced her. So I discreetly went up to like one of the judges and I said, "Do you mind if I just slip on the floor?" And I thought I was going to do a little, like a few moves, and then, that's done. They stopped the dance music.
So what you done?
Stop the dance music. Hold on, we've got another parent coming through. I was like, oh my God, she's going to kill me. Like where it's like really drawn the focus. Like, seeking attention here again. It's only me. And like the judge brought me up to the stage and was like, "There's this sad old parent here that's she wants to dance, and can you squeeze her in, love?" And they did. They let me dance by myself, so I just pranced around a little bit, and then.
How did you do?
Do you know what? When I come off, it was really worth it just to see her little face.
Just
and
happy.
then after 10 minutes, it was back to like your embarrassing mum. But like to see her face, like I know
it's
if I hadn't done it, she'd have. Yeah, because she'd have thrown it in my face for the rest of her life. I remember that time you nearly danced, but you didn't. So when they gave me a trophy, she was like, "That's mine. Thank you very much. Another trophy."
Yeah, keep it. What kind of dances? So my daughter, it sounds similar. So my daughter does slow dance and street.
Yeah, like they do all sorts, don't
and
they?
pairs.
I wouldn't even know how to call it. Regan, here she is now. Can you tell me all the styles of dancing you do?
Freestyle disco dance.
Freestyle disco dance.
Fast.
Slow. Street.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll.
Yes.
It's endless, isn't it?
You might have been at the same. Where you might have been at the same
This is in
place as my daughter, though.
Campbell It was called Now Festival.
Yes, because sometimes have you been to like the Clacton one before?
She goes all over the country.
No, I don't.
You do when you go dance days.
Like on a Sunday?
Different
Like
days.
is it on a Sunday sometimes?
It's always on a Sunday, she said.
Yeah, same as my daughter. She's always everywhere.
Yeah, probably.
Does your daughter have like starters, intermediates?
Yeah.
Starters, intermediates.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably the same sort of dance.
Are these the same trophies? Let me get his trophy. Let me show you a trophy. And see if they're similar trophies. 2 sets. Can you get one?
Your trophies. Just get your biggest one because we're in competition now. We have to do each other. Go and get a trophy. Let me show him. Yeah, probably. He's gone. A safe space between us. Yeah,
So like
same
these?
kind, isn't it? Would
So
you
like
say
these?
that's similar?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, same sort of dancing.
Yeah, you probably
Yeah.
Yeah. Does she dance in a hall?
Well, yeah, they would be dancing in a hall.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
sometimes there's
She's such a professional. She came over the other day and she was like, "It's a really good floor to dance on. The floor is amazing."
No, it was like the phone.
How old are you?
I'm 11.
She's 11. Can you hear her?
Yeah, so similar to my daughter's 10. So it might
They
have been.
probably danced against each other.
Yeah.
What are you in first?
Intermediate.
She's intermediate in fast
Oh,
and
don't ask me what.
an intermediate in slow.
Oh, don't ask me what she's in. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I posted a picture of her on my Insta. I don't post that many pictures of my children, but I did post one the other day. I was so proud of her.
No, well done. You should be.
She's so bendy wendy, yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it? How bendy they get. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Tara, just talk to us quickly about the autism. Like, how have you coped with it coming? Like, is it the other child or this child?
It was the other child, and even something as simple as taking this child to dance class, it just wasn't possible when my other one was younger, because the other one had issues with initiation, and trying to get her from A to B was a major problem. So as my other one's got older and she's become more regulated, and obviously she's well, it's not obvious, but she is old enough to be sort of left at home while I take the other one somewhere now. Life has changed dramatically because I can actually walk out the door without it being like a planned,
Escape.
Planned, yeah, like mission. Like.
So what was she like? Was she really clingy to you, and like just wouldn't let you leave?
Clingy. She was my third child, so as soon as she was born, I realised she was different in the sense that as a baby, I breastfed all my children. She was my third child. When I breastfed her, she didn't have that stop mechanism, and she would literally feed until she was sick. So we had towels everywhere because she'd be throwing up because she wanted that comfort. But she didn't realise that she had to stop when she was full. So she would literally feed until she was sick. And sleep-wise as well, a lot of autistic people have issues with sleep.
Yeah. My son don't sleep.
Yeah, and from a young age, the melatonin regulation's different, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's what a lot of them try melatonin, but that made my daughter aggressive when we tried it. So it's like it's always
that's crazy.
It works for one, doesn't work for another, vice versa. Different phases. You try something, it might not work then. You go back to it later, it works then. It's just a minefield, isn't it?
That's crazy. You said that though, because my older son does the same. He didn't sleep and then he turned aggressive when you tried certain things. And he got aggressive, and he literally got so aggressive. He picked up a big table tennis. It was like incredible Hulk. He'd pick up the big table tennis thing and chucked it. And
as a child, from my perspective, not from a professional perspective, but from my opinion, if you have a child that's got sensory issues and they don't recognise that feeling that they're getting, I mean, as a child grows up, if they're neurotypical and they're used to going to sleep and they enjoy that feeling, it must be such an overload and major to experience what it feels to want to go to sleep, and that would cause a lot of panic. Do you get what I'm saying? And obviously that aggression is like them trying to fight the feeling, isn't it? Like rather than accept it, because it probably frightens them. Where most children are learning how to sleep young, and then they're trying to learn how to sleep later on with that feeling, it must scare them almost. Do you get what I'm saying? I mean, who am
Yeah,
I
because
to
we
know?
get grumpy.
But
We get grumpy when we don't sleep, don't we? And don't get enough sleep. Like I do anyway. I don't know what you're like. Do you get grumpy if you don't get enough
I'm
sleep?
a nightmare in the mornings. I'm not a morning person.
See, there you go. And then imagine your kids. Like, don't mind me asking, how old is your older daughter?
She's 13.
13. So yeah, so
she's 14. She's basically 14 in a couple of weeks. So she's
yeah,
14
so
now.
at that age, that them not getting enough sleep, and then obviously school or whatever they've got to put up with in the next day, they must be going through so much, and it's just I worry for them because is your daughter very open about her feelings?
She is now. Now
But
she's
she
a different
wasn't.
child. Now she goes to an autistic specialist school. I got her into this private autism specialist school, and it's just been life changing. She was kind of written off for a few years. She was at home, couldn't find the right place for her. She really struggled. You know, it wasn't a great couple of years, but it's paid off now. But I mean, as a baby, yeah, it's my dog whining. Do you know what it is? It's like he's spoiled. My dog is the most spoilest dog in the whole entire country.
Say hello.
Yes,
bring him in. Bring him in. Bring him in. Say
he'll
hello.
be over in a minute. He's like, oh, anyway, like a lot of the time, just to shut him up, and he knows this. Like, if I want to have a phone call, I will go and take him for a WALK. So he knows he can manipulate me.
Yeah, I'll get you.
So he's trying his luck. He thinks I'm gonna like
WALK.
Not happening. I mean, no, I don't know any other dog that gets WALKs as much as mine. I'm frightened to say the word because otherwise he'll be jumping over me and I'll be like,
yeah, mine's like that. Yeah. Mine's a little car. She's crazy. But how did you cope with all that? With your seeing your daughter struggle through at the start of it? How was your mental health?
Do you know what? Like, this sounds really, really crazy bonkers, but behind closed doors, at home, if it was just me, her, and whoever else was around in the family at the time, my house was and still is so easy because the issues that my daughter presented around the home, you kind of adjust and you make a life around them issues, didn't you?
Yeah.
So my issues became problematic as soon as I had to take her out home. So it was like two really different lives. And when your children are young, they become your focus. You kind of sacrifice your own needs for them. Obviously, there should be a bit of life balance. But when you've got a child that's got additional needs, sometimes that doesn't happen, do you? So you kind of resign yourself for a few years and you think, oh, I'll get back to me later on. So that kind of is how it was. So at home, it was fine, apart from the lack of sleep. The lack of sleep is horrendous. And when she was younger, it was more horrendous. I mean, that goes back to my original, what I was saying. Like when she was a baby, one of the first signs is if I touched her, she'd sleep. If I lifted my hand off of her, she'd wake up.
Yeah.
Like literally. And where I had older boys in the house and they had to go to school, I couldn't allow her to be waking them up. So you kind of feed into that, and then you get that circle of, is it the issues or is it that you're feeding into it?
Yeah.
Everything over the years, and you go to sleep clinics and you get sleep advice, and you try and sleep clocks and you're trying melatonin, you're trying this, that, and the other, and you go around in circles until you get to the point where like you're thinking, well, when she's older, she's going to do night shifts and she's going to rock it, and everyone's going to be jealous. So it's not a hindrance; it's a positive.
Yeah.
You're made to believe a lot of the time in society that having sensory issues or having additional needs is a negative, when actually the only negative is that you can't conform to society's expectations.
And expectations. Yeah.
Once you find your niche, it's a positive. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I don't know if you listened to earlier. You might have been busy. So earlier we had someone on talking about autism, and he works in a school and he's worked with autism children. And he basically said it's the understanding and expectations of society. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
And I feel sorry for him because this day and age in 2023, I just feel like I believe autism kids are more intelligent than me. For example, there's some autism children who are so good at maths, for example, and I'm shocking at it. But I think they're intelligent. I think autism children are intelligent. They just need to be bit more respected, to be honest. and educated. But you've probably done the right thing taking them out of mainstream school, and
I
at
didn't
least she's
choose to take her out of mainstream school. It was kind of like chosen for me at some point.
I
And the
get what you
school that
mean.
she's in now is, I mean, it's so designed for high functioning autism children, and by that I mean children that haven't got educational needs, because obviously you can have multiple needs regardless of whether you're autistic or not. That doesn't define you as a person. You can have other issues beyond that or positives beyond that. It's a part of you, not all of you, isn't it? But in her particular case, I was really lucky that I found a school that could cater for her needs.
No, that's good.
And it was good, but what was shocking is I couldn't find one single school that could cater for her needs in the whole of Hertfordshire.
So where you had to come out of
And the Hertfordshire budget has to now pay for the budget. I've just got my daughter to get some dog treats. Just pushing down.
Is that what you was texting? Was you texting saying get dog treats?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
My co-host, my friend Tessa's coming on as well. She started this with me. Tessa.
Hello.
That's Tara.
Hello.
Tara, that's Tessa.
Hiya.
I'll be chucking these treats at him. Look, see, this is like just spoiled. I can't help it. It's like, take the treats, run while you can.
I love your personality, Tara. I really do. You've got a good personality. I really do. You just make me laugh. It's good though. No, it's a good thing. Really good thing. You just make people smile and laugh, innit?
My daughter is exceptionally funny. We have such a kicker. The autistic daughter, she is hilarious. I tell you, like she's funny. The way that she sees people and life, and she is so funny. She has me in tears.
No, that's good. That's good. So, what are you doing now with yourself? Obviously, what do you do now? How do you enjoy your life, your time?
What do I do?
Yeah, no, not obviously. I don't mean. You know what? Did I say that wrong?
Goes, do you want to get involved in A, B, and C? And I go, you're right then. You're right then.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Hi, is it Tessa? Tessa Williams.
Tessa, yes, nice to meet you.
So, I used to work with. Do you know Tessa?
No, I don't.
We all worked with each other. Us two and Ed. We all worked with each other. Ed, Gary.
Okay, I love Ed.
Yeah, we all worked with each other.
Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately.
Can I just add a comment? The reason why I wanted to join, you made a comment, Tara, and I want to add to what you said. But some people's view of children or people who are autistic is that it's always a negative thing. But I am sometimes jealous of autistic people. So my brother, for example, my brother's autistic. He's 2 years younger than me, so he's 26 now, and he is the most smart, compassionate, selfless person I have ever met in my whole entire life. And the way that he views life is beautiful. You know, like it's very much black and white for him. You know, like if he wakes up and goes, I'm going to be happy today, he's happy. It's that easy for him. You know, and I'm jealous of him for that.
Yeah, and I completely relate to that.
Such a selfless person.
Superhero powers, isn't it? Like if you've got extra hearing or extra senses, like in the right environment and put to the right use, it's superhero powers.
Absolutely. And he's so. I remember in school he was so good at maths, so good with numbers and mental maths and quick maths. He was amazing. It would be when it come down to like exams. You know the way they word things in exams and they word exam questions like pen and paper. So like that he would have an equation and he could tell you the answer just because he knows the answer, but he wouldn't be able to show you how to work it out.
My daughter's struggling with
know
that
the answer
at the moment. Yeah, like you know, nowadays you get points for the working out. That boggles her mind. And I've spoken to her maths teacher, and apparently she's exceptionally good and she's fine. But she thinks she's really bad because she can't demonstrate the grey area. But there is no grey area.
It's showing how you got to that answer.
It's right or wrong. And the thought that she can get points for the working out even with the wrong answer.
Happy day.
She gets really frustrated by that.
Yeah, but I can understand. That's what they do, though. Frustration
as well.
Sorry, Kieran, to interrupt.
Oh, go on.
About this, and I was just about the sleep as well. My brother not being able to sleep well until he got like a weighted blanket, because I think the pressure is comforting for him. So he has like I can't even lift his quilt. It's that heavy. It's like a really, really like strong weighted quilt that helped him.
No,
Yeah, and that goes back to what I'm saying. When she was a baby, if I touched her, she was fine. If I lifted it up, it was like she was awake. So it's that sensory pressure, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's where you see the similarities between the people that are autism and sensory related, as opposed to the people that haven't got that regulation. You do see, like, across the board there are similarities, and then obviously circumstances and society and culture and all the other stuff come into play that make you an individual. So it's part of you rather than all of you, isn't it? And it's trial and error. And like even now, like when you're going for a diagnosis, it's at what point do you go for a diagnosis? Well, really, you go for a diagnosis when it interferes with your life. And I knew from an early age that I would have problems with her with uniform. And lo and behold, the day she started school, all them jokes came out, you know, putting on a pair of socks and it was like the end of the world. And I do think that a lot of people say that they think that there's more people with diagnoses these days, and, you know, they question why and if and all the rest of it. Well, if it's as simple as you need a label to get a school to be allowed to have your child take their socks off, then that explains why we have more children diagnosed. Because years ago, if you had a child that wouldn't wear socks, they'd put it down to a quirky bit of their personality, and they'd be discreet about it, and they just would literally pick their battles and let the kid not wear socks. But it's become so strict and so tick-list nowadays. Without the diagnosis, you're spending hours on trying to get your child to conform over a pair of socks. And that's where I found it as a parent overwhelming, because as a parent, then it goes back to is it a parenting issue? Are you being too strict with your child? Are you not being strict enough? Like, you have to jump through hoops. You have to evidence that you've been on these courses to learn how to put on a pair of socks on your child. I mean, it gets really, really overwhelming that you're on trial as a parent to justify that your child has needs and put the spotlight back onto them to take it away from yourself, because there's so much criticism. And you get it from people that are professional as well, that have trained and, you know, got their little certificates in autism. And as an autistic parent, especially yourself, like where you've got 2 children, you can see that if you're educated in autism, it's not as simple as knowing the tick boxes. You also have to sort of cater to establish them individual quirks in your own children and your own people. It might not present as obvious as it does when you're learning it. Living it is a completely different
thing.
situation. I mean, I had criticism because my child could queue for pizza on a Friday. No, sorry, she couldn't queue for pizza on a Friday, but she could queue the rest of the week. And it came to light that when I eventually got it out of her, there was more people in the queue because it was pizza on a Friday. So she could cope the rest of the week. Do you get what I'm saying?
And that's why it comes to Tara and Tessa. You remember when I said that at the beginning, that because my daughter used to get looked at because she just randomly waved, if regardless what course I went on or whatever, I just, as a parent, the way I deal with it to get the attention for her and to make her feel happy and laughing and that, I end up jumping on the floor and doing it myself just to get the attention onto me, because there are horrible people out there that will say, "Oh, what's that kid doing? A bit weirdo," and whatever. When in fact, like, as parents, we're going to stick up for our kids, aren't we? So instead of her going through that, hearing those nasty comments, I'd rather it be turned to me. So I've done stupid things where I'll just drop on the floor and like wave at people, and she'd laugh, and then people look at me funny. And regardless of what education you give me learning how to autism, what they're going to say in what courses to say, how would you deal with that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But so Tara,
I was told by a professional to carry a egg timer around and only speak for 3 minutes until the egg timer run out, and that way she would understand that I had the right to speak to others without her kicking off, because obviously with social issues when she was younger, she didn't like me talking to people because she was with me. Now she's older, I can do my own thing because we're not joined at the hip. But as a child, she didn't have much choice but to be with me. So if I had interaction, she was included in that, and she hated it, and she didn't deal with that well. She didn't fare with it well. But that was really controlling to me as a parent, and it caused me problems in society, because one day I was really sociable and I was like, hi, waving across the road, desperate for a chat with the other mothers. The next day, I'd have her with me, like say I'd bumped into her when she was at school and I could do that. But then if I bumped into them and I had her with me at shopping and stuff, I'd be crossing the streets and like putting my head down and trying to ignore the person, like just to try and get them to not speak to me, because I knew it would kick her off and it would set her off, and you're constantly trying to pick your battles. But that was the happy compromise. Have a egg timer. If someone tries to speak to you, whip out the egg timer, and then she's got a visual cue and she knows how long it's going to last. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, who knows? But you get so much advice. Well, it didn't work for me. It didn't work for me at all, because I wanted to chat. I wanted to talk to people. I wanted friends. It isolated me. It isolated me beyond belief. But if I didn't try the things that the professionals were imposing on me, then I was labelled as a bad parent. So you have to go with it. Like there's a lot more interference in your parenting when you've got the world watching you. And when you have a child with additional needs and issues, you do have a lot of professionals involved. So you're constantly open to criticism. You're constantly open to different opinions. You're constantly having to explain over and over again what you've tried, what you've not tried, having to justify. And that takes a toll on your mental health, because you can essentially behind closed doors be really, really happy. But if somebody's coming at you with negative words and criticism, at some point you're going to break. That's normal. And you can't win, because if you ignore it, then they think you're cold-hearted and you don't care, and you get labelled as the parent that's not bothering. If you feed into it, like it might not work for you and all the rest of it, but you're still going to get criticised, because then you'll get the set of parents accusing you of spoiling your child, or if I was you, I'd do this. If I was you, I'd do that. So there is no solution, is there? Almost within that environment.
It goes back to the stigma. The stigma and the understanding around like autism alone, mental health aside, but autism alone. But then again, autism and mental health kind of link together, because with autism, say as a child, and I don't know if your child went through getting name calls and stuff like that, and getting extra support in school. So my child, who's 10, Lottie, she gets segregated, so she works with 2 other kids who's got disabilities onto a table doing schoolwork, and then she's got all her other friends who are normal to her. That's her words, normal, over there, and she's quite segregated. So when she comes out of school, some parents, like now, because she's got a disability, won't invite Lottie to a birthday party, for example, because she's got a disability. But before the disability was announced, she was getting invited to everything, and then all of a sudden now she's been classed as autistic. They segregate her, and I just think, and seeing your daughter upset, like, obviously it angers me. It angers me. And the school's answer is funding. Like, I don't care about funding. You shouldn't segregate any child. But I'm glad. Is your daughter better now?
This is why. I mean, my daughter, I did try and get her diagnosed with the seasonal condition. SAD. I don't know if you've heard of the seasonal condition.
Yeah.
She did in her social function in that time of year, and that time of year when she was younger, it was documented over and over again that her senses became more, like unmanageable and so forth. And there was a few months of the year when she was in primary school where she'd become not capable of being in the classroom, and she'd have to come out the classroom, and she was outside the headmistress's office doing her work, and it was really difficult to get her into school. And then she'd end up with a few weeks a year where she couldn't even get to school, like it would become so unmanageable for her. But in this specially designed autistic school that she goes to now, the last couple of years while she's been there, like, even though she's dipped, it hasn't become unmanageable. So it just goes to show that it's been in the right environment for the right person that makes the difference. And any issues or difficulties that a human being in general have, become non-existent if they're in the right setting, in the right place, around the right people. And that
I
even
agree.
goes back to what you're saying about children's parties, because when my daughter I wanted to go to the children's parties because I wanted to talk to the mums and I wanted to be included. She hated it. She didn't want to do it.
You love my
And again,
daughter's
that used
school.
to be a mission. Yeah, like we'd have to get there early. I'd have to take her in, climatise her, take her out again, bring her back in. You know, like it was a big, long, drawn out process. And sometimes it'd be like pick your battles, can't bother to go. But other times you persevere with it. Then once she was in there, she'd make me look really stupid because she'd love it, and she'd be like a different child, and it'd be like, oh, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'll
that's
get
the
that.
thing, because her way of processing to be included was different. A lot of it came down to, did other people around me have the patience to put up with me having to do that for her, rather than her not be able to do it? It
Yeah.
would be the pace of how she was doing it and the initiation of how she was doing it. And society being as it is, they're used to these chaotic kids going, rah, party time, and rushing in and enjoying it. So if you've got a child that's looking like it's not enjoying it, then you're opening up yourself up to criticism again, aren't you? Because even if you know your child and you know that she's going to have a really great time, if you persevere with it, you're going to get all them parents going, well, they shouldn't be here. Like, well, don't force that. Oh, you're right. And so you're desperately trying to keep your child away from people having social interaction while she's climatizing, and they think they're helping by coming over and asking if they're all right, and you get all that, and it becomes
That's crazy. It does happen to my daughter. Like she used to just go to parties but sit on our knee and like just nervous, but she really wanted to be there. And like disco's going or whatever, and you can see her rocking, and then she just needs about an hour to eventually go in and get involved.
Fun, yeah, but in that time, if parents or other people made you feel uncomfortable and you go,
it's game over. It's game over.
Yeah, exactly.
I might as well go home.
You've looked out in the end game, so to speak. And schools like that as well in mainstream, because they haven't got the resources or the teachers and all the rest of it, they may be capable of attending a mainstream school and interacting and all the rest of it. But by the time their time processing has allowed them or got them used to being in that environment to open themselves up for learning or whatever it is to be inclusive, the time slot's gone. So they missed it.
Yeah.
We're living on a 24-hour clock. Not everyone's like that. They're not built or designed for a 24-hour clock. And in lockdown, it was great to see how my daughter actually processed with time, because there was no 24-hour. She could get up, she could do things at her own pace and go to sleep at her own pace. And there was a defined pattern, but it wasn't a 24-hour clock.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? Like,
I'll get you.
Different. So if there was a school designed around her cycle, it would have worked, wouldn't it? Clearly.
It's just adjusting. And again, I hate it, especially, I don't think it's just this country. They're talking to a few Americans recently. It's happening there where, but they kind of understanding it a bit more, where schools are adjusting themselves. But our schools local to here will just put them in a corner. It's mainstream, put them in a corner. There's your separate work, and that's it. And to me, like, that's why bullying starts, and that's why they're going to start getting bullied and stuff like that. And then the confidence. So my son, 17, he used to come home and say, I'm thick. And I went, well, no, you're not. You're not thick. Well, I'm told I'm thick because I'm doing different work in school. And I went, are you doing different work in front of the other kids? Yeah, so I'm getting called thick. And he gave up. He tried his best at GCSEs and that, but I just said to him, just do your best. And that's what I asked. But he still jokes about that, saying he's thick, and it upsets me because no child should say they're thick. No child is thick. It's just having that right school environment to help them and push them, support them. And obviously, I don't think kids get supported enough with autism, and that's my 5 pence. But Tara, I want to talk about you now.
Me.
Yeah. I want to talk about you now. So, did Anna talk to you what we discussed earlier? She spoke to you
about doing some sort of fashion show.
I'm on that.
Huh?
I definitely want to do that.
Yeah. Are you going to be a model?
I'll put a thong on and flamingos.
Yeah.
I'll do
Living
it.
it up, living the dream.
Yeah, you don't sound convincing.
You, I'm all for doing the catwalk.
Yeah, but can't I do it? Wouldn't I look good?
We can all do it. Inclusive,
Yeah.
isn't it? Diversity, inclusive.
There we go. There we go.
We're all
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
We all dye our hair. I've dyed my hair blue.
As long as it's not in the next 4 weeks, I'm up for dyeing my hair after.
No one invited you.
Oh, sod you then.
Why was diversity and inclusion? That was short-lived, wasn't it?
Sorry. No, I'm joking. No, but about you. So, what? Obviously, what do you do now? So, you're enjoying life. What do you do for yourself now? Like, obviously, you've done all that for your kids. Yeah, for yourself. Like, not. Yeah, not.
Like,
you know what I mean?
For me, like literally, as my child's got like Tiara was like my daughter. She was joined at my hip for years and years and years. And at some point, like at one point, like when she was out of school, I used to be like working in teacher assistant, working in schools and so forth. And I couldn't even do that because I couldn't commit to it, because if she didn't go into school or she was late going to school, like it imposed onto even working in school hours, if that makes sense. So I ended up being classed as her carer. And that's how I ended up getting into media and doing all the bright and breezy with the modelling, the hosting, the events and things like that. So that is kind of what I do, bumble along and have a bit of bright and breezy in my life.
That's good. And I see you.
I enjoy it. Like things like this, I love it. Love it. It's interaction, isn't it? And if you can imagine that my life was so isolating behind closed doors for so many years. Like I said, like with my boys, I had neighbours, friends in and out. It got to the point where professionals really intervened, and I was classed as being a bad parent if I chose to have friends. And I was criticised because if my daughter didn't like them, it was like, well, why doesn't she like them? You know, who are these friends? You know, what is her issue? Why are you choosing to have a friend, so to speak? So it just became easier to not have friends. So it was literally that simple. Like I couldn't even have phone calls at one point, because if my daughter kicked off because I was on the phone, I was criticised. And again, it'd be like I was made to feel bad, like I was putting my needs before her needs. So I just couldn't do it. So I became really controlled. That is the only way to describe it. My life was full of control. So as she got older and I've become my own person and got my life back.
Yeah.
You can understand really like why I get so much energy being around events and people enjoying themselves and being a social butterfly, because I was deprived of that for so many years. And it goes against my character, and my character was neglected to put my daughter's character first as a priority from them years where she needed to have that, if that makes sense.
No, it does, because I totally get where you say you so I don't know if you know my story much. So basically, social services got involved with my kids. I nearly lost my kids.
Yeah,
so
I think that is a similar story with a lot of children with issues. That
but
instead of
that's
getting
to do.
supported, they get crucified, and
It's
a
my,
lot.
my children got nearly taken off me because I don't know if I told you last year. So stuff happened to me back in the day, and then last year it all happened again, and I turned to drink and drugs a lot, and it just really the people outside made their own judgments and thought, oh, because I had so many different people involved, oh my god, different people involved and stuff like that. I nearly got the kids taken off me. I had to not be allowed around them for a month. So I get that. So I see how you fight. I'm not happy with you though, because was it today or yesterday you put a picture of you dance on the floor and some man was dancing near you, and you put picnic. Would you take me picnic beach, or what did you put? Picnic beach. I put beach. I put beach, and it was picnic. I thought you was a beach kind of lady, not picnic.
I love a beach. I love a beach. I love a picnic.
But you put picnic. Why was the picnic the right answer?
What do you mean a right answer? There wasn't a right answer.
So why did I click beach? I clicked beach, and it went X, and the correct answer it came a green tick picnic.
I
You
don't
better
know.
ask.
I didn't
You
see
better
that.
ask all your followers. You must have. Or you must have.
Maybe it
It's
was
the
like the
highest vote.
majority picked that. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
the low
yeah.
one. That would probably
Yeah.
be why, because I didn't pick that. When I met my daughter's dad, the very first date that we ever went to was a picnic.
Mm. Do you want to play a
Yeah.
game with us? Do you want to play a game with us quickly?
Yeah, wanna play a game?
Well,
Has the game got
I've got Mrs. Doubtfire here first, and she's got a game.
Go on.
Hello,
Oh my God,
Hello,
Daddy Doubtfire.
Daddy Doubtfire.
Daddy Doubtfire.
What have they got? What is it?
You're
Got
right, mate. We're ready to play.
It's not.
We want to play a game.
This is my usual.
Yeah,
get
wanna
up.
play a game?
We want to play a game. Let's play the game. So, what's the game, Miss Doubtfire?
Yeah.
Your internet's rubbish.
Right, I don't know if the connection's bad, but you keep cutting in and out, so I don't know.
It's not me, it's you.
Trust me, it's been fine.
Glad it's not me for once.
Is it me or is it him?
It's always
No,
Am
I
I
think
following
it's
you,
him.
Tracy?
yeah.
Am I following you, Tracer,
So,
as well? Like, I've taken if I'm not.
Are you what? What did you say, Tara?
Go on. I was making sure, like, if I'm not following, then I have to follow you after in it and stay in touch.
You're probably
Kieran,
not.
Kieran, do
Joe.
you want to
probably-
see something cool?
No, hang on. I'm actually going to tell Tara off here. You're probably not following. I'm upset, actually. Why are you not
Yeah, well,
following?
You can't
I
pick
don't
people on the
know.
spot like that.
I've been following you before we even interacted.
Right, if I'm not following you on any platforms, prompt me. Make sure that I've got everything up to date.
Yeah, and I want this catwalk organised or catwalk show,
Wait,
whatever.
Yeah,
I
she's
really
gonna
want
do
to.
it. She said that she's going to do it, so I think you
I really-
convinced her.
I'm convinced that I'm good at convincing. Okay,
Yeah.
so I appreciate that. So, so what's your plans for the rest of the week? You got any more party shows coming up?
I'm actually going somewhere on Wednesday with Anna.
Where are you going? You was near my house the other week.
Yes, I got told at the castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, Dave, Courtney, I don't know if he mentioned his stepson, but his stepson died a long time ago, like years ago.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, years ago. And probably best not to, if you post this, best to cut this bit out. But his stepson got killed. So I went to school with his stepson.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
So you
you
bigger
you're
issues
fine.
in the world as a parent when you're having difficulties with your child. Can you imagine losing one? Oh my God, my heart
Mm.
bleeds for that man.
So
He's
what?
so lovely. He's so sweet. He's actually hilarious.
He's
Funny man.
misunderstood
Really
a lot around here.
well. Like
Yeah,
when we went there, he's really welcoming. He's a gentleman.
What did you think of the area?
Didn't really see a lot of it because we went to the White House first dressed as a princess, like for the coronation, and then we jogged on down to there after because we promised. that
Jogged
they would
on?
show free.
You didn't jog
Yeah.
here.
Jogged. Right. We drove. We
You drove.
arrived in Oak Ridge.
Yeah, well, you was 5 minutes away. I was upset. I thought, what? You're 5 minutes from my house. But
Kieran, I want to
so-
show you something.
go on then. If it's not funny,
I drew you.
you drew me.
Yeah.
Go on then.
That's pretty cool.
Are you ready?
Go on.
Wow.
My nose that big?
Can you see it?
Yeah,
It's
but it looks like.
beautiful. You're very good
Sorry.
at art.
Don't. Why are you
I think it
lying,
looks quite like you.
Tara?
I
Why
even
would
got-
you?
I even got the
Compliment
headphones
someone-
on.
It looks like hair.
It's my headphones, mate.
Do you know who I look like? I look like who's in Matilda?
Princess
Matil-
Leia.
No, Matilda.
Beard. Oh, Miss Trunchbull.
Yeah, I look like Miss Trunchbull.
I got a
Well-
question for you.
Go on.
If you could see me as any fictional character, what one would spring to mind?
Edna
On that note.
Moz.
Who?
You know, from The Incredibles, the costume
Ah.
designer.
Oh yeah, I could
The
see
one that's
that.
like Edna
Oh shit! Oh shit! I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. Right, who would you?
She's funny as well, though. She's actually a really sick character.
From
looking at me?
Flintstones. From the Flintstones. What's her name?
Who? Me?
No, not you.
Oh.
Is it Elma? Yeah, Elma.
Is it Elma?
You're Elma. Let me turn my lights on. Elma. No, that's all right. Yeah, you're Elma. Who have you been compared to?
I'm just curious. I just wanted to throw that out there. I thought we'd have a little question time.
Go on then. What about me? Who would you? And you're not allowed to say Aladdin.
Now we really want to say Aladdin, don't we?
Oh, no one assumes you're a prince, Kieran. Don't worry.
Or Apu from The Simpsons. You're not allowed to say that. Come on, Tara. Who would I be?
Who would you be?
Someone from a movie.
Let me turn my light on while you're thinking. And Mr. Doubtfire, you look sexy.
Thank you.
You'd be like Mufasa from The Lion King. In the nice sense of like good dad,
Mufasa.
protective.
Mufasa's a baddie. Mufasa's a baddie.
No, that's Scar. Mufasa is the dad. I'm saying he's a good dad. He's protective. It's that family orientated type, isn't it?
That's it. You are quite family orientated as well, isn't you, Mister? That comes across.
Yeah, I am. I don't have a choice. I've got
spent a whole hour thinking about your kids, so
I haven't spent. Oh my god, no, I haven't.
No, that's what. Well, we have, haven't we? We've been speaking about the kids.
No, to be fair, just I've done bad stuff in my time, and I'm just trying to show my kids that you can change, and I just want my kids to be proud of me, and obviously doing a safe space between us. I don't want anyone to go through what I went through when I went through a dark phase, feeling alone and that. So I don't know if you know much about us, Tara. So obviously we do the podcast.
I watched you a little bit on Ed's show.
Yeah, but you know we don't just do the podcast. So I've helped around about 189 people around the world with support the last 5 weeks. So between Australia, America here, Portugal, people come listening to the podcast, hearing people's stories, they come and ask for support. So basically I go out and find the support for them, and then so 189 we've helped so far at the moment. So
you're basically into signposting people to find their tribe and find.
Yeah, and we redo the searching for them and stuff like that, or the calls to start off with.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, I've done a lot of advice work over the years, and I actually enjoy it. It gives you a sense of purpose, doesn't it? And it establishes
100%.
identity in yourself. It also kind of justifies the bad stuff in the world to a degree, because when you're struggling and you can't see any hope or reason for you to be going through them journeys, and you're like, what the hell is this? Like when you get to a place where you can help the next person learn their life lessons and make it a little bit more comfortable for them, then at least you can think, well, something good has come out of me going through that, or you going through that. Because when you're in it, there's no rational reason or sense or anything that anyone can say to you to give you any comfort of why this is happening to you and why it just goes through, doesn't it?
I believe with this, because I used to love football coaching, and Tessa know and Edwin know, that's all I've done while I was working at prison in my spare time doing football coaching and stuff. But I've never had, I'm not religious or anything, and I respect to anyone who is, But I feel like this was my purpose to go through all that shit and to do this now. If that makes
goes
sense.
all the way back to what we said at the beginning, where like
Yeah.
you can learn with your certificates, but it's very different from personalising it and
To
having that
experiencing it.
empathy of experiencing it in your own individual ways.
It's
You
like
can
Lee's clearly
generalise,
experienced.
but you can't. Yeah, I mean, it's so different from walking that journey, isn't it? I mean, when
Yeah.
you've had mental health yourself over the years as well, and I think everyone's going to experience it at some point in some form, and if you haven't, you're just in the queue. Number one.
Exactly.
But
Thank you.
But number two, when you say to someone, have you experienced mental health? They can go, yeah, completely get it. Been through it myself. I know exactly what you mean. No, you don't. Because regardless of how many situations you've experienced and how many times you've gone to them depths in your mental health, every time you do, changes, because the process and the circumstances are so individual. So at one point you might be experiencing postnatal depression, one time you might be experiencing a trauma because somebody's died, the next time you might be experiencing, every experience is so different, but it still adds to your mental health well-being and needs, and the process and the way you deal with it is going to change every single time as well. You can experience
I've been trying to say that. Thank you.
but you can experience a situation like a lot of women miscarry over the years, and they all come together and they support each other naturally so, and say, you know, I understand and I've been there myself. But when you experience different types of miscarriages in different types of situations at different times, then you start to realize, well, actually I said to that other woman that I understand and I hear you and I'm here for you and I know how you're feeling, but actually no, I have no clue, because this time I'm feeling different and the next time I'm going to feel different again. So I think when somebody's going through something that you might belittle and think, well, why are you upset over that? Because I've been traumatized more and gone through more and you're really upset and can't go over that. You just got to realize that the process, it's not always the actual thing or the actual event. It's the mindset at that time and the coping skills that you've got or the support around you that will ultimately decide whether that situation is something that you can deal with quicker than other times, if that makes sense. And some people don't deal with stuff until years later, do they? They put it in a little box and they compartmentalize it and they come back to it years later and everything's great, and then suddenly they let go themselves and it all comes flooding back. So I think society is too quick to judge mental health a lot of the time because they think, well, I experienced that and I was all right, so why aren't you? And it's not about us in that moment, it's about that other person, isn't it?
I agree, and we just got to stop the judge. And that's my mission. I know people say you never get it. I don't care what anyone says. Like, I'm on a big mission. They're in the queue, and it's just we shouldn't. They might not understand that, but they will when it happens to them. It's just I just find it really upsetting that people can sit here now or sit probably watching us now saying, regardless because what I've learned talking to people like yourselves, everyone on this screen and everyone watching, is my story is completely different to yours. We all have a unique story. We all go through different times, and it's how we are brought up. It's how our circle, family circle, and friend circle is, and how we cope with things. And it's just respecting and understanding that we all different. We just got to be there for each other and stop the stigma, really. Like, and I applaud you for what you said, because that's what I've been trying to say for a long time. But you just said it properly, in a proper way, and respect to everyone.
There is no proper way. There's a different way.
It's a different way. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. But Lee, sexy boy. So what's the game we're playing? So let's start this game. Explain the rules.
Right, so it's the 5-second rule game. So I've got a list of questions here, and amongst yourselves, you'll take it in turns. I'll give you the category, and then you've got 5 seconds to. So example would be name 3 countries north of Birmingham, and then you've got 5 seconds to name.
God.
I'm so bad at things like this.
But what
There's a forfeit though.
And what we do, I'll be host. That's why I'm all dressed up, looking like a host. Woo! And I thought I'd give you a laugh because you've been like 11 hours going now, so I thought I'd brighten up your evening. So when you get in your dark start glow the hours on the graveyard shift. Just have this thought in your head, all right? And then,
I'm gonna get a Henry Hoover out.
and then we're doing the first person to.
Did anyone get that? Did anyone get the Henry
Yeah,
Hoover
I've
joke?
got that.
Tara's looking confused. Tara, did you get the Henry Hoover joke?
No.
Oh my god! I'll message you
Text
later.
Yeah,
I'll
don't
have to
say it
text
live.
it.
Don't say it live.
The first
You look
person,
confused.
the first person gets to 5, then can give a forfeit out to the others.
What happened to
Okay.
the water thing?
Well, I didn't know because you said about all the electrics and stuff, so I didn't know. So you could give that forfeit as a water challenge tomorrow for the bucket.
All right, yeah. So tomorrow, Tara, I'm doing an ice bucket challenge, yeah? So I'm going to be nominating people across Facebook. So if you get nominated, so if you lose, if I win and I nominate you tomorrow, it's 2 buckets.
2 buckets. I've got nowhere to do that tomorrow. I'm afraid. I'm out.
You'll have to stand in the shower or the bath.
You'll have to do it when you get home. There's no excuses. You're going to be somewhere possible to do it. We all are. This is for charity. This is for a good cause. Are you saying mental health? You're not going to do this for mental health, Tara.
Manipulation at its finest. Isn't it?
Come then, let's go. Let's play.
Right, so Kieran, we'll start with you. So there's 2 colours on the card. One's easy, one's hard. I won't tell you which way round. So red or yellow?
What's the forfeit?
Red.
It'd be an extra
You have to pick the forfeit. You have to pick the forfeit.
Oh, okay.
First
Let
person,
them pick the forfeit.
yeah, first person to get 5 cards is the winner, and then they can name the forfeit for the other 2 people.
Right.
All right, cool. Go on.
Okay, so Kieran, red or yellow?
Red.
Okay, so you've got to name 3 famous Williams in 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 5.
Robin Williams, Robbie Williams, and oh no!
Time. So you can get that one. Right, who's going next?
Quick.
We can do it 10 if you want, but it's the game's 5, so it's up to you guys if you want to make
No,
it 10.
leave it as 5. It's better that way.
Right, so
Right.
Tara or Tessa next? Which person? Who wants to go next?
Go on then.
Right.
Go on, Tara.
Right,
Tara.
Tara, red or yellow, Tara?
Red.
Okay, so you've got to name 3 news or current affairs TV programs. So 3,
God.
2, 1, go.
Traitors, Oscars, and the Antiques, the Great Antique Show.
Okay, yeah, right, we'll give that. So that's 1 point to Tara. I'll put Tara's card over there. Right, Tessa, red or yellow?
So Tara's winning.
This has got 1
Blue.
point.
So,
Surprise me.
Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm going to give this one because this second one's quite thin. So, name 3 famous men with moustaches. Go.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
Oh, that. That's
Yeah.
so hard.
As soon as you put the other one was named 3 jewellery stores, so I thought that'd be quite easy.
Oh, yeah.
Papa Smurf, man. Look, Papa Smurf's got a moustache. Go on.
Right, Kieran, back to you. So, red or yellow, Kieran?
Red.
Red, okay. Name 3 occasions to send someone a card.
Birthday, Christmas, Easter.
Okay, well done. Right, put your point over there.
That was sick.
That was very quick as well. Right,
That was
Tara,
good. You didn't even think about it.
Tara, back to you. Red or yellow?
Yellow.
Yellow. Ears. Name 3 talk show hosts.
Oh
Go.
my good God. I don't watch a lot of telly. I'm buggered.
Time.
Show host.
Time up.
You need a buzzer,
Tara,
didn't you?
3 talk.
I'll go.
You didn't know that.
I would.
She's at
if I
party.
had to
She's
pick
at partying
my
too
phone,
much.
I'd
Exactly.
She's partying too much, isn't it? She parties too much. That's weird.
Right. Tessa, over to you. So red or yellow?
Yellow.
Yellow. Okay. So name 3 movie villains. Right, go.
Venom. Silver Surfer.
Time. It's once you put that time limit on it, it just makes
I
everything
know,
so hard.
it's really bad.
Your mind
And I
just
only
goes.
had them in my head because me and my stepson was watching the Fantastic Four and the old Spider-Mans recently.
So who's winning?
You and Tara both got one, and Tessa's yet to score yet, but we'll get
All right.
Tessa now in the next round. Right, Kieran,
Tessa, and it's any forfeit, yeah? Go on.
yeah, once you get to
Oh.
5.
Tessa's look for your nose if I win.
So
Kieran,
Kieran,
don't forget, you've still got to come around my house and clean for me. So be nice
Anyway.
to me and I'll be nice to you.
So, next question. Go on.
Right, red or yellow?
Red.
Red, okay. Name 3 satellite TV channels. Go.
Sky Sports, Sky Movies, and Gold.
Oh, yeah, you got that. That's quite easy. There's about 5,000 to choose from, so. Right, Tara,
You
red
could
or
have said
yellow?
1, 2, 3.
Exactly, yeah. Red, okay. Oh, this is tricky. Name 3 types of wildcats.
Wild cats? What,
Yeah.
like tiger, lion,
I think
and
so.
cougar?
Yeah, there you go,
Yeah.
done.
Well done, Tara. Well done.
So,
Tara.
It's unlikely things, though, isn't it? Chatto, it's like.
And you didn't get the chat
That
host.
one right, but no, it's not about cat.
that just proves how everyone's
Still
social
make
feelings.
heads.
And then that's when they've got the cats like that, and then the wildcats, like no chance. Right, Tessa, red or yellow?
Yellow.
Yellow, okay. So, name 3 things that you can kick. Go.
A ball,
Yo!
a baby, and a stone.
You.
Kick a baby. Okay.
Hang on, who kicks
ball,
a baby?
and a stone.
Tessa
Oh,
said
I did
baby.
apparently.
She said baby on the second one.
Tara said kick you. Tessa's saying kick a baby. What the fuck's going on? Ladies.
I was trying
Wait,
to
hang on. Can I just say, the world thinks us men are the abusers. Women, Jesus Christ. Ladies, calm down. Kick you. Right, so what's the score? Who's winning?
Right, so Kieran's on
got
2. Yeah, Kieran's on 2, Tara's on 2, and Tessa's on 1.
Hang on, did Tara just say I've got 2? You counting, Tara? She's proper counting. Oh my god.
She wants to win. She's in it to win it.
She's in it to win it.
Okay,
Go on, then.
Kieran, back to you. So red or yellow?
Red.
Okay. Name 3 breakfast drinks. Go.
Juice, tea, coffee.
Okay, well done.
Kieran, you're getting all the easy ones.
Have you clocked? The red is the easy questions. Haven't you noticed I've said red every round?
No, because I got yellow with the cats, didn't I?
Yeah, I think.
I've said yellow every round.
That's really hard though.
It's just what you know, isn't it? I
I'll go
think.
yellow again. Let's see. I'll go yellow again and let's see.
Okay, so Tara is yellow. So name 3 things a doctor does to you at the surgery.
Prescribe medicine and make you late for your next appointment because they're always running late.
You got it in there. Well done.
I'll give you that. I was thinking something else, but I like that last one. It just sounded wrong when you said, "What does a doctor do?"
And the word
Yeah,
is
it's like, oh la la.
Next question. Move on before my mouth gets me in trouble.
right. Tessa, red or yellow?
Red.
Okay, so name 3 car parts.
Wheel,
Go.
exhaust, bonnet.
Well done.
Is bonnet a car part?
Of course it is. It's on the car.
It's on the car.
Yeah.
I think it's the exterior, innit? It's not a part.
It's still
It's
part of
on
a
it.
car. Yeah.
Bonnet, boot.
Move on. Move
Good
on.
I played this game with my kids yesterday. This is exactly like the conversations we were having.
Move on before I kick off. I
You
don't
ended
like
up getting
moving.
so technical, didn't you? Just
Next
win.
question. Next question.
Right.
Next question. You're affecting my mental health.
Kieran, red or yellow?
Yellow. Let's go yellow.
Okay. So name 3 things you need for a camping holiday. Right, go.
A toilet, a
Time,
shower gel.
time, you're out of time. Why did it take so long to start?
Campfire.
Yeah.
I've never been camping.
Torch.
I love camping.
I do.
I like
Kieran,
camping.
we should do camping.
Yeah.
Why do I want to go camping?
Well,
Why would I want to
you
go
can
camping?
you can do like a fishing camping thing, and people can sponsor you however many fish you catch. That's how much I have to donate.
Fucking yeah. There's nothing. I'm me fish. Next question. Next person.
Yellow.
I'm
I'm
getting
gonna go
tired.
yellow
You-
again.
You
Okay,
can see I'm getting tired.
Tara's got yellow. Right, Tara, name 3 types of teas. Go.
Tetley's teas, lemon teas, and herbal teas.
Well, she got it. Well done.
Lavender teas.
Yeah.
She drinks
Tara
teas.
teas.
Tara teas.
Yes, you're a tea drinker for sure.
You're a tea drinker.
Right, Tessa, red or yellow?
Red.
Okay, so name 3 things that need replacing. Go.
Batteries, tires, brakes.
Well done. Right, so we're doing a score thing. So Kieran, you're on 3, Tara's on 4, and Tessa's on 3. So if Tara gets her next one, she'll be setting out the forfeits.
Oh, mate.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm kind. I'm kind.
So
You're
Kieran,
kind. We see how kind you are. We'll see.
Kieran,
Kind.
There's still time for me to win.
there's still
Come on.
time to catch up. But so red or yellow, Kieran?
Yellow.
Yellow. So you've got name 3 things you might find in a greenhouse. Go.
Plants, greens, and flies. I don't know.
Are we accept? What was the second one?
Greens. I don't know
I
what I said.
would accept that because greens is like vegetables, isn't
Vegetables
it?
and stuff, yeah.
Stuff,
Okay, we'll give it to you then.
On a technicality.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, Tara, for the win. Red or yellow?
Another
Get it on.
yellow.
Another yellow. Oh, I think she's going to get this one. Right,
Oh, shut up.
name 3 cheeses. Go.
Cheeses. Cheddar
Yeah.
cheese, blue cheese. You've muted my mic.
5
5 seconds are gone. 5 seconds are gone. Show signs. I know your
Is that why
seconds.
you muted me?
Oh wow, cheating!
Oh, do I
I
take
think
a card?
Kieran loses a point. He's got to lose a point for cheating.
Yeah, Kieran, I'm going to take a card off
Actually
you for that.
muted me, didn't he?
That was a bit sneaky. I'll have to bring the school teacher out at me now. I'm going to have to take a
I
card off
actually
you.
love these.
No way.
Yeah, you got to learn. Good choices come with good outcomes. Bad choices come with bad outcomes. And you muted someone's mic, so I'm taking a point away.
Oh, mate. Did Tara get it right? Did she get it right?
The time went.
Tara, what cheeses?
There's loads of cheeses. Dairy Lee, there's spreadable cheese, there's brie cheese.
So next, she's no, she ain't won. Carry on.
She's still on 4. And
Oh,
She
Might
looks
be all
fuming.
right.
Tara, you look pissed.
But cheese.
she's still going with the cheeses. Right. Tessa, red or
I'll
yellow?
go red.
Red. Okay, name 3 animals or birds beginning with the letter M.
Monkey,
Right.
mammoth, moose,
Yeah, well done.
meerkat.
Yeah, we've got the 4. Right. So scores now going into maybe the last round. Kieran, you're on 3. Tessa's on 4, and Tara's on 4. So it's still anyone's game at the moment. So, Kieran, red or yellow?
Red.
Red, okay. Name 3 historical events. Go.
World War One, World War Two, World War. Is there World War Three?
Not yet. All right. There might be after this game, but
Oh, mate.
right, Tara for the win. Red or yellow?
Yellow.
Okay.
My hands are here. My hands are here.
Right, name 3 famous Steves or Stevens. Go.
Stephen King.
Yeah.
Stephen.
Time.
Tara.
Right, Tab, this is for the win.
All right, red.
If Tessa gets this is 1, she's got the 5. So here it is, the red one for the win. Name 3 things you can do in the air. Go.
Fly.
He's done it again.
If I've done it to Tara, I've got to do
Let
it
me
to
just
you.
recap what I said. Skydive, bungee jump, fly. I said all of that.
She's won. You won. We heard it. We
Kieran,
heard
Go on,
everything.
you can have it. You can have it. Well
Heard
done.
it.
Right, Tessa,
So
then.
what's the forfeit?
Yep.
Wait, so who's got to do the forfeit? Both of you.
Kieran,
I don't
you're
No, it's your gut rule.
yeah, do 1 each. You can do 2 different ones, but you can do 1 each.
Okay.
But 2 different ones. It doesn't have to be the same one. It can be personalised.
Well, and they've got to do it now.
Or like if it's something that Kieran needs to do tomorrow, as long as he gets it done this week. As long as it gets done this week.
Okay. I'll think. I'll come back.
And you have to post it. You have to post that you've done it on the page.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
so Tessa's going to tag us into what we've got to do, yeah?
Yeah, so Tessa's going to put up your forfeits and tag you, and then you've got to post either a picture or a video to show that you've done it by the end of the week. You've got to do it by Friday.
Tara, you on that?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that. It's 9:30. I need to go in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, go on. Tara, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks for joining. And
Maybe
keep in
come on
contact.
another time. Yeah, definitely. We'll
Yeah,
do
keep in
live
contact.
again. Want to do live again. It's quite fun.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll give you a message anyway.
All right, mister. It's
Thank
to meet
you.
all.
Yeah, you too. Thank
Nice
you
to
so
meet
much.
you.
Take care.
Have fun. Thanks for
Yeah, see you
including me.
See you later.
Right, I've got a little bit more time, so you could go again if you wanted against each other to try and win it back, Kieran.
Does any listeners want to come on and join and
Oh, yeah, someone
face?
else wants
Do you know what? Use to entertain each other for 2 seconds. Can I go wooies?
Can I go wee-wees, bless him?
to get your bucket out.
I know. I think he's just using it as an excuse to like get up and like stretch his butt cheeks.
How's,
Like, sitting there for so long.
what conversations have you listened to today that you found quite interesting or learnt something from? Forget the
All of them,
serious.
to be honest. I've been watching for the whole day. I mean, I've had like my earplugs in. I've had like the kids and stuff, so I've not been able to come on for the day. But loads of them, everyone. I think everyone's been very, very, very interesting to watch, and it's really amazing to see so many people from so many different places come together. It's
I think
amazing.
what's been
Great
last-
shout out to Kieran for being on. I mean, he's nearly 12 hours now.
Exactly.
Halfway.
I think what's been really good as well is how open and honest everyone's been. So people have admitted
Yeah.
about their problems and how they helped get through it. So I think it's been really nice.
Absolutely.
Like this is like the first event and everyone feels comfortable enough to come on and like I said, I've done this to give them a cheer up. I've never, if I didn't feel comfortable, chuck all this on because like, as you know, I teach, so it's a little bit. If a parent catches it and then passes it on to their kids, it's a bit like.
No,
and
it's
teenagers,
brilliant.
So yeah, no, I think it's been a really good, successful event so far, and I think the guests have been really amazing. And
Yeah,
so
absolutely. And
different
it's nice to
stuff.
see people commenting as well. I think earlier there was quite a few people. I mean, it's the kind of that time of the day now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It got to a period where it's like school pickup time and people are like leaving work and things like that. But I think it's picking up again. But yeah, it's nice to see so many people commenting and getting involved.
Just while we're here, because obviously the first time we're meeting, why did you decide to get involved with Safe Space? I'll quickly do an interview with you now, sorry.
Oh no, yeah, no, that's fine. So I met Kieran. We used to work together. We weren't like close or really or anything. We just worked like, on night shifts. But then in lockdown, I started baking and like selling cakes and stuff like in the area. So me and Kieran kind of like reconnected because obviously just loves cakes. He's always hungry, as he said earlier today. No, yeah, but me and Kieran kind of reconnected and kind of like stayed in touch throughout the years. And then, do you know what? I'm actually not too sure how the. I'm not actually like 100% sure how this all came about. But Kieran, I'd spoken to Kieran. Kieran had like just put feelers out there. You know, I'm thinking of doing this group, etc. And then I then opened up to Kieran and said, look, well, I've had, you know, experience, well, you know, had issues with mental health. We've spoken, and Kieran said, well, this is what I want to do. I want to do this first episode. I want to be the first person to speak, because if I speak, then other people will be inspired to speak and feel more confident and comfortable about speaking their stories and their experience with mental health. And so yeah, so I went to Kieran's and we filmed the first episode. You know, had Joe had a talk about things, and then filmed my episode, and then now we're here 5 weeks later. Do you know what I mean? Like, crazy amount of people already in the group. It's nuts how quickly it's expanded, but it's amazing at the same time.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think what you guys have achieved over the last 5 weeks is incredible. Especially, like, we all know about Mind and that, but it took Mind years to get established and stuff like that. And like you said, you've helped over 180 people in 5 weeks, so it's incredible. So hats off to you.
It's amazing.
I know, like, Kieran's putting himself through this for the challenge and stuff like that, but I also think you guys in the background need a lot of credit as well, because you're a team and you seem like a team that gel well together, and you want to do your best to help and support people. So applause to you guys as well. Running in the
I'll
background
give
as
all
well.
of the applause to Kieran, honestly. Kieran is once he puts his mind to something, he's all for it. You know, he had this dream of being worldwide, helping as many, completely breaking the stigma. You know, he's spoken about wanting to go into schools and have talks, and he just has all these crazy ideas, and I guarantee you he'll succeed in every single one of them. Once he puts his mind to something, he's doing it. That's the kind of guy that he is. But he doesn't stop. This is the one thing, the one negative thing is that he doesn't stop. And then you've got me messaging him like, Kieran, take a break. Do you know what I mean? Have a day off, will ya?
100%. I think from the couple of weeks that I've known him, I'll get that vibe as well. He's very determined, and determined people get somewhere. It's about that resilience, isn't it? Breaking the door down.
He's got that drive.
Yeah. I know he's back, so we'll start being nasty again now.
I know, your ear's burning.
Yeah.
No, I think I need to get a quilt. Wait there, can I get my bed sheet, please? Get cold back 2 seconds. I'll actually wait there. Yeah, I need to get my.
You didn't know what a tent was.
I know, yeah. That's because he's getting tired, isn't it? That's why he's getting cold.
So I've done.
I've said to Kieran, I'm free for the night, so I'll stay awake with him tonight.
Yeah, like, this is the point. So at my last job, we've done a couple of 24-hour challenges for children in need and comic relief and stuff. So we got like sporting equipment. Like, I created it a couple of years ago. Based off of when I was a kid, we did a 24-hour sponsored phone with judo. So you go on with your partner, get thrown about for 15 minutes and keep swapping. And that went on all night. So at my last place, I was working at an alternative learning provision. And I just said, why don't we try a 24-hour thing for charity? So we picked a rowing machine. And it was 5 during the day because the kids were on site as well, so they could come and help. But as soon as everyone went home, like 8 o'clock, we were left on home for 3 of us. And we had to keep going. Yeah, the next person came in about 5:30 in the morning, and it's this time of night. From now onwards, you start feeling a bit lonely, because we were streaming on Facebook. We had to mute it because obviously it was in a school environment, and so. But it was like, this was the lonely time, because, like you said, people are in and out at different times, and this is between now and like the early hours is the real time. It's hitting you, and you sit there and think, why am I doing something like this? And stuff like that, and then the morning comes again, you get that second boost.
Oh, mate, I'm feeling it. Have I done halfway yet?
Yeah, you should.
In about 25 minutes, you've hit halfway.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man! I've only done halfway. It's crazy.
Think back of everything you've done and think, shit, I've got to do all of that again.
That's why I asked Tessa why he was away. What's been like a highlight so far, nearly halfway through? for you
What,
today?
but today,
Yeah.
it's always with this safe space between us. I think I'm honoured to meet so many amazing, inspiring people, and I'm quite. I did message shut up, and it did go through. Can you see the word shut up? Can you see me
Uh,
say shut up in the comments?
I can't see the comments. I'm on the StreamYard.
But anyway, yeah, I think just talking to people in general, I think it's inspiring. Like, not just today, every since we've started the safe space between us, that those who comment, those who message, those who me and Tessa spoke to from day one, meeting yourselves, meeting Tara, meeting Anna, all these people I've met over this, and without this platform, I wouldn't have met. And I my hats go off to every single one of you, because we've all. It shows me, and Tessa has said it before. Like, I used to walk around at work with a chip on my shoulder, always think the world revolved around me. And I've realised, and one thing I've realised is we're all unique. We all should be proud of us. So we all could write a book. We all could write a book about our lives, and they'd be sellouts, because if you sit there and write about everything about what you've gone through, it's crazy. And
there you
I'm
go. That's the
learning
task. That's the task for next year. A safe space between us. The book.
where how do you
Self-publishing
know?
on Amazon.
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that ain't already started, man?
No, there you go. No, I'm saying.
Copyright.
No, but I just think like Lee, for example. Obviously, we've realised that we used to drink in the same shithole. Yeah. But
I think both too out of it to probably realise we probably had loads of conversations and not ever.
But we actually met through this properly, and then, like I said, everyone else, and I just think everyone's is inspiring me more and more. And this is giving me, those bad days. Like the other day, Tessa and Lee, I both said I just feel like shit, feel like giving up. I don't feel like a lot was going on with me, and then I talk to people on here, and it just gives me that boost to go. You know what? You're not going to give up. I'm regardless what anyone says to me, and I get passionate about my community, because I do believe. I feel like I need to prove something to my community. I don't know why. It's just because I don't feel the support there. But regardless of them with me or not, this is going to go worldwide. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. And my French is past at 9:30. I've been up for ages. I don't care. But
we might have to put a little explicit warning on the description.
Do you know what hurts me? It hurts me. When you talk to people individually, it hurts me to know that people even older than me still feel so scared to talk their truth, talk about their feelings, because they feel judged. And that to me it shouldn't happen. And when Tara and Tessa and me were talking about autism, and you, Lee, earlier, it hurts me as well, knowing that kids have to go through that stuff, and it just really, really gets me angry. And yeah, I could be talking all night about it. It just again, I just want to thank everyone who's told a story, everyone who's been on the podcast. Thank you, Tessa, for starting this journey with me. Thank you to Emma. Thank you to my kids for putting up with it. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Omni. Thank you, everyone, really. And do you know the other thing, and the last thing I was wrong, because once Tessa knows, once I get talking, I won't shut up.
I'm joking.
No, but do you know the other thing as well? Oh man, I don't know what I was going to say now.
That's a way of stopping you. It just does a little action, and that stops it going on then.
Oh, don't miss it. You know what though? The one thing I will say is that it really does open your eyes, like just in the matter of a few weeks. Like it's reassuring to know that you really are not alone, because there are so many people asking for help. There are so many people that are going through something similar to yourself. Do you know what I mean? But what's really amazing is that through this we've found so many people lovely people who are willing to help.
Yeah, and
there's just as many people that are willing to help you that there are people who need help.
And that's what I was going to say is, forget my circle. It was when I was going through my bad time on Friday. Yeah, it was people I've not even met in the flesh texting me, "Are you okay?" And that, to me, it meant a lot. It really meant a lot. It really meant a lot. And it's just those little things. This is what I'm trying to say to people is
And it
those
shows
little
you
things.
just how easy it is as well to just do one nice thing.
Do you know what? And it made me feel good. It made me feel like, oh, these people actually care. So I'm going to say the name. So Tessa and Omni always tell me off, and Emma always tell me off. You need to take a day off. You need to take a day off. And they're right. Yeah, and I am feeling it. I will eventually at the end of this week log off and take a day off. But with me, once you start something, hence why the blue hair, if I'm going in, I'm going all in. Yeah. If I'm going to race, like, I've been a bit disappointed. Yes, I have, because fuck all has been on the fundraising at the moment. But I've got to remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And gradually, once people out there realise the challenges we are doing week in, week out, because it's not even about this week. I've already trying to sort out jumping out of a plane and stuff like that, trying to sort those things out. And I'm scared of heights, but I'm going to do it for this cause. Rowing machine for 24 hours, which Lee mentioned to me, and half marathons, loads of stuff. There's loads of stuff we've got behind the scenes to sort out, and it's not just about
Could
this
you
week. It's
imagine
not
doing
just.
like a 24-hour walk?
I was going to talk to a few of you about this.
See, I did a step machine, which is like a walk, and that was a killer. But maybe if you actually walk in a route, I know they do that in London sometimes for like cancer and stuff. They do like an actual route for the night. So I think a route would be quite good.
I just want to say though, like,
so you could walk from like London to, I don't know, Birmingham, or I don't know. I don't know how long that would take.
But there's people like yourself, Lee, Tessa and Omni, and then Carrie, who come on earlier. Like, literally only met her through this. Yeah. Through this, I actually messaged her a long time ago, and if you're listening, Carrie, you should be ashamed of yourself. The next thing I say, I messaged her a long time ago because of I don't know what happened. I think it was just checking in. You know, when I do the check-in things on the group, and never replied for weeks, and then just out of the blue the other week, replied. Very apologetic she was, and just started talking, and we actually found a lot similar to our stories. And so Carrie's one, Tessa, Omni, Lee, yourself, still listening. Yeah, be ashamed of yourself, Carrie. And then you got Matt, who the boxing podcast yesterday. Literally met him. Lee told him about. He saw Lee's podcast. Asked to come on. Next minute, he's texting me every day, hey mate, and same vice versa. I don't have that around me anymore, apart from what I have here. And I think you lot are just, everyone commenting, listening, members are just amazing. And it shows the world and society that regardless where we are in life, there's people in this group in Australia, America, Portugal, South Africa, Nigeria, wherever it is. And it just shows that we can all reunite, regardless of what colour, skin, sex, our sex, black, blue, pink, whatever. But we all have one in common. We've all here for the one cause, to break the stigma of mental health and to get support. And for me, it's just, I'm amazed by it. And again, regardless, I'm on my magic carpet. If you join my magic carpet, you can come with me, but if you don't want to, we'll still support you. And yeah, I'm so passionate about it, and I've got the best people around me. Use two views on the screen, more involved. Omni, people in my house. I reckon I could persuade Carrie to get more involved as well. She really lovely person, and there's so many different people like Anna, Tara today, and I've just gone on Facebook and I've not even commented back. One of the guests today have just put an amazing post about me, and I don't do it for that, but it means a lot. It does mean a lot, and I just want to say thank you to those who are supporting this and understand our mission. It does mean a lot. It does mean a lot. But
I
Tessa,
think you need to get Emma on.
I want to do a podcast with Emma. Basically, I want to do a podcast with Emma and talk about what happened last year.
Her
So
experience.
her experience from what I put her through and what she saw, because from her point of view, where not just what I put her through, but what I put her through, but also what she saw me changing, so she can talk her truth about
It would be
what I
really
didn't,
good
what I
because
didn't see.
me and Claire did one 6 months after the stroke, and it was the first time that together we openly spoke honestly. Because when I spoke on the podcast about my feelings of am I stuck out for staying here, I didn't sign up to it, and all that stuff. I didn't actually express that to her until we sat down and thought, right, for the non-identity podcast, right, we'll do a podcast, and we just sat with the phone on the bed for an hour, and we just let it all out properly, and we both said stuff to each other that we didn't know the other person was feeling. So not to get the story out to everyone else, it was quite a good. If you've been through something with your partner, I think just to be open and honest and speak like that is quite a good way of getting
It's like couples therapy, isn't it?
Yeah. Just with a phone.
I think allowing that time with like your obviously if you're in a relationship, talking about your experience, and obviously for Kieran, like allotting a time for you and your partner to speak about an event or your relationship or an experience is really important as well, because it really encourages that like open communication, doesn't it?
Did you hear my poem? Listen, I've written this poem for. It's about me, so I don't know what you think, But
go on.
Can I read it? So I was lost as a child, always in trouble, alone, never any friends. My heart an empty throne. But then I met a lady, and our love was true and strong. We were blessed with 6 children, each one my heart's sweet song. But illness came and trauma too. My heart grew dark and sore. I turned to drink and drugs and debt and lost all that I adored. My wife and children suffered, and I knew I had to change. I turned to self-care and healing, and my life began to rearrange. My children see their father making strides to do some good, and through the world may judge me, I'll make them proud like I should. For those who spread the rumours and cast stones with hateful slurs, I won't hold on to anger. I'll break the stigma and hate's law. The safe space is for everyone, for newborns and for us all. We'll make the world a better place with love and empathy.
That's nice.
Wow. I felt that,
I read that. I read that on the second. I read that on the 2nd of April. To be fair, and one thing this is teaching me, and the likes of you, Tessa, Carrie, especially, have just said, you, Tessa, have you been saying, I can see your confidence getting better and better, and I wouldn't ever have dreamed of reading poems on this. But
do you remember that first day when I came round, Kieran, and we were recording the first episode, and we were just like, just going for it? Do you remember how shy you were then?
Oh, I refused to video it. I didn't want to video it. That's
I know, and it wasn't even particularly because of what you were sharing, i.e., your story. It was more like, oh, I don't know how I sound. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to speak openly like this, and it was all like trial and error, sort of. It was like, oh, that sounds shit. Let's start again. You know what I mean? You'd be like, hi everyone.
We did do it again. We did do it a few times.
Or you'd say something and be like, oh shit, I need to cut that out. Start again. But you've like it's in just a short time as well. You've gained all like so much confidence.
But that's due to all yous and the guests. Because you all make me feel comfortable. So that's why I have so much inspiration. What's the word? Inspiration?
Yeah.
To all the guests and all the yous, because you are making me want to be a better person also, and this is my comfort. So when people say you need to do self-care as well, this is my self-care, guys, and people won't understand that. Yeah, this is how I self-care, is talking to amazing people like you lot and people in the comments and stuff, because to me that is self-caring, because I've never had a buzz like this in my life. I've never in my life had a buzz like this, and I love football. I love coaching kids football, but this is on another extraordinary level. Like how you lot make me feel, it makes me want to do more. So I appreciate it.
So I was going to say, I
Sorry,
think
go
it's what we said last week. Like when you get addicted to something, you're trying to feel better and escape from something, but you've got to get to the root to be able to move on. And in a way, you've sorted yourself out, and now you're getting to the root, and you're helping other people get to the root. And it's just making everyone feel good. It's just like the vibe of the conversations you've had of today and all that. Like I look forward. Like I said to you last week, I don't like doing lives. I don't really do. I prefer being the host. I really go on people's podcasts and stuff. You guys were the second, but I've done a live last week, done an hour this morning, and I'm back to like putting your makeup live, like. But it's the comfortability, but it's the vibes that you guys give and the mission you guys are on. That it is like I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like contagious. Like when I see a couple of your episodes and what you're doing and you're posting that, I was like, yeah, I want to be part of that. I want to be part of it because it does, as you said, it just brings everyone together. And I love that sense of community. I think the media doesn't report on that. Like, I know you spoke about religion a couple of times today, not being religious, and I'm not a religious person, but I like when religion brings everyone together as a community. So you see certain religions will do stuff as a community, and I think that's a nice side of religion. And then you get all the rubbish politics side of it and it's used against people.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, as you said, you don't have to be. And like, this feels like a community, and I like being a part of a positive community, and I feel like that's what you guys have created. So again, applaud you.
That's so nice to hear.
Yeah.
Kieran, how long have you been waiting to hear that?
Fucking whole life, let alone 5 weeks. Do you know what though, Tessa? Like, I'm still sitting here now. Like, I'm grateful, but do you know what? I don't know why, and I hope none of them are listening. I just feel like I need the acceptance from my community. Do you know that? It's just like, do you know what?
Yeah,
do you know what? It's certain things. No, it's not that. Certain things. So I've been open about. I took cocaine. Yeah, I've admitted it. I got in debt. Fucking still am. Well, not old drug dealers, but I've put so much in debt where I've had to use money from elsewhere and stuff. And it's just like, I've embarrassed my family. I've embarrassed myself. What else do you want me to do? And it's just like, when Chinese Whispers, I was saying to Omni this morning, when we start Chinese Whispers now, the time it gets to the end, it's a completely different story. And it's like, I'm not going to go there in my community and argue and say, no, this is the facts. Yeah, you've heard my story. But the facts are, I chose to distance myself from my circle. I don't want nothing to do with my parents. I don't want nothing to do with those people around me who wasn't good for me. But I've never sat on here and blamed anyone that I chose drinking drugs. That was my own head, my own doing. But those kind of people now are seeing this and going out there, spreading I don't know. And it's not me who I get up. It is me a bit because I never get upset and think about what people think of me. But now, because I'm trying to change my life around, I'm becoming more sensitive for some reason. I'm really becoming more sensitive, and I'm thinking, why can't you just get the message? Just get the message. But who knows? Who knows? It's just like. But what I wanted to say to Tessa, what's your highlight at the moment? Like, out of all this, what's been for you personally? What has been a highlight for you? Seeing on the group, on getting an email, talking to someone. What's been a highlight for you?
It's hard because there's so many. There really is so many. So it was like me and Lee had a discussion while you were off stretching your butt cheeks. But
how did you know I was stretching through my butt cheeks?
As soon as you said you go to the toilet, I was like, oh, I bet it's an excuse just to stretch.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
You watch it back, and that's the first thing. That's the first thing Tessa said.
First thing I said, honestly, rewind this back. I promise you. No, but just like the highlight is that so many people are getting involved, and there's so many people that are just amazing. There's no other word to describe them. There's like everyone is getting involved. Everyone's telling their own story. People, like people coming on to, like today and giving away free things to, like, it's just, people are just so lovely. It's really shocks me, to be honest, just how many like lovely people
you got to give me your address. You won because you was the only one who commented. You was the only one who commented. Coasters, a few coasters and stuff like that.
That's nice. I don't have any, so one of the things.
So you won. But yeah, I understand. But there must be
highlights. It's just as Lee was saying, the highlights is genuinely it's the sense of community, the amount of people that have been able to ask for help. and breaking the stigma. You know, that is the highlight. The more we talk, the more we confront, the more we challenge, the more we educate. It is breaking the stigma. That is the highlight for me.
Yeah, and I respect that. And like I say, for me, it's not just about helping that 100. It's 189 people. I've gone through my DMs, my Facebook. Yeah, wow, man. Like I've never been so many messages in my Facebook message, man. It's like
never been so popular.
Yeah, no, but it's not that. It's like, but do you know what? I'm being more proud. The proudest. I've never been proud of myself, but I'm proud of everyone involved. But also,
you should be proud of yourself.
The best thing I've seen is when you give someone support and then they get back to you 2 days later and say, Kieran, I've got my first counselling session today, and I think fucking good on you, man. Like good on you. Yeah. And the way I look at it is, and I'm not, this is not me being epic-headed, is it's making me think if this space wasn't created, would 189 people have spoke and seek support, or would 189 people be suffering still?
And there's a lot of people. It's not just like a handful, is it? It's a lot of people. And you said earlier, Kieran, you said, whoa, I've just completely lost my train of thought. I've not even been talking all day and I'm getting tired. Oh my God, I just had a really good point to make as well.
What was it about? Community?
Oh.
Help and support.
It'll come back to me. No, but yeah, that's a lot of people. That's not just like 5 people. Even if it was one person, we'd still be happy. Do you know what I mean? Because you're helping someone. But
and do you know what? And I say this live now, Tessa. You remember the first time I said right, every other day or every 3 days, I'm going to send everyone in the group a message, check in, yeah. And after I'd done it for the first time, I thought, oh my God, what have I done? Because that night I had 16 different messengers coming up, ping, 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 and I was like, shit, yeah. And I thought, whoa.
You were voice noting me, going, whoa.
Yeah, I was voice noting it, yeah. But then I said, I'm not going to do it that much. But you know what? I've continued to do it. I've continued to do it. But do you know what? I've learned as well. A lot of people will send back. Some people not message back, but some people just message with a thumbs up or a heart, and then they'll keep doing that. It means nice. But then after the third or fourth time, you know what? Some people eventually come and talk. They will end up, because it's just thinking, is this safe? Is this a safe place? Am I going to be judged? You're not going to be judged. Trust me. I will not let anyone be. I'm happy to be judged. Anyone on this screen apart from me is not allowed to be judged. Anyone in this member.
I was going to say. So you said, sorry, come back to that. Yeah. So you said that you think, like doing all this has made you like more sensitive.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're any more sensitive. I think by speaking to other people and speaking to like the professionals that we've had on and speaking to, obviously, because everyone's so different, I think it's just made you, obviously you've grown in confidence, but I think it's made you able to understand your own emotions and be able to express your own emotions better. So I feel like you're kind of learning what you're feeling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll get that. Because I used to fight with myself thinking, why am I feeling like this? Like, this is not, you don't like
frustrated because it's overwhelming, isn't it? Feeling different emotions that you maybe not used to feeling.
Like I still don't like. It's like when I read. I think a few times I've read Harry's Helping Hand charity about the girl, the 10-year-old trauma. Chokes me up all the time. Like I just always think my 10-year-old daughter. Like I'm like what? This is crazy. Like, and it chokes me up all the time. But this is helping me learn things about me. And one thing I appreciate about a safe space between us, and it's not me, a safe space between us isn't about Kieran. I've always said to Tessa, I've always said to everyone. That's why she's never here.
I was going to make a joke when I come on and be like, oh, I've took off my invisibility cloak.
But do you know the worst thing is, Lee? Do you know what the worst thing is? After tonight, we won't hear from her for another 2 weeks. She does this, and I'm like, Tessa, man. Tessa, how's Friday and Saturday? How's Friday and Saturday's planning going?
Good. I've got all the questions for the quiz. It's going to start at 7:30. I've already figured out how people are going to give me their answers. Thank you.
Have you figured out how you're going to promote it? How people are going to tell you they want to play? Have you?
Yeah, I'll start tomorrow. Don't stress.
And
Have,
think about
have
how
you?
much
Have you? How much?
the bribe is for the answers. I'll email you later. How much the bribe is for the answers? I'll email you later.
I don't know.
Well, have you worked out who the professionals are in the message group? Are you going to message them for a prize, or are you leaving that to me?
I'll sort that tomorrow.
I'm leaving
Don't
that.
stress.
So,
Don't stress.
do you heard this? Everyone heard this. She's going to go through the page and message them. But no, there are some have offered. But remember Friday. That's good. We've got the quiz night. We've got the lovely Holly coming on singing. So I posted a video singing yesterday. Did you see it on the group?
Yeah,
Yeah, she's lovely girl. Been talking to her over email and that, and she's got quite a big following, and but she's really nice girl.
Enough to come on and sing.
Yeah, Tessa, you should come and sing. Tessa's got a good voice, you know.
Do you know? I've decided that I'm going to sing at my wedding.
Would you sing now?
What, right now?
If you turn your head and just sang.
No.
Tessa.
All right
Tessa.
then. No, I'm joking.
See.
Hold my jacket.
Yeah, oh, you insist. No, I'm joking. No. Oh, do you know what? I would though. If it was planned, I would. Or I would record something.
That's what she's done. So for one of the videos she recorded, I don't know if you saw the videos in the group.
It wasn't for a video, actually. Kieran
It was for me.
he'd messaged me something. I can't remember. But I responded.
Oh no, it's to cheer me up. No, it was cheering me up.
Something like that.
She sang cheering me
Kieran
up.
was like, "Wait, I'm putting that in a video," and I was like, "Oh."
I'm putting out a video. She's on YouTube, so you can check her out on YouTube, people. I'll put the link up.
Every time you need a bit of content now, he's just going to message you saying, I'm feeling a bit bad. Can you just cheer me up?
I wanted to say, I've agreed to do a 24-hour show every month now, yeah?
You're joking.
Do you know why? Why we've been online last night and why we've been online? And I keep looking at my laptop. I am getting a lot of people wanting to come on. Yeah, and why not? Let's do it 24 hours once a month. It's 24 hours once a month. Next time I'll do it on a Saturday when there's a big boxing fight at 2:00 in the morning. I've got a reason to stay up in it.
Yeah.
No, but I have to say, guys, and this goes to all the guests who's been on today and all the surprise guests, Carrie, Omni, Tessa, everyone. I'm getting a lot of brilliant messages from people who I've not even spoke to before, and people just really
You had some good suggestions earlier.
About what?
Comments.
Did I?
Yeah, like I've been watching the comments today. You've had like quite a few people who've been like commenting and like responding or discussing what you've been speaking about.
We gained 6 new members. Way. I do want to check something actually. There is a post that I'm confused. Tessa, good morning. But so what is mental health to you, Lee?
Well, mental health to me is like physical health, so it's good or bad because our body health's up and down. It's the same with your mental health. So if you're ill, you either go and seek help or you take some medicine to get rid of a headache. Same with the mental health. If you're feeling a bit ill, you go and seek help, or you might need a bit of support with medication and stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know medication gets a big stigma as well, but no one takes a blind bit of second thought to taking a paracetamol or an ibuprofen to get rid of a headache. So if someone needs to have a tablet to help stabilise their mental health, then there shouldn't be a problem with it. So yes, it's up and down. It's a line that goes up and down. It's not a downwards dip because we have good days where our mental health's really good. So that's the up days, and then it dips down and levels out, and so it's just a straight line that goes up and down. And as much as we take care of our body, we need to take care of our mind. And whatever way is best for someone to do that for them, there shouldn't be a problem with that. So that's my
I love
Well
that.
said.
big
What
thing
about
about
you?
Well said. While you're on the topic of medication, I'm just going to refill my medication before
See,
I forget.
this means a lot to me. Like, just something like this. So, and when these people say this man, I have to reply and say thank you, but this is a group thing. But this man, I'm so grateful for by his dedication to creating a safer space for mental health. It's inspiring, vulnerable, powerful, and so needed. Key Super K and I chatted this morning about radical self-acceptance and shifted some subconscious belief during his 24-hour podcast marathon to raise money for charity. We're at the 5-hour mark, and I loved our talk so much. The marathon and Keith's fundraising extravaganza still on his group at Safe Space. Go and check him out. Like, just those little posts, like, it means a lot, man. Like, guests are appreciating that of coming on. And I'm so grateful for everyone. It like chokes me up, man. Like, I fucking love it.
But
I'm
no,
gonna
is it nice to hear? It spurs you on as well. Do you know what I mean? It spurs you on to continue and to do more, do better, do, you know?
Well, so what's mental
And
health
it's
to
always
you?
nice to get feedback. It's always nice to get good feedback, isn't it?
Yeah, not negative.
No, but
Do you
any
know what?
feedback, it's constructive, isn't it?
I just got a notification my video's been blocked in Russia. Have I upset Putin? What's going on?
You've upset the Russians.
My video has just been blocked in Russia. What?
Why?
I don't know.
Because he's used the word community and coming together and hope.
That's all I need is getting blocked again.
No.
Oh, and that's what I want to
So,
say.
honestly, people have got it out for you on your Facebook.
That's what I want to say, Tessa. Yeah, Tessa. I've been blocked. You know how many times I've been blocked. So, Lee, you can see I've created two different. So, I've got my normal Facebook account. Then I created another one. But that was due because I got blocked. And then I created a safe space between us. As I've realised, Omni helped me, realised, oh, you could do that. And Tessa said the other week. But then I even got blocked yesterday from commenting on that. So, someone's gone on all my 3 different profiles reporting me for what?
Reported you for what?
It's pathetic. I just want to help people. Like, just please let me do me and you do you.
Let me help people.
Just let me. But Tessa, what I was going to say to you, what does mental health mean to you?
Oh, I don't even know. It's such like a wide question, isn't it? It's such an open question. What is mental health to me? Like, what do I think mental health is?
No. What does it? No, not what does it? Yeah, go on. Answer how.
Stress.
Yeah.
To me, it's stress. No, to be fair, no. I think no, it is. It's stressful. That's my opinion on mental health. My personal experience, mental health, stressful, completely stressful. But I will say that without having experienced the issues that I have had with mental health, which is mainly like PTSD, anxiety, like panic attacks and things, without experiencing that, I would not be the same person today that I am. I genuinely wouldn't. I've really, really learnt to not only lean on people when I need it, and to only surround myself with people that are good for me, but like I've really learned, like I've grown a backbone. I really have, you know, like being able to say like this is not okay for me, or I'm not happy, or I don't feel great, I'm not going to be involved in this, or anything. Like I really am like a completely. I feel like anyway. Kieran probably be like, no, you're the same, biatch. But no, but like I really feel like I have changed as a person. I have got a lot more confidence, and I'm more able to speak now on what I need, what I don't need. My communication is better because I've been through therapy. I recognise my emotions better. I feel like I'm better able to regulate my emotions, having been through therapy and speaking therapies and being around other people who've had the same issues as me.
Yeah, I will say, like me and Tessa, if we both say this probably about each other, we used to work with each other, and we got on, but we clashed at times.
I'm a bitch.
She was a bitch, but I was an arsehole as well. Like we both just clashed because we were just so. I think about ourselves more, if that makes sense. Tessa. We're about ourselves, and he was like, our view was right, yeah, regardless. And we'll have little arguments, make stupid comments, and that. I have to say, for me, from Tessa, you should be proud of yourself. You have calm. You're not a bitch anymore. No, but you know what I mean.
am,
Like,
though. Still am.
she's
Probably more
doing.
so now because I'm more vocal about it.
No, but you more. Listen, years ago
We
we
both
started.
know how we used to be, and we both know
Well,
how
say 5 years ago, I said I was going to do a safe space between us. There's no way me and you would have been working with each other doing this. But saying that,
probably.
when we both left the old job, we both got in contact anyway, and like I was buying your cakes with you and stuff. So it was just,
I was telling you about that.
She makes banging cakes, man. Like cakes, but unfortunately,
that you like to.
they were nice.
I'll send you some, or I'll bring because you're close to Kieran, aren't you?
Yeah, probably about 20 minutes away. Yeah.
Oh, I'll bring you some then.
Brilliant.
You'll be waiting for ages. Like she's not come and saw me since, or arranged to meet up since my recording.
You've still got my glasses. I need them because these are like warped. These are my old ones.
Episode 1. You haven't come and seen me. It's ridiculous.
Do you know what it is though? Like, and I know you go on and on and on and on about how I'm not really on the podcast, but I'm so set in my routine and I'm so happy with my routine that I really don't want to change it. And this is what I'm saying about being confident. Like, if I wake up one day and go, do you know what? I don't want to do that today, then I won't do it. And I know that's selfish, but it's just what I need to be. Do you know what I mean? I'm not making excuses either.
This is the old Tessa. This is the old Tessa back. Old Tessa's back. Old Tessa's back.
It's after 10 o'clock, so it actually comes to the old one. But guys, I'm going to just say...
You're officially halfway.
Yeah.
Just over.
Well done.
Officially just halfway, mate. I've got another 12 hours.
Yeah, that was the rehearsal. Now it's the proper thing now.
This is the challenging bit.
But I'm going to have to shoot off because I've got to go get myself ready to be teacher tomorrow. So
you got to do
thank you, Lee.
Lee. After
Lee. Lee, if you get pulled in tomorrow, just let me know. No, but seriously, legend. Appreciate your time and support.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, nice to meet you, and thank you guys for I know you don't want to keep hearing it, but you are creating something really great. And thanks for letting me be a small part of it. And I'm really enjoying it.
She wants to hear it. She don't do fuck. No, I appreciate it, man. But Lee, Tessa's got to let you know the full fit for me and Tara. So
yeah, make sure that goes up, Tessa.
Yeah. I
will. And I look forward to. I'm going to try and jump on Friday for the roast. If not, I'll definitely be there for the quiz. So
what do you mean? If not, you better join in.
I'm not really a joke teller. So
it's roast the host. It's roast the host. You could say anything. You could say, Gideon, you with your blue moustache, blah blah blah. You just say whatever. I don't care.
I just be like, do you remember that night out?
Yeah, don't talk about back in the day.
Just stop
yeah, get him off. No, much love, man. Thank you, man.
I'll definitely tune in, but I see. I'm having a little scout around to see if there's anything I can. But I'm not really a joke teller.
Google.
Yeah. That's how I did my wedding speech was off of Google. So.
Maybe we can have you just rate the score the jokes.
There you go. Yeah.
I'll judge it.
Good.
Everything just be 7. 7.
You'll have to make little cards, hold them up, like what's it, like Dancing on Ice.
But seriously, well done. Have a good night, and this is going to be the lovely picture. This is going to be the hard slog for you. So dig deep, and I will try and get on. Try and get on to say good morning.
Tessa said to you in writing, she's with me from 8 o'clock to the end now. Are you staying up, Tessa?
Yes, I'm staying up. I'm not leaving you on your own.
You staying up till the morning?
Yes, I'll be here till 10.
You sure?
What
about the school run? What about the school run?
My partner will be here for the school run. Don't worry about that.
All right.
Well,
Well,
good luck to both of you then. And I will check in the morning. Once I've got all this off, it's going to take me all night just to get this off.
well, Lee, much love though. Thank you, mate. Thank you, mate.
So, good luck and well done, and good luck for the night.
Yeah,
Thanks.
cheers, bro. See you later, Lee, mate. Much love.
See you later.
Much love, man. See you
Bye-bye.
later. Nah.
Kieran, I'm
Lee-
only
Lee-
joking. I'm going in a minute.
You
I'm
dickhead.
joking.
No, you don't have to stay. So it's like fucking. You got the kids as well, like you know.
No,
But,
they're all right.
Lee's a nice bloke, man.
Oh,
It's funny as
lovely.
To be fair, everyone's just been. Oh God, so fucking tired. Letters, I'm really tired. I'm gonna struggle.
What if we
Cancel.
did like a what if
Should
we
we
did
just
like a
cancel it?
meditation hour and we close our eyes and we just like meditate, sleep, meditate for an hour.
Should we
And
take
then come
turns sleeping? No, don't know. You know what? The thing is, we've actually got. I'm just looking at it now. I've got a guest on.
You've got 11
Is it
o'clock.
like-
It's about 40
11?
minutes.
Yeah. So we've got 1 and then 2:30. Oh, that's a big gap in it. That 2:30, 11 to 2:30. That's a big gap.
Do you know what? 11 to 2. Well, no, someone's on at 11, aren't they?
Should I let my internet break down in between?
No, don't you dare.
No. And then 2:30 and then 4 o'clock we got Amanda singing, and if it's the 5 to 9 really. That's
Yeah.
4 hours, man. 3 hours,
It's
4
long,
hours.
isn't it?
Shit.
That's long. It'll be alright. It's like we're on a night shift again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
If
Don't
anyone
do
wants to
roll
come on, anyone wants to come and feel. Do what did you say?
do a
Fancy
roll
some-
count.
Oh, we all can. Yeah, go on. Let's go to our doors. Kids, you awake?
Oh,
If
wow.
anyone wants to
No,
come on, you're welcome.
in
Jump
all
on.
seriousness, though, I really would. I think it would be amazing to have Emma on.
Mm.
If she felt like she wanted to. Obviously, no pressure, Emma.
I want her to
But
come
you,
on.
you wouldn't have to do it live. You could do it as like sit down over a tea, or I could interview you as a couple.
Yeah, you'll have to interview us because if we done it recording ourselves, you'll just be laughing.
Yeah, no, that might be good though. All light-hearted then, isn't it?
But you need to come over to the interview, Jesus.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll come pick up my
Yeah.
glasses at the same time.
Let's do it, so I'll go and get them.
Have you got them?
Yeah, wait there.
They were expensive as well.
Oh my God, how do you see through? You're blind, mate.
I know, that's why I need my glasses.
You're blind, mate. Jesus Christ. There's your glasses. Told you, they were
Thank
looked
you
after.
very much.
They've been looked after in the cupboard.
I didn't even leave the case. I took the case with me and just left the glasses there.
Yes, Carrie, if you want to come on at 6 o'clock in the morning, feel free. Please. I'll be like, but if anyone wants to jump on, say hey. Say hey. But
Hey,
What's been your highlight so far for the day?
of my day in general or of the
On here.
podcast? You, Kieran, you are the highlight.
You know that.
No, in all
You know
seriousness, though, like, this is not me trying to big you up either. It's been really nice to see that your interest in everything. It's really easy for you to be able to like talk to people about loads of different things. I really rate you for that because I can't do that.
It's just I just find it really interesting. I find everyone interesting at the moment. It's
Yeah.
it's just I don't know. It's just breaking my I'm not going to talk about my hair anymore. They've had a lot of my time. Like,
You've gone
Right.
on and on and on about it.
you, yeah. Because obviously Emma's been watching this, yeah. And it's, for
Yeah.
example, she'll say, "Oh, there are people watching from my area," but it's one of those that, "Oh, Kieran's on. See you later." Logs back off. Because if you look at my comments, majority of these people who are commenting, I've never met. So I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'll tell you who's commented as well. And if you're listening, what's going on? Saturday. Well, mate.
So, anyway, I am.
Oh, Lord.
Ooh.
So,
Did you say my mate?
anyway, move on. So,
no,
Samantha, show them.
I've actually got some really, really good questions for this quiz.
Here we are.
Very, very good questions. So we've got like the standard rounds.
Mhm.
So you do like movies, TV.
You hosting this one, yeah?
General. Yeah, I'll host it.
Yeah, you're hosting.
I'll host, no problem. Do you know what though? So my partner's going away on his stag on Friday.
Mhm.
So it'll just be me and the kids. So I'll be juggling a quiz night with like getting the kids ready for bed.
I don't mind hosting it then. If you want me to host it.
So I don't mind hosting it. I'm really, really bad at quizzes, so it would be nice for you to be involved in the quiz and for me to just host. So I don't have
Oh, yeah, you played last time, didn't you? Yeah, I played this time. I
Oh,
played.
I was shocking as well. I was so bad.
You and Emma will crap.
I was so bad. No,
Do you know what? Saying that, I need to sort those gifts out. Dude. I had no time to, mate. And
Did
the
I have
winner
done
lives.
any reading today?
Oh no, that's my fault. So just tell people what reading does for you.
Reading? Well, actually, first, hang on. Let me show you something. Can I turn the camera around? Oh, oops, sorry. Is there a way to turn this camera around? No. I have. Hang on. This is the book I'm currently reading. Reading is just, I don't know, I just like it. I'm one of these people that when I read, I go into like my own little world. You know, like some people read and they get distracted and you find yourself like rereading the same pages again and again.
Yeah.
For me, when I'm reading, I forget that I'm reading and I forget that I'm reading words and paragraphs and turning pages. And I'll be like say I'm on chapter 1, I'll be on like chapter 17 and I come back in the room and I'm like, whoa, how did I read 17 chapters? But it's like, I don't read. It's like I'm playing a movie in my mind. And
No,
I
I
read
get
really
that.
quickly as well. I read so quick.
Yeah. So how long does a book? So what was that book called you were telling me about?
I don't think I should say it on here.
Why not? It's over the time now.
Right, I'll give a little warning then. So some of the books that I've read are in the dark romance genre, but they're very, very dark, and a lot of them have like quite serious trigger warnings at the beginning of the books. So I mean, hang on, I'll try and find one. Do you want me to read some of the trigger warnings of one book that I read?
Yeah, you need to come and take the book. Carrie, do you read? Because we need to start this reading stuff. Who's online? Does anyone read? Who's in? Like, so Tessa, give me your address. Text me your address because I need to give it anyway, and I'll send you a book, and then we can start reading together. I want to start reading. But I've been reading the book. But we need to start our group.
Where's my Kindle? I've lost it. Oh, I can't find it. But basically, so, like the trigger warnings is like they're quite graphic. So trigger warning about me talking about the trigger warning, they're quite dark. But it'll be like like BDSM, violence, rape, child trafficking, human trafficking, anal rape, just like it just go, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. But it will be like it says all these things, but it's like this woman, it'll be about a woman who likes to be tied up and loves anal sex, but they have to put all these like serious trigger warnings in case people interpret it in that way, if that makes sense. Not all of the books I read are like dark and disgusting.
No.
But,
what's going on here?
For example,
Harry Potter.
100%. But yeah, I read a book recently called A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. And it's about this girl, and she wants to be like a journalist, so she starts interviewing people about a murder that took place in like her hometown, like 6 or 7 years prior. She's like doing a story for her like exams or something, and she ends up uncovering the truth about basically the person that was labeled the killer of this girl in her hometown was actually innocent, and she like uncovered the truth and investigated it. And it's a series of 3 books, and in the second book she's then targeted, and in the third book she ends up like committing murder herself. So it all like ties, but like to save herself because she's targeted. I'll probably just spoiled that for so many people, so I won't name the name of it, but it's a very, very good little thriller book. I read a lot of romance as well. I read all sorts. But I've currently read 58 books this year.
Whoa.
58 books. That's a lot, isn't it?
Well, now I know why you don't do much.
I don't do much though. I really don't.
If we were going to write a book, so I'm going to be honest here. You know, Lee said about writing a book. Spoiler alert. I've kind of started writing something, right? Yeah.
Of course you have.
No, this is serious. Like, I actually have, and
No, of course you have. I'm saying I don't doubt it at all.
So obviously, I've started it as like where I got to making the safe space between us, and then me and you, and then I believe everyone's story should be linked into this. But this book, I believe, could hit a lot of people because it'd be, for example, so it started off my school. Let me turn this music on 2 seconds so I can hear it. So basically, how it starts is obviously my journey to a safe space between us. So basically, I want to link everyone's story who's been open to on here. So each chapter will be someone's story, yeah? So get my vision. Just get my vision. So chapter 1, Kieran's story. Chapter 2, who was second on the podcast was Isa, yeah?
Me.
And then
Oh no, it was Isa.
yeah, because you flopped.
I didn't flop. I recorded it on my own.
Yeah, without being late with it. You were supposed to be episode 2, remember? And then episode 3. So you see what I'm saying? So chapter 1, chapter 2, in that order of all the people's stories. And then we all meet. So our stories, we all meet where? A safe space between us. And then, you see what I'm saying? But obviously we need someone else with a better brain than me to put these stories together. Because you don't want everyone's story as a chapter, because this book would go on for millions of pages. But I'm like, you can shorten it, like a couple stories in each chapter, and then eventually we can create the big story of a safe space between us, and all of us marching to break the stigma of mental health, or whatever. But we need someone with a brain to put it in. But I've started writing notes and stuff because I think I would love to. I believe we all should be writing books. I've never liked books. I've never liked reading. I've never, and you know that, and I've I've found it interesting since this because I just think we all should write a book. We'll all be sellouts. All of our stories will be sellouts. I would love to read your story. If put your story in writing or your audio, but literally your book, your story could have went on for another 2 hours if we, and so could mine if we went into graphics. You see, Carrie, that's what I'm saying. Let's all get together. Like, man, I wish I win the lottery, man. I will buy some big mansion. Big mansion house, a safe space between us house. You know, like sidemen have their own house, like whatever. Yeah, I'll have a safe space between. Everyone just live with me, innit? And let's just work together, write a book. Right, just write a book. And the only good. Next task, or not next task coming up. So we could do this at mine, could do it at yours, wherever you want. So I'm thinking to fundraise or whatever. We do a whole day of open house or open wherever. Cooking. I'll cook a banging curry. Yeah, and we basically have open house, and people can come in and buy food. You could do. That's a good idea, you know. Are you reading the comment?
Oh no, hang on. I can't see the comments at the same time. Bear with.
Yeah, you can. You could do this, man. We could work this out as a book. We need to get a publisher on board. I know a publisher. She's on our group. Heather, if you're listening, get in contact. You're a publisher.
Help us.
Help me. No, but I think we could do so much things with. You think about it, Tessa, yeah? And Carrie, come back on for 5 minutes. You're the only one typing. Yeah, come back on and meet Tessa. Don't be chicken. Yeah, come back on. I hate talking. You know when people are typing back, I appreciate it, but like, come and talk in person. Oh, my buttocks. But just imagine, Tessa, yeah?
Cross-legged. I keep doing this because I'm getting like pins and needles.
I could do with a massage, man. But you know, it'd be amazing. Like, you know, when people do things like this, I reckon we should contact. I'll contact everyone. Right, get a notepad and book. Was you going to read a book in front of me? Oh, you bought. Oh, you actually put the notepad. So everyone listening, you're welcome. So I think we should communicate with everyone who wants to tell the story, who has told a story. Yeah, who we could communicate and see if they'd be happy to put the story in a writing in a book. So either me and you, we do another podcast, but properly. We spend over. Bear with me. You know how long it took last time. Oh, she's coming on. So we go around asking everyone stories. All the guests who's been on, if they like to put a story in a writing. We then eventually build up chapters. So we could, you know, what do you call it? You don't call books episodes, do you? So if it's another book one, what would you call after book one?
Book two.
All right. So book two then. So we could shorten it like 5 stories per book. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like the Harry Potter.
Part 2, part 3.
Yeah, that's it. Part 1, part 2, part 3. And at the end of the. Yeah. See, Lee said I would write something. See, and I think we could write a chapter, but we could do a book now, right? There'd be 5 of us here. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
I am going to send this to you, by the way. I sat here and I took the time to draw you. I've even signed it.
That's what you was doing while you was sitting there listening. When you was on the screen and you was just talking, just putting your head down. I thought, what's she being rude for? Was you doing it while you weren't on?
Oh, no, I wasn't doing it while I was on. I was doing it while I was watching earlier.
Oh, you was drawing me.
I know, it's cute, right? I've got your eyebrows right.
Well, they ain't that bushy. What are you going on about? I've always been told
No,
I've got nice.
They're perfectly trimmed. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, my eyebrows are always perfectly trimmed. No, but they look bush. I look like we got a guest on now.
That's quite creepy. Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Way first time. Tessa, that's
It's
Carrie.
just
Carrie, that's
catching
Tessa.
Hiya, nice to meet you.
You too. Nice to meet you. Oh, you're doing so well, pair of you. It's amazing. You've just done really
Pair
well.
of you. Pair of you. What does Tessa do? So this is the
Yeah,
girl.
I've been on for about 2 hours.
So Carrie, you know on my podcast it says, "Welcome to the Safe Space. I'm your host Kieran, and this is my co-host Tessa." Tell me what video you see my co-host Tessa.
What video?
See, she had to think about it.
Oh, don't.
Well,
But this book idea, do you think it's a good idea? I think we should do a book.
do you know what? Listening to everybody's stories, like obviously what's gone in their own lives and stuff like that. I mean, you'd have it done in no time. You'd need like 12 people for 12 chapters or whatever, wouldn't you? And you'd have it done. But the only trouble is that I think you'd need more than the 12 chapters, wouldn't you? Because we've all got so much to kind of tell. But sequels and all of that, whatever they are for books,
Oh, that's it. Sequels.
That's it.
I was trying to figure that word.
No, but do you know what? We could just do like 5 stories a book.
Yeah.
Or you could have them as part of a series. Like you have like a small novella.
No,
Like a
what's
Roald
that?
Dahl book is like really small.
Yeah, yeah.
You can have like loads of little ones, like little novellas in a series,
Oh,
and you
I'm
could
actually-
have them
I
based
actually want to
on
do this.
different things. So like one could be anxiety, one could be depression, another one could be menopause, another one could be anything else.
Yeah, because each. So, for example, you suffered what, Tessa? Like anxiety and
Anxiety,
depression, yeah?
PTSD, yeah.
Yeah. So you could do one chapter. Kerry, you suffered similar to me and other things, yeah. So
Yeah.
you could be into a couple books where you talk about trauma in one, but we'll have each topic in the different as each chapter. So trauma, and it'd be Kerry's story, PTSD, anxiety, for example, Tessa's story, and then chapter 2 it'd be someone else's trauma, someone else's anxiety, and then we all met at a safe space between us.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's so much that you could do, like you say. I mean, already, everything that you're doing at the moment, you're getting people talking, aren't you? Or at least listening and thinking about it. It's getting the cogs turning, isn't it? For people to think about things that they might like to do to support you and also support themselves as well. So, this could be anything. I mean, who knows? Just one thing leads on to another, doesn't it? And before you know it, you've got a whole load of stuff that you could be doing.
Yeah, I think we need to sit down and sort something out, Tessa. I think we need to get people's story. There's 3 of us on the screen now. That's 3 chapters done. Lee 4. We've done a book. We've sorted a book out already. We just need to put it in writing. I'm not even joking, ladies. Like, I'm not even joking. Let's put it in writing.
But even if someone didn't want to write it themselves, if it's someone that you've already spoken to on the podcast before, or someone that's privately, even anonymously shared their story, as long as you have permission to share it, then you could write it third person.
No, but I think people.
Yeah, they could be anonymous, couldn't they, like you say, which they could still put their story across. They don't have to make it public as to who they are if they don't want to.
But people would, I reckon, if we done one book. So, say, example, us 3. Who's the never ending? That's your book thing, isn't it?
Huh?
Tessa, the never ending TBR podcast. Is that you typing? That's you typing, isn't it?
I'm not typing.
Is that thingy?
What?
The never ending podcast comment loads today.
I told you I've been here all day.
So you've been saying give Tessa some slack. That's you. You made me feel bad. I love her really. Oh my god! I thought someone
Can
was
I just
telling me
say,
off.
when I because it was draining my battery to watch the podcast, and I had to go out earlier, so I thought, all right, let me watch it on the laptop so I don't completely rinse my battery. So I was watching it on the laptop, but I was logged in on YouTube for my other podcast, my book review podcast. So when I commented to like get involved in the conversation, it came up like obviously you didn't know it was me, and I thought, well, I wonder how long I can keep this going for.
Oh,
So I
yeah,
left it, and I was mugging you off on all sorts earlier.
yeah, I know. I thought,
I
who
was
is this
gonna wait till
person?
10 in the morning and say, oh, that was me, by the way. So you can thank me for the idea for the catwalk, and I was throwing out some banging ideas. Do you know what I thought about as well? You know, you could do a calendar, and each month could be like someone inspirational, and we could sell the calendar to raise money. You know, like
What,
the calendar girls, they had like the cakes. They're like the nude, the nude one. But you could do like a funny calendar. No, but everyone loves a calendar. You imagine selling a calendar, 10 hour 5 or whatever you want to sell it for. It doesn't cost a lot of money to make up a calendar. You can do like July to July. I don't know. Or maybe that's something to think of for the new year. I don't know.
Oh, there you go. You can create you good at creating this?
But you could highlight the people on the calendar who, I don't know, want to share their story. People that have been inspiring.
Yeah. There's loads you could do with this.
I thought it was funny. I thought earlier when you were talking about.
You could have motivational, like you know, a couple of sentences or whatever within the calendar, couldn't you? As like a motivational thing to kind of inspire people to carry on and all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, you could do that, couldn't you?
Kieran, you've got to be July though.
Why?
Have you not heard of that before? Well, because
No.
July in the UK time, anyways, it's like the hottest month, isn't it?
Of course,
So
I've got to
normally
be
that one's
July,
topless.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Imagine like fireman's outfit, hose. I love December.
You know, I used to work in a prison with you, Tessa. So I did used to wear uniform. You remember we used to wear uniform? But
yeah, we're the best uniform.
I reckon we could make a good book though. Like I reckon, so let's do it. Let's try book one.
You just swerved that.
Let's do book one.
Moving on.
Let's do book one, right? If you two girls are up for putting your story in writing, I am. Lee said he is, and I'm sure we can find one more. That's book one done. We do 5 chapters. Done, and I'll pull it to a publisher. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I'll be up for it, definitely. I've always wanted to do one anyway. So
what's the best way to do this? We write our own story on writing, or we do an audio thing?
Do you know what as well, though? Just a quick thought. Instead of selling it or putting it out there as just like, oh, this is us, this is our story, which I'm not saying it's not amazing, because it is. It'll be, I'm sure, do you know what I mean, beneficial for lots of people, very inspirational. But you could more make it so highlight what each person has done to help themselves, what techniques they used that helped them with different things. So it would be given out or distributed as more of like
tools,
self-help, mindfulness therapy tools. Yeah, one of those.
No,
like
but then
more like a self-help.
Yeah, but we could do the chapters.
To help people instead of just tell people what people's stories are.
We could talk about our stories, but then you can get like Gary can talk about what she does, and then what like she was talking about a meditation and stuff like that. Then I can, well, I'm no professional, but we could get some of the professionals.
But you could have the first. You know, you could have like a really big introduction. This is why this book is here. Because I've met, I created this, and this is what we've done. This is the community we've created, and through this community, we've been introduced to so many amazing people, etc., etc. And all of these people have come together to create this book, so people can.
I think we should do this. I just think we should just do it, and it's not even about the fundraising. It is as well, but obviously, it'd just be so amazing that knowing that our book can be out there and someone can relate to and look at the tools we've helped to help ourselves, because we've all been through
really could
shit.
Go worldwide then, couldn't you?
Well, you think about it.
Go to the charities as well, couldn't you? Any proceeds made from it just go straight into the charity. You know.
There you go. So what would be the best way to do it? We all write our own story, or we get someone to sit with us and write it? I don't know what's the best thing. Or we write a story and then give it to the publisher.
Yeah, I think we should write it ourselves because it's
Yeah, I
coming
think
from us
write
at
it
the end of
yourself,
the
but
day.
then have someone to
Neat it up,
overview.
tidy it up,
Yeah.
like tidy it up,
Yeah, just
clean
so
it.
like the tone is, you know,
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not an editor, so I've got
Well,
no
there's a few publishers on our group. There's a few publishers on our group. You know, the books I've been get sent to me and that, Tessa.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you was on it, Carrie, where a publisher has introduced me to a few authors and stuff, and they send me books for book clubs and stuff. That's why I said, do you read? So I can talk to her. She's in America. I can talk to her.
Yeah, I mean, I've come across a few people that do it as well, that are over here as well. But
Yeah, have a word then.
with all of them and see sort of who we sort of resonate with the most or whatever, and you know.
We need someone to know that it's all for charity, innit? Like someone who's not going to say, yeah, it's £10,000 to publish a book. Mate, I'll publish it myself. Just give me a stapler and I'll publish it myself.
Yeah. Give me a printer. Handwrite it.
Handwrite it. But you know what? It's a good idea. But then audio is what's bigger now? Reading the book or audio reading? Or like audio listening?
I think it's a bit of both though, isn't it? I think, to be honest. You could have like
a writing form and then the audio you could have each people saying it.
But there's the apps as well, isn't there, that you can talk into it and then it converts it into text. Then all you'd have to do is like just go through it and edit it or whatever.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's called Otter or something. There's one. I think that's what it's called. That it does it all for you.
You can just do it. You can do it on like a simple Word document, like text, speech to text. You can do it on your phone. Do it everywhere.
I didn't know you could do that. But I'm up for this.
You're an expert in AI. You should know that.
Get them
Mate,
to write
AI. You know AI's taking over your world. Taking over. Don't get me started about AI. AI's taking over the world. Do you know what? Carrie? Do you listen to and read about AI?
I've seen bits. I mean, it scares me a little bit if I'm honest. But
yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, it is.
It's scary. It's scary because
it's going to do away with people, isn't it? And they're little, AI does it all for you. You want it to do anything, be out of jobs and everything.
Yeah. So basically, AI. So Elon, what's his name? Elon Musk. He's the one who started this thing years ago. But he come out of it realizing, shit, this is the worst thing I could have done. And I think is it the Google guy or the Disney guy? One of them, they're proper into it. I think it's the Disney guy. I think it's the guy who owns Disney. He's proper into it, and he wants it out there. And regardless, but Elon Musk has said if we don't stop it within the next 4 years, yeah, we're it's like Terminator shit they're talking about, man.
Yeah, because I saw some sort of interview, just someone about it, or they were talking about it on some chat show thing or whatever, and they said that Stephen Hawking had like pretty much said that this is what's going to happen. Yeah, and he sort of knew back whenever that was, a long time ago.
Oh, I watched the same. I watched the same thing.
The Will Smith movie, was it like iRobot?
Yeah.
That used to freak me out.
But it's like
really,
that.
Like genuinely, because it's now it's you think it's realistic, isn't it?
But
a robot
it's
having a mind of its own. Of course it is.
Each country. So like Russia and China, for example, they trying to. You're allowed to make your own. Yeah. So there's no regulation or rule to say what they can put in the algorithm and stuff. And they're trying to say that obviously the wrong person gets involved in it. It can crack codes. So, for example, these missile codes and stuff like it. It is that smart to crack codes. I'll do a lot of research on AI. Like, I find it intriguing, but it's scary.
I think there's bad enough people out there already with what we've got already, isn't it? To think what people can do when that comes along, it's quite scary, really, isn't it?
It should be interesting. So maybe we let Terminator do our book.
Can you hear my dog snoring in the background?
Yeah, I thought, what was that noise?
the dog.
No, I can't hear it. I can't hear it. I can't hear it. But girls, I'm not. I've just gone past halfway, man. I'm struggling.
I don't know how you're going to do it. I must admit. I mean, you know, hats off to you. Even thinking about doing it.
I'm struggling, like, and you know, I just feel downstairs. I never sit downstairs. I always chill upstairs on my own, and now I feel like weird. Like I'm downstairs. Like, someone come and sit with me.
I suppose this is the worst time, isn't it? Really, like you say, you've only got a couple of people coming on and whatnot, and you know, this is going to be your quietest moment, isn't it?
A silly o'clock time, because I thought not everyone's going to want to be here at 1 o'clock in the morning.
I don't know. But I think we could do so much, man. I really do. Carrie, that's what I was going to ask you. I don't know if you was listening. I was asking Tessa and the other ones. So what is mental health to you?
God, do you know what? I don't know, but all I know is that, you know, I think some people think it never happened to them, and I think, you know, what people have got to realise is that it can happen to anybody. I think that's the biggest thing, you know. Maybe even I was, you know, even with stuff that's gone on with me like years ago, I probably still didn't think that I had bad mental health. But looking back now, where I'm in a position where I can kind of look back on what's gone on and how I felt in those different stages and stuff, you know, and think, well, actually, yeah, I have. You know, there's been times where I've not wanted to wake up the next day, you know, and all of these sorts of things, you know. It's been an effort just to get out of bed, you know, in the mornings and stuff like that, you know. But I think it's only really sort of over the last couple of years that I've realised, actually, shit, yeah, like, you know, I have suffered from mental health. You know, people wouldn't, you know, you said a lot about putting the mask on. You know, and you even mentioned like Robin Williams, you know, like the life and soul, like always having a joke and all of that sort of stuff, you know. And I think a lot of the time it's those people that you need to watch, you know, the ones that always come across as happy, you know, constantly bubbly and all of that sort of stuff. You know, I've only come out about my childhood stuff over the last couple of years, you know, and people that have known me since I was at school wouldn't have even realised that I'd have gone through all of that. You know, and I think that's the thing, like, you know, people need to make it easier to talk about, because the more you store it in, the worse effects it has on you, you know. And yeah, and like you say, all about, you know, breaking the stigma around it, you know, just realise, you know, get off your high horse and realise actually it can happen to you.
I'm not laughing at your story, but you love the words, you know.
Oh, do you know, I do. So I'm trying to stop myself now from saying it.
You said it about 20 times. You said it about 20 times. You said it about 20 times.
I don't even realise that I do it now.
A lot, I think.
I don't even realise I do it.
Like,
we've got another guest on. You ladies can stay. You can stay. He works with women, so it'd be good to. You can stay if you want. You staying?
I won't stay for long because I've got to get out in the morning, but I'll have to go.
Is he here now?
Soon, but...
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pop to the toilet quick.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Terrain, what's happening, mate? You alright?
Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
I'm not too bad. 12 hours in, mate. 12 hours in this marathon.
Wow. I don't know how you're doing it, but congratulations and my respect to you.
No, respect, mate. Thank you. Sorry if you heard my co-host say she's just running to the toilet wee-wees. But yeah, so Terrain, that's Carrie. Carrie, that's Terrain.
Very nice to
and
meet you.
Tessa is on the other thing. So Terrain, just tell the listeners and us a bit about what you do. Like, I've listened to your stuff as well, and I love some of the things you talk about. So yeah, just talk about what you do, and then we can go from there, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, my name is Terrain. I work with at-risk women. That's women who've been physically, financially, mentally, emotionally abused. And I help them find love, not only in relationships, romantically, but at work, and just helping them bounce back. So that's what I do. And I interview people similar to yourself and giving a voice to those that sometimes are unable to find a voice for themselves. So that's why I'm here.
No, I love it, mate. Like I said, I've listened to some of your stuff, and to be fair as well, you've got that voice as well that is really, it sounds like really caring voice. So respect, bro.
I care.
No, I know you do. And so just talk to us. How did you start? How did you get involved in this? So there's two questions I've got for you. Is how did you get involved into this? What was your journey leading to this? And the second one is just talk to us about some of the women of the stuff that they have gone through that people take for granted and don't realise that there are women going through a lot of stuff on a regular basis.
Absolutely. So how I got into it was I used to give Bible readings and Bible talks in my congregation. This was many, many years ago, and I don't want to age myself, so I'm not going to say how long ago, but that's how I started. And I realized that helping people was always something I wanted to do. I just didn't know how to do it. So flash forward to 2020, when everyone was locked away in their house, I said, how can I make this a reality? So I decided to start my own podcast. I went back to school. I trained. I was mentoring. And then one day I was able to have a conversation with a charity of the CEO of the charity that I currently work with. And I made a good first impression. She had some openings, and here I am 2 years later, and I've been working with them ever since. And to answer your second question, man, like some of the women I deal with, they're in their 40s, 50s, 60s, wondering if they can find love again. And I try to let them know that there isn't an expiry date on love. You could be in love at 20, you could be in love at 10,000 years old. It's just, what do you want? And one of the funniest stories I always share is that one of the clients I work with, she's in her 60s. And when she found her husband, she took the ferry, if you guys remember the ferry, to the farmer's market, and she found her husband while getting some vegetables and fruits, right? Now she's trying to figure out, okay, does swipe right mean I like him or swipe left mean I like him? So she's trying to navigate Tinder and all that good stuff. So it's a little bit different for her, but hey, she's got more dates in a week than I got in a month, right? So she had like 4 last week, and here we are trying to get 4 in 1 month. So kudos to her.
Yeah, exactly, mate. 4 in 1 month, man. Jesus. 4 in 1 week. Wow. But that's what I'm trying to say. So obviously, I try and focus on the stigma about mental health and the awareness of it. But also, what I'm finding off is speaking to a lot of guests, and the suicides are seen around here. Like a lot of men's suicide is getting media attention and stuff like that, but the women suicide and the women abuse and stuff like that doesn't really get publicized much. Why do you think that is? And that's probably worldwide, I believe, like America, UK, where we are. I don't believe if it was a man being abused in a relationship by a woman, we'd probably hear about it. Like we had a lady called Caroline Flack commit suicide because the media jumped onto it. But if it was the other way around, the women getting attacked and stuff like that, why do you think that is, and how can we change it?
Well, I believe that, here in Canada, the numbers are a little bit, they're concerning, right? Like, Carrie, I'm pretty sure, like, she can be, if her and I were in a relationship, I would abuse her one way. If I was an abuser, she would abuse me in another way if she was one, because men and women abuse each other in different ways. So, for example, women have the concern about being sexually assaulted more so than the average man, right? Like the average woman can probably tell you of one instance where she's been sexually harassed, which is the gateway to being sexually assaulted. Whereas men, we have the threat of more so than the sexual. So we have the physical assault. Or if we're dealing with a domestic situation, we have the emotional and the verbal, right? Anyone that's been in a bad relationship, some of the times that a girl would tell you, you're not this type of man, you're not a man, things of that nature. Not necessarily because they're trying to be abusive, they're just trying to express the pain that they feel. And I think sometimes that gets confused between the sexes. But to answer your question, women have more resources just because women are more open about it, right? Like women will share their past, no matter how tragic, no matter how positive it may be. Where a man, you have to be a man, right? Like if a woman were to slap you, you're not telling anybody. God forbid if anyone sees you, you're kind of like, no, I pissed her off and whatever. But I think if we can get back to being expressive with how we feel and say, hey, Carrie, you know what? That really hurt me when you said that. I think that's an okay conversation. But I think men have to look inward to say, it's okay to ask for help. It doesn't make me less of a man to ask for help. And it actually makes me very courageous to ask for help. And that's one of the problems that I suffered. Whereas getting men to explain their emotions was like pulling teeth.
Yeah, I bet, mate. And so leading to my next one is, so obviously you focus on the women, and like a lot of women have gone through, like you said, in some way or form, they have been harassed and sexually harassed, which leads to sexual assault, etc., and stuff like that. Because this day and age, it just goes unrecognised that what sexual harass is. So talking to the women you deal with at all different ages, are you finding that it's still common where you are and who you're speaking to across the world, that sexual harassment does lead to sexual assault on a regular basis?
Well, the numbers will support that, but a good question that I ask my clients is, what does sexual harassment mean to you? Because sexual harassment to me is something different. Like for me to be sexually harassed, you would actually have to touch me inappropriately in some way, where you have that 3 feet rule, that circumference around you, right? This is my personal space. Don't step into it. And I think that's a good indicator. But I think one of the issues that I find with the clients I deal with is someone is telling them what sexual harassment should be, instead of, okay, how did what that person say to you make you feel? Let's start there. Okay, Terrain, it made me feel uncomfortable. Okay, which part of it was uncomfortable? He was too aggressive, he was too abrasive, whatever. Then you can define it, because someone can tell me, Terrain, you look like a sexy piece of meat. I'm like, okay, thank you, and off I go. Or someone else may say, don't talk to me that way, right? It's a little bit different, because gone are the days where it's the construction workers on the curb and the girl walks by in a dress or a skirt and they're whistling and saying, come here, girl. That's an idea that we have, but sexual harassment is a lot more than that.
Yeah. But don't you believe, so I believe, so obviously say the builders or whatever, and I'm just using builders here, I don't want any builders hating me, but the whistling to girls with a skirt, that still happens. And but don't you believe that woman, man should have the right, I think that's what you're trying to say, correct me if I'm wrong, have the right in deciding what they feel is sexual harassment? Because obviously, like you said, your sexual harassment is someone physically touching you. Carrie's sexual harassment might be someone who comes 3 meters in her space, yeah? And my sexual harassment might be someone touching my head, for example. Let's just say that. So we all I'm just using examples. So just shouldn't we decide, instead of the law and stuff telling us what sexual harassment is, shouldn't we as people decide what we feel is comfortable for us, what is sexual harassment? That's just my view on that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if Kerry, if I bring you in, like, I don't know, you understand what I'm saying?
Isn't it? Yeah. Like you were saying, years ago, it would be the wolf whistling and all of that sort of stuff. And some women, even now, would be like, oh, I like that. That made me feel good. Where another person would be like, I really didn't like that. And be against them sort of doing that kind of thing. But when I grew up, there was all sorts of things that kind of came along. When I look back at the actual incidents that had happened, there were quite a lot. I could be walking home from my friend's house at 15 and I'd have somebody pull up beside me in a car, I'd just be walking home. Things like that. I worked in a shop when I was 14, and there was somebody that was a bit touchy-feely, let's say, and that was my boss where I worked. I was 14 years old. All these things that kind of happened, and it does, as a woman, I guess it is worse, because I won't walk home in the dark on my own. I barely even go out at night when it's dark. I'm all right if I'm getting into my car and driving somewhere and getting out of my car and going somewhere else, but to actually go out for a walk or anything like that, if it was a certain time of the day, I wouldn't even do that now. That's just something that wouldn't even enter my head to do. But so obviously it's different, isn't it, for men and women, as to the different levels of what may be more acceptable than others, possibly. I don't know.
No, yeah, no, I respect everything you said. I'm sorry you went through all that. Anyway, well, the touchy stuff with your boss, that must have been hard. But Terrain, so what Carrie said, do you kind of agree what we're saying, or is it kind of similar or different what you're hearing from people you're talking to?
Well, I think the experience at night is always going to be one where anything can happen. I think we all can agree, right?
Yeah.
And I think there has to be boundaries, because Carrie is going to be uncomfortable going out at night for a specific reason. I may be uncomfortable going at night for a different type of reason, but we're both uncomfortable. Where she has maybe the sexual aspect or even the physical, right? Like at night, there's always a higher risk of danger that we feel, just because visibility is impacted. When you're walking home, you're more alert, right? Because you feel so much can go down. Whereas, let's say at 12 o'clock, when the sun is at its highest point, you may feel more comfortable, just because there's more people. And if something were to happen, you hope that someone would at least be able to assist you in that way. And I do agree that you want a certain boundary, and her boundary is that at a certain hour, I'm home. I have a similar boundary. Even though her and I are two different types of people, we have a similar boundary based on our similar outlook. There's a specific time where I will not go out, right? I'd rather be home. And I think that's a good way to live your life, because your home is supposed to be the safest place on earth. Now, if you have abuse within the home, that's a different conversation, but you want to protect yourself. And I think she's doing an amazing job setting that boundary to protect herself.
Yeah. Carrie, you somehow, we somehow, basically, we're your counsellors today. We're basically quizzing Carrie. No, but I totally agree with. I agree what Terrain said. You yourself and others who set those boundaries deserve respect, because you realise, and maybe life experiences have made you set those boundaries. But it's similar to what you said, Terrain. I wouldn't go out now, this day and age. I wouldn't go out from probably after 11 o'clock. Unless I'm with, it's a one-off thing. But this day and age, I've seen too much. I've seen too many things, and for my reason, it's because of stabbings and stuff like that happening too much in my area, and I don't want to be near all that. But obviously, it's good to set your own boundaries. When you said your home's supposed to be your safest place, obviously in some cases it's not. So, what do you mention and discuss with these women if that is not your safest place?
I would want them to understand why it isn't safe and what's making it not safe. Like anything else, like let's say if you're trying to lose weight, you want to identify, okay, what's causing me to be the size that I don't want to be anymore. So for those who are living in a domestic situation where they feel it's not safe, identify what's causing you to feel that way. It could be your partner, it could be your children, it could be your dog, it could be your cat. It could just be that, hey, Terrain, you know what? I live in a 1-bedroom apartment and I hate it. There's no space. And then I help them to find a solution to it. Because many of the women I deal with are experiencing some type of issue on a relationship level, like a romantic, it's usually someone else is causing me to feel that way. And if that is the case, I help them to understand, 1, you have the power to control how you feel. 2, don't let someone else control you in that regard. And 3, let's find you a safe space. Either it's going to be mentally until it's a physical one, and then we get you into that environment. So those are the 3 steps I help with the women that I deal with.
No, that's wicked, man. That's wicked. Carrie, do you have any questions for Terrain? You on the spot there?
Yeah, it's like 11 o'clock at night.
No, but being a woman, like a lady, and who's gone through a lot of stuff in your life, and I'm sure you've just recently, just not long ago, spoken about your experience, like the last couple of years. I'm sure you still have a lot of unanswered questions. Would you say in yourself?
Yeah, I think there's a whole mixture of questions, really. I mean, I've been in, abusive relationships, and that kind of stemmed from childhood, and that, I think we were saying about boundaries earlier. I think boundaries were clouded. I didn't know what boundaries should have been in place, what could have been in place, and so I think that's what led me into the relationships that I was in later on. So I suppose the only sort of things I'd be asking is, obviously from your point of view, you're saying about getting them out of that space and finding the reasons why. I can imagine that it must be quite hard if they are in an abusive relationship, because they're kind of bonded to their perpetrator, and the emotions that go with leaving or moving to a safe space, it's not always that easy. So I just wondered kind of how you would deal with that kind of scenario.
Well, I would say that I absolutely agree. Leaving is difficult. And especially if you're financially tied to this person, right? Because if I'm in a relationship, I can substitute many aspects of that relationship, like sexually, emotionally, things like that. But to actually leave is the hardest point, because some people, and I'll speak on the women that I work with, some women that I work with, their biggest concern is, if I leave him, is there someone else for me? That is a big block for a lot of women, because as women, respectfully, as they get older, they view themselves differently. They've had the kids, they've been divorced. Is anyone going to want me? Yes, there's this whole fetish with the MILFs and the cougars and the leopards and the gilfs and all this other stuff, right? But as a woman, how do you go from being married in your 20s to now 10 years, because that's the magic number for divorce, right? 10 years later, you're trying to date again. You're out of the market, you're older, you probably have children. Your ex is probably some crazy guy that if he sees you with another person, he's going to create all this drama. Is a lot for a woman to go through, right? So what I try to tell them is to say that, hey, you loved once in your 20s, you will love again in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. There's no expiry date. That's number one. Build their confidence up, right? Number two, I want to be the representation of everything good in a man, and I want to be a representation of the security that you can find in one. Because it's hard for women who have been abused to now try to be coached or mentored by a man, because they're looking at men like their ex.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a reminder. So that's what I try to get them into. And then the third step would be, okay, what is it that you want at this point in your life? Terrain, I just want someone to get me to third base and second, third base, and home plate. Perfect. What does that look like for you? It's a companion. Perfect. Let's set you up to get that. That's how I assist the women that I deal with.
No, I respect that. I totally respect that. Does that answer your question, Harry?
Yeah, and I think you're touching on the fact that women, when they get to a certain age, feel like they just can't, they're not going to get anybody else. And I think that's quite sad, because as you say, everyone deserves love, and it doesn't matter what age you are and all of that sort of stuff. So I think that is the biggest thing for a woman, as you say, especially if they've been in a long-term relationship from their 20s, to then be suddenly 50 and have to start all over again. Everything's changed as well on the dating and all of that sort of stuff. It's a whole new world now, and it's very daunting for somebody, men as well, I'm sure, to sort of have the courage to go out there and try to find somebody new. So the fact that you're sort of helping them navigate that, I think is really positive. And also as well, the positive side is the fact that you are a man and you're helping women to do that, because you kind of get the other perspective of what the dating is like, and how a man thinks and that sort of stuff. So to be a positive role model for women that may have gone through quite negative relationships, that takes on a new sort of lease of life for them themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
It
can understand.
does. Yeah, and one thing I wanted to add is that I also preface them and say that what love looked like in your 20s is not going to be what love looks like in your 40s and 50s. That's another difficult situation for them to accept, because they're still looking at it as, well, I want to be loved, or want to find the type of love I had in my 20s, where now it's a different type of love. To your point, right? We want to build them back up, but they have more experience, and they have more things that are associated with them, because there's going to be some men who don't want to date women with children. There's going to be some men who don't want to date someone that's divorced. That's why I try to tell them that, hey, you can still find this. It's just going to be different than maybe what you had previously.
Yeah, and I totally see that, but I just don't understand why men, like, for example, say me, say I've got 6 children, and say I go and look for someone else, and someone else has got a lady's got kids. I'll be a bit of a hypocrite here, because I've got children as well, but I still see that here in the UK. Even a man's got kids and he's divorced, then goes to find love somewhere else. He finds this lady, but finds out she's got kids as well, but then doesn't find that attractive. But then he's got kids. I don't understand why the mind works like that.
Oh, I can answer that. Men are territorial. Men will, like, they'll visualize that, right? Like, if I look at Carrie, and if I know she has kids, some men will be like, I gotta compare with the baby daddy. I gotta compare with the ex-husband. That's what men are thinking. I have friends that, I kid you not, guys, they actually have a list, and they're like, Train, did you date any of these girls? And I'm like, I don't think so. They're like, okay, because they don't want to visualize me either with them sexually, on a date with them, right? So a lot of men, when they see women with other kids, that's what they're thinking. They're like, I don't want to be with someone that created that type of bond with another man, because it's like competition. And there's also men who don't want to be in a situation to raise another man's offspring because of that same reason. They're like, I don't know. I'm not gonna have all the credit, but I'm gonna have so much of the downside. So there's a lot of things that are going along in a man's mind, but I definitely agree with you. If you have children and you say that you would never date someone with children, I honestly believe that's hypocritical.
Yeah, and I see that a lot here in the UK. People I know or know of have children, and then there's a lady who I might know, and they want to get with her, but because she's got children, no, but they go on a date. This is the worst thing. Go on a date, it goes well, but then she mentions she's got 6 kids, and that's it. The guy will disappear, and you see what you see in TV, the guy disappearing while they've gone to the toilet. That actually happens. I've seen it, I've heard it. It actually happens because that lady said she has a child. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I believe, if you, just my opinion, if you like if the lady and there's this mutual connection, and regardless of children, whatever, I'm sure there's ways to work things out. Don't you agree? Well,
yeah, like for me, because like some of my viewpoints are like, I'm pretty much like when it comes to my viewpoints, I'm probably more in the center, but there's some things that are like maybe far left, and there's some things that are right. So for me, I don't want to have children. So because I don't see myself having children, I probably won't get married. So the type of women that I would date usually tend to be older, because they've been there, done that, they've established it, they don't want to have children themselves. And many women, if they have a choice, they don't want to have kids by multiple different men, right? Like 3 kids and 4 different fathers, for example, right? So I just tend to date older women because I am more attractive to them, whereas someone that's closer to my age, in their mid to late 30s, they want to have children. I can't give that to them, right?
Yeah,
because
I get that.
that's not a part of me. So I can see both sides of the dynamic, but I think what's missing in the dating market, and I will say this from now until I leave this earth, is there isn't enough genuine conversation, and too many people are not coming in it with good faith, saying that, hey, this is what I want. Can you accommodate? If it's a no, it's a no. And don't even have sex with that person. Don't waste your time and exchange that type of energy.
Yeah, and I totally agree, because it's too much. I'm glad you say that, and you're in Canada, and it's probably everywhere, where it's more, regardless if it's a no, they still go. We'll jump in bed together, and then we muck each other's mental health about, because we don't want to be with each other, because I find out you've got 6 kids, but then we've had that sexual contact and stuff like that, and I totally agree. There's not enough conversations, talking, legit conversations between both sexes, and even people with same sexes. It's still a lot of that. Let's just jump into it, and a lot of competition sometimes. Like, especially with men, regardless how old you are. I see it. I used to work in this business place, and you see 50-year-old, 60-year-old men competing with each other to try and get with women, and it's just like, I just think, whoa, you're just going to mess people's mental health up. So come into mental health. So obviously you have to see all these ladies going through all this stuff. How hard does it affect their mental health? So they've gone through abuse, they've abusive relationship, for example. They're trying to find love, and they've come to see you. It must be hard for them, affecting depression, anxiety, PTSD, trauma, and stuff like that.
I didn't realize how much pain there was out there until I started working with at-risk women. If I were to take what I've learned and say that everyone goes through this, men, women, and everything in between, it's tough. It is tough. Like, I feel that I've had a difficult childhood, and my adulthood was so much better because I made the improvements. When I work with some of these women, they're in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. They're close to my mother's age. And for them to be going through what they're going through, I went through that in my 20s. So they've been going through it for 20, 30, in some cases 40 years.
Mm.
Imagine you have trauma for 40 years. How long is it going to take for you to overcome that? If it's a 1-to-1 ratio, you have another 40 years. You don't have the time. That's where it's difficult for the men and women that I deal with. And that's where I feel bad, because they've let it, to a degree, they've let it go on for so long, and no one has come to them and said, hey, are you okay? How many times has someone come to either of you and said, are you okay? You probably don't even hear it every day. Maybe you don't even hear it every week.
The last person asking was okay was probably Carrie or someone else I've met through Safe Space Between Us. So everyone on this screen I've not met in person. It's all over the screen, and that was the last time. It's took me to have a safe space between us, to be asked for years to see if I was okay, and it actually means a lot. I don't know how you feel about that, Terrain. Like, when someone comes to you and say, "Are you okay?" It actually means a lot. So how does it make you feel as a man?
It shows me that the person cares about me. One of the best things I love, and I try to do this, is I try to check in with people, like every, let's say, at least once a week. I'll say, hey, I'm just checking, making sure you're okay. How's your date going today? 5-minute conversation back and forth. If it goes longer than that, then I pick up the phone. I think we need to get back to doing that. I remember reading a survey where it said that, I forget the numbers, but the majority of people, if they can get a hug a day, it would improve their day.
100%.
We don't even do that. So it's tough out there. And I think if we can have the resources available to men and women, because mental health is not based on gender or sex or religion or skin color, we all go through it. And you'll be surprised how many people suffer what they're going through today as an adult because of something that happened in their childhood.
Yeah, and I totally agree. It's like, both myself and Kerry, like, we went through something similar, and so for me, being abused as a child, suffered for it for 21 years, and until early last year, and for 21 years I dealt with it, and it was the most freshness it could have been last year than it was 21 years ago, and I wish now that I spoke about it much, because a lot makes sense about your upbringing and stuff like that. And I'm sure Kerry's kind of similar, but it's just really sad to know that the stigma around it is people are still arrogant or can't check in with people and say, like you said, hugs. This day and age here, if I go and cuddle someone, you're just going to get, what kind of comments do you think you're going to get? You're going to get, something happening between them two, or is something happening to that? Why can't two friends cuddle, like, to see you're okay? Because when people cuddle me, and it's very rare I get a cuddle. When I get a cuddle, I'll tell you what, it's that sensation feeling in you where you just feel, oh, you know what, this person actually cares. I feel like now I can tell them how I'm feeling. That's the way I kind of work. But yeah, I totally understand that. And the little high five. So when people high five, it's natural that you're going to smile. Like when if you high five someone and been miserable, like boom, yeah. So even a high five a day or something, just to know people can see that you care. But I love the fact that you're on a similar mission and what you do, Terrain. So you got my total respect, mate. And I hope that you go and conquer what you plan to do. But like I said to a few others, there's so many of us doing similar things in our different countries. It'd be beautiful and brilliant that we all connected some way one day and took on and got the message out there to say enough's enough. Let's break that stigma in it and get talking, really.
I think so as well. Like if I were to I see you, I see Carrie here, and if I were to come up to say, hey, have a good day, and I give you both a hug individually, it should just be that. But I get it where on the outside, they're probably going to look at it. Is Terrain dating Carrie? Is Carrie dating Terrain? Like there's all this extra stuff because they're projecting, right? Remember, it's not our fault. They're projecting it onto us because that's what they would feel if they were in that situation. So once you begin to understand that, you'll be perfectly fine. I have a dog, and every time I walk her, it doesn't matter who you are. If I see you, I say hi. If you don't say hi back, that's fine. If I see you tomorrow again, I'm still going to say hi. I'm that type of person. So I just want to make the world a better place and play my part because people have entered my life when I needed people to, and they've helped me. So that's how I paid for it.
No, and I totally respect that, mate. And hopefully you can do it your end and I'll do it this end and we can smash it. But before we end, Terrain, is there anything you would want to ask us? You can ask us. I'm an open book, so you can ask whatever you want, mate.
Absolutely. So I would ask, how did both of you start your journeys? And then we could end that way, if that's okay.
Kerry, ladies first, if you want.
Yeah, well, basically, I've had abuse around me since I was very young. So, like Kieran, it started from an early age. So that's kind of all I knew, really. And basically, a few years ago now, so 2019, I left an abusive relationship. And to me, although a lot of the relationships were abusive, that to me was like the worst one. That was the one that made me realise I need to do something here. Otherwise, my life's over, and that's how it felt. So for me, I was going through court and all of that kind of thing, and the emotional abuse and stuff was still going on even after I'd left him. So it's really, really difficult time. And I think I just hit rock bottom. So it was like, I either stop this now and don't go any further, or I pick myself up. And I guess I just had that moment where it's just like, I need to pick myself up. So I just started training, started learning different things, different ways to deal with the trauma, and met new people and all of that sort of stuff. And it just kind of escalated from there, really. And I thought, I've got so much experience in the not very nice things that I actually want to use that as a way to help other people. And that's what spurs me on. And like you were saying about people checking in with you, even through lockdown, which is when I had to deal with a lot of stuff behind the scenes and on my own, there weren't many people that would come in and check on me and how are you, and I used to think to myself, God, I could be lying in a ditch somewhere or dead or something, and nobody would necessarily know because I wouldn't hear it from anybody. And I don't want that for somebody else. I always feel like I want to be one of those people that people can think, actually, yeah, she gets it. If people have gone through the same sort of stuff that I have. and be there for somebody, even if it's just to listen, then that to me makes everything worthwhile that I've gone through. So that's basically what it is. It's just made me want to help people and put stuff out there, and meeting all the really good people along the way. Obviously Kieran I've only met recently, last week really, isn't it, when we really sort of started talking. And it just makes you realise that you're not alone and you've got people around you. And I think that's what it's all about. You know, obviously what Kieran's doing at the moment, and obviously you're doing as well. You know, it's just to get people talking and just being that support for people just goes a long way.
Beautiful, thank you.
Yeah, mine's Terrain is similar. So 14, going through abuse, dealing with it, and then last year all hitting me, seeing the person in my life again, finding out my dad lived a double life, had 2 daughters elsewhere, and I was a judgmental person, and then to last year I realised how hard, when you're in that dark place, how hard it is to talk, how hard it is to find support, how hard that circle who you always thought was going to be with you for your whole life, they scatter away when they find out that you're going through stuff. And that was the hardest thing. And I wish not one person on this planet, even my worst enemy, to go through that. I don't think anyone deserves that. And like similar to you, again, from this end, from the UK, mate, my mission is to break the stigma across the world and make it a safe space for people to feel comfortable and to talk. And I have to say, yourself, Carrie, and many others, I'm 35 now, and in 5 weeks I've probably met the most amazing people I've ever met in my whole life. It's by this connection, and it shows that everyone has a unique story, everyone has had it tough, and until I've heard other people's story, I've realised, Kieran, the world don't revolve around you. People have had it shit at times, and sorry, I'm French, but it's just people have had it, and it's just woken me up before, and I believe I've come to this point. This is what I'm supposed to do. That's the way I feel, and just you continue the good work, mate, because I've got plenty of respect. I've listened to some of your stuff, and talking to you today, I can see you're serious about it, and I've got a lot of respect for people who, wherever you are, got a similar mission, and I believe we can all succeed together, mate.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for sharing that, and definitely thank you for having me on your show today. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate your time, Terrain. Anything, and please stay in contact. Anything you need from me, just please email me or whatever, and I'll be happy to try and help you in any way I can, mate.
Definitely. I look forward to future collabs. Thank you, guys. Have a good evening and keep going strong.
That's right. I've only got 11 hours. Take care, mate.
All right, guys. Bye, guys.
Take care, mate. Cheers. Cheers, mate. Oh, he was a nice bloke.
Yeah, he was. He was
a nice bloke. He just like really puts a lot of sense on it, because you don't think about. I don't know what you're like, Carrie, but like when he was talking about relationships and men and women and stuff, like when he was saying that, I thought, you know what, I could think of 6 different people where I've seen it happen, where men, for example, got kids themselves, and then they get sexual with another lady, and then find out she's got kids, but then run off and leave that lady into a position where she thought she found a new person. And it's just, I just think life.
It's unrealistic, isn't it? It's unrealistic to think if you're going to meet someone who's 40 or 50, they're probably going to have kids. Odds are they probably are. Obviously,
exactly.
They haven't got them, but they're probably going to meet loads of people that have. And I think, as you say, it's being honest with what it is you're going into.
What you're going in for, yeah. What you're going in for, yeah. And that's what I mean. It's really crazy, man. It's really those conversations make my head go. You know that. Sorry if I put you on yeah, I know. Sorry, I put you on the spot. I didn't want to put you on the spot I didn't know when you wanted to talk about your stuff. So
I'm a bit like you. I'm very much an open book now. the secrets out with some of my stuff to people that are around me, that are still around me now, so I'm not really that fussed about
What
not sharing.
I wanted to ask you, and I don't know if you don't have to answer it now. What was your children like about when you come out with what happened to you when you was younger, or during your abusive relationship?
Well, the odd thing, they obviously they were aware about the abusive relationships, and that's something I think the mother, to think that they would have witnessed something that wasn't very nice, and I've held a lot of guilt around that. But equally, I think coming out the other side now they can see how I'm using it in a positive way, and they've seen the ups and downs that I've had along the way over the years, and I think actually it's given them positivity in a way that actually you can, no matter what you've gone through, there's always a way. So I think that is a coming out of a bad situation, but it's good that they've realised actually, yeah, mum's had this happen, dealt a bad card and all of this sort of stuff, but actually she's using it for something positive, and I think that's something that that they can look at.
What about the other stuff? So not forget the relationships, but the other stuff. But how did they take that when that come out?
Well, my daughter found out. So basically, I hadn't told anybody about anything that happened in my childhood. I told one person when I was 18, and he was actually my husband. Not at 18. I married him a couple of years later. So he was the only person that I told. And since that day, I hadn't told anybody else, never said a word. We'd split up when I was 25, so a long, long time ago. long time ago. So
you're one of Terrain's clients. I'm joking. No, go on.
So I just, basically I just left it. I hadn't told anybody, so it came out, not really expecting it to come out, but it came out. He dealt with it okay at the time, but then we split up. It was a bit of animosity there, as there is sometimes. He was then out of my life for a long time, even though we'd got child together and stuff. And one day there was something that she said to me, my daughter, that made me think she knows what's happened to me. And there was just one conversation that we'd had. So I hadn't actually told her. It was her dad that had decided out of the blue at a restaurant, like you do, to tell her that this thing had happened. And I remember it was I can't remember what year it was. It's probably 2020, I think.
Yeah.
It was still I think we'd either just come out of lockdown or just before lockdown, because obviously we'd had a few, hadn't we, where we were we were in it, then we were out of it, and all of that stuff. And it was one summer, and there was just some little phrase that she'd said, and I felt like my world had come crashing down, because obviously that wasn't the way. I hadn't decided if I was going to tell anybody about it at that point, and least of all if I was going to tell her. I would have done it in my own way, because at the end of the day it was my story, it wasn't anybody else's to tell.
How long did she know for before you had that conversation?
We only had the conversation last year.
So she knew for a while?
Yeah, but because I didn't know that she knew for definite, even though I guessed she knew, I didn't say anything to her, because I thought, if she doesn't want to know, if she doesn't know, because I didn't want to put that on her, to have her worry about me. She's 24 now, so she would have been like 22 or whatever, and I just didn't want to put that burden on her, I guess. And I suppose for me it was always something that I'd hidden, so why would I tell her that? And do you know what I mean?
Have been your place. It should have been your place to tell your daughter that. But she must have. How'd she cope with having that, being told, and then keeping that to herself for that long? Did she struggle? open with that, or?
Do you know what? I think, oddly enough, because I'm quite open with my daughter. Like generally, obviously that part of it, but generally we chat quite well, and we're like best friends really in lots of ways. You know, we talk about anything and everything pretty much. But there was a conversation that we'd had. I think I just started to feel better with the stuff that had gone on over the last couple of years, like through lockdown and stuff. And then and there was one conversation that we had, and I think I'd said something along the lines of, oh, you know, your dad said something or did something that you know, I wasn't happy with or whatever. And then I can't remember the exact words, but something that I'd said, and she just turned around to me and she said, I know, Mum, I know. And then I like looked at her, because then I remembered obviously all that time before that I had that she knew, but we never actually spoke about it. And she just basically said, I know. And that was it. And that's basically when I then opened up more about it, because I thought, do you know what? My daughter knows about it. She's the only one I'd want to really protect. Like, I think for years I protected the abusers, you know, because it wasn't just one, obviously. Later on, obviously, there was more. But I did it for my children as well, because I didn't want them, I suppose, to worry about me, if nothing else. But actually, you know, him doing that in a way, I think he did it in a way because he wasn't a good dad. He wasn't somebody that was in her life. He never paid maintenance. You know, he's one of those that just would skip every responsibility going for his daughter. So, and I think he was clutching at straws and thought, right, do you know what? I'm going to say the worst thing ever in the hope that would kind of break our relationship, me and my daughter.
Yeah, he done it spiteful.
Yeah, it was totally vindictive. I wouldn't do that to anybody, even if I didn't talk to them anymore. We fell out or anything like that. To me, that is just a line you don't cross. And he crossed it. But the moral of the story is that he should have kept his mouth shut, because actually that just showed what person he was as opposed to what person I was. Yeah. So but now it came out, and that's when I then spoke to my parents, told them all of that sort of stuff, and as you know, that didn't quite work out how I expected, but it is what it is. So I'm stronger for it, and now I'm sort of got to a point now where I'm like, I don't care who it upsets. I'm just going to tell my story. If it helps somebody else, then that's all that matters.
Oh, good on you. You should be proud of yourself. Like I said, you've gone through. Well, we need to organise this podcast or sit down and talk, because your one, obviously you said you have to talk. I like going into just having a chat. So yeah, have a look at your diary and let's get it done, because I think a lot of your story needs to be heard, and I think a lot of listeners will be inspired by your story and could possibly relate. Because as you said, there's not just the different amount of abuse you went through, but also then your parent thing and later on in life and stuff, and what you do now. So first of all, you should be proud of yourself. So I'm proud of you. So well done. Just keep it up. Keep it up. But is it bedtime yet?
Yeah.
Are you take it? You're my new co-host.
I'm on my bed right now, because like, when you said come on, I was like, oh no. I'm like, makeup off me. I'm
do you know what?
And I'm like, oh.
I thought, but I said she ain't gonna come, and she's gone quiet. And then you said, "Oh, you're coming on." I thought, right, like I thought she would be in bed now, but no, I appreciate you coming on. And if you've got to go to bed, but when before you go to work, come and log on in the morning. And
yeah, will do.
I'm struggling. I'm really struggling. I can feel it.
I feel for you. I wish I could stay up and like,
that's right. I'm feeling it.
More support, but yeah, if I hadn't got work tomorrow, I might have done. But yeah,
no, trust me. Even if you got work, it didn't have work, you wouldn't. Because the way I feel at the moment. You remember those? I don't know if you drink a lot or not, right? But I remember that, you know, those hangover days, like where you just really feel hanging. I'm feeling like hanging. My God. Oh, but no, I appreciate it
as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
that's what jet lag. Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like. It's just Crazy. No, but I appreciate you like supporting us all day and commenting and coming on.
No,
You're another co-host now. You've co-hosted with me today. Well done.
Do you know what? Like you said earlier, when you were digging me out about leaving it a couple of weeks before I spoke to you, it was my fear of coming on live. I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. As much as I want to, I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. But then,
is that what you was doing? Discover.
Yeah, it took me 3 weeks to pluck up the courage to reply to you, because I was like, as much as I want to do it.
Hang on. So you actually read my message and no way. I thought you just read the message out of the blue. So hang on. So you read? No, hang on. You read my message 3 weeks ago and you only respond. Oh my.
No, to be honest, I didn't actually read it fully. I didn't. But again, like the fear factor came in. No, I saw it. I did see it. I think it popped up, but my messenger doesn't actually notify me a lot of the time to say that there's a message there. But I think I did see it come up, but the fear factor came in. I'll be completely honest. My issues with visibility is what's holding me back, because as much as I've got the story to tell, I can do posts, I could do a blog, all of those things. But to be on here and talk, it's all right now because I feel like I've kind of, although we've only been speaking for a few days, really, I feel like I kind of know you. So it's easier to come up and talk about it. But doing what you're doing and being the host and having to talk, and especially for 24 hours, that would be my worst nightmare.
Do you know what? We're doing it for a good cause, and the only thing I've got to get. You know what I'm like? Like, I've been looking at like the fundraising page. Fucking nothing. But it's the first day. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I believe once, and I've got to remember, it's like people were saying, text me today, remember your last fundraising? Like the first 2 weeks was dead. And then eventually people realised, oh, they are serious. They're not giving up. So then, yeah. So I'm going to do this. Even if I have to do 24-hour live a week, I'll do it. It doesn't matter.
Oh, well, I think, you've got to look after yourself as well. I know you said, obviously, self-care, it helps you to talk about it and stuff. But I think as well, you've got to make sure that you don't burn yourself out by doing too much. Because I think to do what you're doing now, I mean, you're fundraising, aren't you, for the next three months or so. And you've got challenges coming up and stuff like that. I think people would appreciate that you're doing above and beyond. So, don't feel like the pressure.
No, I don't feel no pressure at all. No, there's no pressure. It's just I just feel like I've got to do it. What I said to you the other day? Like, if I'm all in, if I'm going to do something, I'm all in, and there's no point me. I appreciate everyone saying you need to rest, but there's no rest till this is complete. Not the 24-hour. I mean, like the whole September. I'll sleep on Mount Snowdon when we get at the top. But that's about it, really.
Thought so, aren't you?
Yeah. But the lady Anna, who was on earlier, she's booked jumping out of plane. So I said I might as well do it with them. It's just 2 of them doing it. I might as well go and do it with them because. But I like the catwalk thing. You can organise it with them, and I'm down to come out of that.
I'm happy to help.
I will take it back and say you're not posh.
No.
You're not posh.
I can't believe the voice notes didn't show you that already.
No, I've been listening. I think no, she's definitely not posh. There's a few times you said in it, and I thought, wow, she's Essex girl in it. But then I thought, yeah, Essex girls do say in it.
Well, I'm from London originally, aren't I? Don't forget. So there's probably a mixture for me, but definitely not posh.
No, no, I appreciate. Really appreciate you coming on and keeping me occupied.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. You should be staying up. You should be ashamed of yourself. No, I'm joking.
I wouldn't. I just get sleep. All of a sudden, I just disappear, and you'll be wondering where I am. It's just I flaked out.
Well, you just drop. Do you snore? Do you snore?
No, I don't. Not that I know of. Anyway. I'm asleep. How would I know?
Yeah, someone must have told you if you snore or not.
They haven't, so I think I'm all right.
No, I'll let you off then. I'll let you off. But maybe in the next 24-hour, you can co-host with me. You've co-hosted already. You've co-hosted already, so you classed as a co-host. So you're in. The job's you on.
Brilliant.
Job's
All
you on.
right. As long as I've
No,
got
I
someone with
appreciate
me,
it.
I don't mind.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's all right. Well, I hope the rest of the day goes, or the night goes okay, and I'll touch base again in the morning.
Oh, thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. See you
Take
later.
care.
See you
See ya.
later. Bye. Oh, so guys, we're coming up to midnight. I am 12 hours in. I'm feeling it, and I just want to say a massive thanks to like everyone we've had on so far. Like, if you've been listening to me carrying terrain just a minute ago and Tessa talking, I just think for example, everyone I've had on today, apart from obviously Tessa, I've not met in person, and I have the utmost respect and love for all these people, because it's not just the mental health thing and the stories. It is, but as I said, just those check-ins. These are the people who are checking in with me as well, and it means so much. And anything I can do for these people, I will. And as cringy as it sounds, I've got much love for them all, and so I appreciate it that I've just clicked with these people, and it just means a lot. And they're making me talking to these people are making me become a better person as well. And there is always a way, regardless, love or hate me, or love or hate yourself, or love or hate the person next door to you, is depending on what they've done, obviously. But there's some things that can't be forgiven in my eyes. But just believe that there are good people out there, and I hope these podcasts, and these 24-hour show around the world, because by tomorrow morning, and I'm not picking my nose, it was an itch. By tomorrow morning, we would have been speaking to people around 6 different countries. I think that's amazing. Like, you wouldn't find that in many places, and I really am privileged and proud and honoured to have these amazing, beautiful people involved, and I'm very lucky. So I just want to say thank you to Omni, who was on at 10:30. Again, little catch up with her. Been through 2 major car accidents, chronic pain, bleed, and now she's turned something really bad, nearly dying, into being a professional and helping others. Then 12 o'clock we had Cynthia, a lovely lady, talking about the women who she knows in celebrities and the books, and using her voices, which is just a bit sad at times that celebrities at the moment, women celebrities, like we spoke about Britney Spears and that, there'll always be judgment of regardless of the good they do. And then we had Lee, we discussed autism, and that was a really good discussion, especially Lee as a teacher. We had the lovely Anna on, who spoke about her difficult time, self-doubt at times when she's not now in modelling, and her future goals. But also, I learned something really good with her, is she saw a disconnection with her and her son, and she found a solution of how to rebond that. And she admitted openly, it's not my son's fault, it's me who's the problem. And for me, that's total respect to owning that. So well done, Anna. Karina, a lovely Karina, and again, only met her on Thursday or Friday. Lovely lady. And she's done a mindfulness session on me, and I'll tell you what, if you did watch it, I felt different. And also she discussed relationships of mindfulness, and relationships not in just couples, but into relationships with friends, relationships with children. Again, another amazing lady. Then with Alison, again, talking about her journeys with anxiety and learning to manage it. And she's got this fear of death, and for some reason she cannot. I know we all fear it, but she lives it daily, thinking the fear of death, it could happen tomorrow. And again, she's with her husband, but because she's cut hair, the stereotyping of the things she gets called, really lovely. Then we had we had Jono from iCarp, amazing guy. The charity one of the charities we're raising for, for veterans and 999 staff, and they do it through fishing and everything. It's hardly funded. and it's through the love, and he's invited me down there and we do a live show and podcast down there. Brilliant, lovely bloke he was. Nice to meet him. Then we had Emily, who again met through this 3 weeks ago. Lovely lady, done a podcast, and now we stay in contact. And she done a breathing exercise and talking about the healthcare. She used to be working in healthcare, like nurse, and now she works for them about supporting them and yoga and mental health. And then we done Tara. Lovely to meet you, Tara. Funny, and talking about her experience with autism, being an autism parent, with an autism daughter, talking about the stereotyping and the stigma around the stereotyping. And we played a little game with Lee Park, and Lee come back on dressed as Mrs. Doubtfire, who love Lee. And we played a fun game. So Tessa won. I mean, Tara got to do a full fit. Then we had Legend Terrain on, who again works with women from 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and women who've gone through so much shit in their life. And again, a lovely guy. I'm sorry, we've just got a message from next. And then we've had the lovely Carry On, and again, I just want to use a couple of these as an example. So Carrie and Karina only really started talking to these lovely ladies 4 days ago, maybe, if that, a week ago. And it's just crazy how you connect over this powerful, just talking about mental health and the stigma about it and your stories. Is Karina, first of all, is just connected to our channel and really told her about what our mission is, and I really appreciate the post she's put on tonight. And that was Karina. And Carrie was about was kind of similar. It was weird talking to Carrie, and I don't know if you're still on Carrie or not, but it was just so weird where we just talking about our stories, and it was just crazy. And certain things just related a lot, and even some same sentences and that, but a lot related. But I do believe that Carrie's story will hit a lot of people because it was just a lot of things through her life that she's gone through, and it's very inspiring, as is everyone. It's been very inspiring. So what we've got left for tonight, guys, so we're hitting midnight. Can we, if you're still on, can we put some celebration comments? I've made it to midnight. I really appreciate it. So tonight we got me and Tessa might be coming back on, and then 2:30 we've got Ramon Fitz, who will be talking about mental health treatment in the community support and mindfulness in his area, and we'll be doing some exercises, and he's going to do a giveaway if anyone's on. Then at 4 a.m. we've got Amanda Benjamin. She'll be singing and chatting to me. She's got a lovely voice. And then 5 to 9 o'clock is a lonely place for me. I'm on my own. And then we've got a lovely lady at 9 o'clock, Leslie, talking about her story. And then, me to celebrate the 24-hour and do straight the bucket. But thank you. If you have been on, I appreciate you listening. And I'll appreciate the likes. Again, if you can't donate, and all I ask is please share it and just spread the message. We're here to break the stigma and break the silence. On that note, guys, I'm going to go and stretch my buttocks. Sorry to be rude. I need to stretch my buttocks. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to put some music on the background. If you are not here and you're in the UK and you are choosing to go to bed, have a good night's sleep. I hope when you get up in the morning you could just send me a higher message to keep me motivated for the running. That would be appreciated. If not, no worries. But I'll be back in 5 minutes. And if you do go, much love, good night. I'll be back. And I'm back, and if you're watching, welcome to the Safe Space Between Us. I'm your host, Kieran, and I have been doing a 24-hour live podcast for the last 12 hours, and we have 10 hours left. We still have a few guests to come on, and unfortunately a few hours with just me. So just to talk about what a Safe Space Between Us is about. So a Safe Space Between Us is about being a safe space for people to use this platform. I believe I have no right to pick or choose who come on. Everyone has a right to come on and tell their story and talk about everything and anything mental health, and also just talk about how they feel and their stories. And also beyond that, we support people. We signpost, we make contacts, and we go and find the support people need around the world. And in total, it's 189 we've supported in 5 weeks, which we're proud of. And again, having amazing and inspiring people across the world telling their stories. And we're going to break the stigma and break the silence. It will happen. I'm on a mission, and it will happen. Also, I wanted to talk about the fundraising calls we're doing. If you can't donate, please share. I appreciate any support for the charities. So we've got a few charities, or 14, and causes we're doing this for. So, for example, I'll read them out. Sorry, bear with me. So Mind Charity, we are supporting Sarcoidosis UK, Carrie's Helping Hand, Alzheimer's Society, National Autism Society, NEDA, Heal, Thrive and Empower, People's FC, Cruise Bereavement, Small Step Big Minds, Why Not We World Autism, and in Man's Club, NICOP. We're supporting those causes. They all are brilliant charities and or causes. They do something else. They need support, and we want to support these people in ways we can. And by doing challenges, we're not just asking for donations. We are doing challenges all the way from today, all the way to September. So to talk about the challenges, we are doing a 24-hour. dyed my hair blue. We're doing a 24-hour live podcast today. Tomorrow, ice bucket or ice cold water challenge. Wednesday, litter picking in the local area with and in the evening 2 yoga instructors and mindfulness putting sessions on where people can join in. Thursday, do a good deed day, and do a good deed. I mean, it can be you just open a door for someone. It's doing a good deed. Friday, open mic comedy roaster host, and also we should have a lovely girl Holly come on doing the song, and Chain, and Saturday quiz night, and Sunday I am hibernating. And then we go again. I've been so overwhelmed by the amount of people want to come on to Safe Space Between Us and tell their stories and talk about what they do. So I'm contemplating to either do this every 2 weeks, a 24-hour live podcast, or once a month. You see how it goes. Talking about jumping out of planes, and people who know me, I don't do heights. I'll do this. I'll do it for this. We're talking climbing Mount Snowdon. We're going to be doing that. We've been talking about doing a kind of catwalk where we just do people who's been had or gone through stuff do catwalk, and they can wear they want. I'll be happy to wear my flamingo wings and stuff like that. So hopefully, lovely Tara and Anna can help us sort that out. And also, we've been talking about writing the Safe Space Between Us book, where people's stories will go in that book. And I think we're going to set the ball rolling with that as well. So there is a lot of stuff, and we've got planned a lot of stuff we're proud of, and a lot of great people and inspiring people. And I hope this channel, if you have listened to anything today, regardless of me waffling on or regardless whatever, I hope one thing you have seen, that every person has a unique, beautiful story, and I've learned that. And people who know of what twat I've been and what person I've been in the past, is I'm learning massively that everyone's unique and everyone has a beautiful story. So we should all be proud of our stories and be able to share them without having stigma around it and being judged. We've spoke about autism today, quite a bit today, and that's another thing. We spoke about supporting teachers, which I've been quite vocal in. Being honest, saying I've messaged a lot of schools in my community and the head teachers, the governors, not bothered, and I respect the TAs and teachers out there who have communicated with me and told me what it's like back at the schools. And we want to support the teachers, we want to support the nurses, and the children, the next generation, is educating them as well. And if you do have any questions and you do feel, well, mental health ain't I'm not saying you're wrong. We can just have a sit down and a coffee and a chat about it. We don't need to. No one needs to get in disagreements anymore. We all live once. We should just start talking about things a bit more. And I'm so grateful that Safe Space Between Us is opening so many different opportunities for people around the world, and we're very proud of it. It's like today, in total, we would have crossed the world, different countries around the world 6 times. So I'm very honoured that we can speak to people in Australia, America, Canada, UK, Scotland, South Africa, France, Italy, wherever it is. We've had all these people communicate with us, so we're very honoured, very proud to be able to hear your story. And I thank you those who tell their stories to me. It's making me a better person and making me realise that you're got a unique, beautiful story. So well done, and be proud of you all. But if anyone is live watching, you feel free to jump on, say hello. Unfortunately, my next guest ain't till 2 o'clock, so I'll be mixing it up, talking poems, reading some poems. If you'd like to hear another poem, put a thumbs up. I'll reread one. If there's any topic you want me to discuss about or questions, feel free to put in the comments. I'm happy to discuss it. or just say hello so I can say hello back. But yeah, it just again, the safe space between us isn't about Kieran, it's about everyone having a safe space. So if anyone from my community is listening, the Chinese whispers, the false stuff you hear, I took cocaine, I took drink, I got in, I treated my family like shit. Apart from that, whatever else you hear about me, it is what it is. I don't really care anymore. But it's proven the last couple of weeks that the community isn't that community where people say it's a great community to be a part of. I feel very judged in my own community, and I've lived in my whole life. So I appreciate we can break that stigma. But yeah, at the end of the day, we'll all suffer mental health in one way or form, and believe that. If it's not your time, and someone said earlier, you're in the queue if you haven't, and it sounds stupid. You are in the queue, and we shouldn't be waiting for someone to die of illness or suicide or whatever to be talking about these topics. We should be talking about it every day, and that's my mission, to normalise these conversations. Like we brush our teeth every morning, wash our hands, and if we just sit back for 2 seconds and just think, like when the government told us to clap our hands for the nurses, we done it. When the government talk about mental health awareness, we done it. And just scroll through your Facebook this week, look on the news this week. It's Mental Health Awareness Week. Regardless of safe space between us, it ain't about safe space between us here. It's about, you tell me what you see on social media. Do you see mental health awareness? We as society need to get together and stop the judgment, the stigma around it. Stop waiting for these dodgy, corrupted government to tell us to support mental health. We all on social media put mental health awareness on our Facebook pages. So let's start talking more. Let's celebrate it. Let's not do it when someone dies. Let's not do it when someone has ill health. Let's not do it when someone is in hospital. Let's do it on a daily basis and support the cause for our loved ones. I look at my children. I'm really scared for the future for my children, because if we don't break the stigma around mental health, we are in trouble. Our children are in trouble, and you can believe it or not, it's facts. Regardless, you might live a beautiful, lovely life now, but there'll be a time, and I wish it on no one, but there'll be a time you need support. And unfortunately, if we don't break it, the stigma very soon, it'll be too late for the next generation after that. Because if we can't talk about mental health now, and just look at it now, I'm 35 years old. Some of you are similar age, older, younger. If we can't be open as a society and talk about mental health now, how are our kids going to do that in the future, and when we're no longer here? So let's talk about mental health, and let's get it done, and let's break the stigma and kick it up its bum. If that kind of rhymed, good at my rhyming. I do want to say a big thank you to Tessa, Omni, Lee, who've been massive support behind the scenes at times, and supporting me. These 3 people have been more of a support where they kicked me up the butt about my self-care, because Friday, for example, I had a bad, overwhelming day where I thought I weren't doing enough for people on the safe space between us. I felt people weren't getting the message. I felt things were getting said in my community that upset my household, and these people are the ones who check in on me, and I really appreciate that, because not many people check on me these days. And it's not just about me, but I'm sure just most of you who don't get checked on, and it's not a nice feeling. So let's check on each other a bit more. Let's pick someone on your Facebook, pick someone on your Instagram, pick someone though who you don't see on a regular basis, and just say, hi, it's Joe Blogs, how are you? I'm telling you now, 1, it'll make you feel good, and 2, it'll make that person think, you know what, I'm so grateful someone's checked on me. And if you're young, if you're not, of course, someone what was I say? Yeah. So if you're young or not, I just think just check on your people, and like I say, and if you any youngers listening to this, learn from my mistake, learn from the idiot I've been, learn from the behaviour, and learn from the big judgments and stigma around mental health, and just kick it. Just do something about it. But I'm not going to bore you just on that. I'm going to take another drink and leave you with some music for 2 minutes. I'm back. And if you just joined, welcome to the Safe Space Between Us. I've been your host, Kieran, for the last 12 hours. I have another 9.5 hours to go, and I will get through this. I appreciate everyone who supported this, liked, commented. I really appreciate that. Does mean a lot. And thank you so much to all the guests we've had on. Very, very inspiring. I'm just going to read one of my poems I've read 4, and I'll read it again. So let's pick one. Let's talk about safe space. So a safe space between us where judgment has no place, just understanding and support to help find your grace. With dark times we'll guide you with care and empathy, where everyone deserves to feel comfortable and free. Your story is important, and we will always listen to it. Break silence and stigma. Our mission is driven. We're inspired by your courage and the strength that you display to let us be your shelter and chase the fears away. Together we'll face the challenges that life may bring our way, and in this safe space between us we'll find a hope and a brighter day. And that was about a safe space between us all. It's been nearly 15, has it? I keep saying 12 hours. How long has it been? Autism poem. A safe space between us where autism is embraced. You're not alone in this journey. Your strength should be praised. Autism is a superpower with confidence and care can unlock any potential to take you anywhere. Every child and adult should be proud of who they are and embrace the unique journey with courage and a star. In the playground, young children be bullied and torn apart, walk with their heads high and a fire in the heart. Autism is not a disease, not a power to behold, with joy and resilience you conquer and gold. All those children out there with autism as you are my superhero and your future is bright. So that's the autism one. And the grief one, a safe space between us where memories are kept dear. We remember those who passed on and hold the spirits near. Every week we remind the world of your beautiful soul and face, celebrate the joy and thoughts at every time and place. Across the globe each day we see suicide, illness and pain, but we must remember our loved ones and cherish them again. Let's look up to the stars above, smile at the shining light, knowing that our loved ones are watching us tonight. Grief is real and it takes time to heal and move on, but hold memories to keep the spirit strong. For those who left us behind, you're one star up high. We will always keep it close in our hearts until we die. A safe space between us is a place where love endures and memories of loved ones will forever be restored. That was that one, and this is a poem for me to basically my crew. I was a lost child, always in trouble, alone, never any friends. My heart an empty throne. But then I met a lady, I loved and grew strong. We were blessed with 6 children, each one my heart's sweet song. But illness came and trauma too. My heart grew dark, sore. I turned to drink and drugs and debt and lost all that I adored. My wife and children suffered, and I knew I needed change. I turned to self-care and healing, and my life began to rearrange. My children see their father making strides to do some good, and through the world may judge me. I made them proud like I should. For those who spread the rumours and cast stones with hateful slurs, I won't hold on to anger. I break stigma and hate's law. Safe spaces for everyone, newborns and for all, to make the world a better place. Love. And that was my poem of the day. It's sorry, I'm just really losing my head right now. Talking about a lack of understanding. So, a lack of understanding, sometimes people judge because they do not understand the situation or do not have enough information to make an informed decision. This can lead to misunderstandings and negative attitudes. Culture norms. So, culture norms, people may also judge others based on cultural norms and values that they have been brought up with. For example, certain cultures may view mental illness as a weakness or a taboo subject, which is cultures. What's happening, Matt? Feel free to jump on, mate, if you want. Yeah, there's a lot of cultures out there and religions that obviously have their own beliefs and stuff. Hence why mental health can be judged at times and not supported. Fear and ignorance. Fear and ignorance can also contribute to judgmental attitudes. Go to bed. No, have a good sleep, mate. We'll catch up tomorrow, definitely. But I appreciate it. Fear and ignorance can also contribute to judgmental attitudes towards those with mental health issues. Some people may be afraid what they do not understand, or they may hold negative stereotypes about individuals with mental health illnesses. And I just want to play. I don't know if anyone's watched The Black Dog. 2 seconds, I'll play The Black Dog. I can't show you the video, but I will put the sound on so you can hear it. This is really old, but it's really well. Look.
I had a black dog. His name was Depression. Whenever the black dog made an appearance, I felt empty. Life just seemed to slow down. He could surprise me with a visit for no reason or occasion. The black dog made me feel older than it is. When the rest of the world seemed to enjoy life, I could only see it as a black dog. Activities that usually brought me pleasure suddenly ceased. He liked to ruin my appetite, chewed up my memory, my constantly. Doing anything, going anywhere, quiet, super human strength. At social occasions, I'd sniff out what confidence I had and chase it away. My biggest fear was being found out. I worried that people would judge me. Because of the shame and stigma of the black dog, I was constantly worried about being found out. So I invested vast amounts of energy into covering him up. Keeping up an emotional is exhausting. Black dog could make me think and say things. He could make me irritable, difficult to be around. He would take my love very seriously. He loved nothing more than to wake me up with highly repetitive thinking. He also liked to remind me how exhausted I was going to be the next day. Having a black dog isn't so much about feeling a bit down, sad, or blue. At its worst, it's about being feeling together. As I got older, the black dog got bigger. He started hanging around all the time. I'd chase him off with whatever I thought might send him running. But more often than not, he'd come out on top. Going down became easier than getting up again. So I became rather good at self-medication, which never helped. Eventually, I felt totally isolated from everything. The black dog had finally succeeded in hijacking my life. When you lose all joy in life, you begin to lose. Thankfully, this was the time that I sought professional help. This was my first step towards recovery and a major turning point in my life. I learned that it doesn't matter who you are, the black dog affects millions and millions of people. It is an equal opportunity jungle. I also learned that there's no silver bullet or magic pill. Medication can help some, and others might need a different approach altogether. I also learned that being emotionally genuine and authentic with those who are close to you can be an absolute game changer. Most importantly, I learned not to be afraid of the black dog, and I taught him a few tricks of my own. The more tired and stressed you are, the louder he barks. So it's important to learn how to quiet your mind. It's been clinically proven that regular exercise can be as effective for treating mild to moderate depression as antidepressants. So go for a walk or a run and leave them behind. Keep a mood journal. Getting your thoughts on paper can be cathartic and often insightful. Also keep track of the things you have to be grateful for. The most important thing to remember is that no matter how bad it gets, if you take the right steps, talk to the right people, black dog days can pass. I wouldn't say that I'm grateful for the black dog, but he's been an incredible teacher. He forced me to reevaluate and simplify my life. I learned that rather than running away from my problems, it's better to embrace them. The black dog may always be part of my life, but he'll never be the beast that he was. We have an understanding. I've learned through knowledge, patience, discipline, and humour the worst black dog can be made to heal. If you're in difficulty, never be afraid to ask for help. There is absolutely no shame in doing so. The only shame is missing out on
Yeah, so that was the black dog, and I know many people have probably heard that. Oh yeah, so that is really strong. I believe that the black dog story should be played in schools on a daily basis. It just shows you how what people are actually going through. Peel that black dog in the corner, and you just don't realise who's going through what. We've got someone coming on who wants to come on. Matt, I'm just sending you the link now on Facebook. I'll send you it on your messenger, mate. 2 seconds. Matt. Oh. Matt, I sent you the link on Facebook, mate. So join when you're ready. Matty boy, you coming on? It's on. If not, I'm going to do a breathing exercise. So let me know if you're not on. I will do a breathing exercise. If people have tried the breathing exercise, feel free to join in. I'm going to do one in a minute. I'm just going to see if Matt's coming on. If not, I'm going to do a breathing exercise with you all. Bloody smile, mate. What's happening, Matt?
Technology ain't my thing, bruv. I can assure. I'm like, what the hell is happening? Like, yeah.
No, dude, thank you for coming on. You messaged to the fucking. Let me get dressed like I'm on. I appreciate that, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Don't know if you've been hearing me chat rubbish, but I appreciate like people like yourself and other people who just thought, you know what, let's suck some clothes and jump on, man. It's fine.
Mate,
You can come on naked. It's past 12 o'clock.
Mate, no one wants to see that though.
mate, I've been on this for 12 hours, mate. I'll be happy to see anything. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Let's share. Sharing, caring.
Mate, you'd lose a lot of viewers if I come on with no clothes on. I can assure you.
Mate, I don't get enough. I don't get any viewers as it is.
No, mate, you're doing well. You're doing well. Do you know what? I've been watching you on and off all day. So, mate, you're doing great. Keep it up.
No,
well done.
appreciate it,
Appreciate
it. How you been? How's your day been?
Busy, bruv. To be fair, been working on the things I can't really talk about right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been quite crazy, and also it's my sister's birthday, so been out for dinner and that, and yeah, man, just been doing my thing. But the podcast, if everyone's watched it, was really good. Really enjoyed doing that the other day. Really good.
Yeah, it was good, mate. We do another live one, but I'm getting used to these lives. So people are going to say I'm mad, but I'm trying. I think I'm going to do this like every 2 weeks. You know.
Do you know what? It's more interactive, isn't it?
Do you know what? As well, it's since last night. I've been getting a lot of people wanting to come on and tell their story, and today I just don't get me wrong. There is slots. Maybe I'll cut it down to half, like 12 hours once a week or once every 2 weeks, because from this time to later, there's not many coming on, and obviously it's the timing. But there's a lot showing interest, and even while we've been on air, the messages I'm getting on Facebook, mate, like. There's been times where I'm like, it's just like, and I ain't said it, but I'll say it now. It's just made me remember something. So I don't know if you heard this morning. I said, I've got an email from this morning. Yeah.
Jeez. Okay.
So basically, I emailed shitloads of people about not just fundraising, just about our movement. Not to get on the show, just to say more needs to be done for your medias, your channels. I was just basically telling them to talk about mental health more. And the lady's contact email today wants me to email her management of our movement, and she's going to get in contact. Apparently they're going to send some goodies as well, but they said we would like to talk to some of you guys on there as well. So I'm like, okay. I just want this to get out there. At the end of the day, as long as we help charities and the causes, and we get the message out there, and just support each other. And the thing is, you look at it, the likes of me and you might have not crossed paths until we've crossed paths through, obviously, you know Lee, but crossed paths basically through talking about mental health and our story, and it just
Mm.
shows that. And what I'm finding, I'm building a better connection. Like since we've been talking, we text nearly every day or every other day, and
Yeah, man.
and it's just like I'm building a better relationship with people like yourself than people that I actually had in my circle, if that makes sense. And
Yeah.
it's just credit to people like yourselves who just ain't holding that stigma and judgment.
The thing is, judgments for like egotistical people. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you met me out in the street, people watching, so I am quite approachable. So if you do see me out, come say hello. But yeah, like
He's not. He's miserable. I'm joking.
yeah, yeah, like it's for egotistical people. There is no stigma in life. Do you know what I mean? Just everyone's got to be happy. Everyone's got to succeed. Everyone's got a water bill to pay. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get that. I don't understand. But listen, if you need any help with this morning stuff, bell me up, mate. I'll come and help you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, man, it's all good. But no, we're just checking in. I know you got a long night ahead. And,
you ready for bed, in you?
mate, do you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm laying in it now.
Go on, mate. Go on, go bed.
No, mate, wait. I ain't going to sleep till like 2:00. So this is my time when my brain starts thinking. Right, what have I got to do tomorrow? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is my plan time. But yeah, mate.
Your brain just overthinks. Your brain starts thinking, innit? Like, what can I do tomorrow? What is my day to be like? You got a busy day ahead.
I've got stuff to do. Yeah, I've got stuff to do. But there's plenty of things I've got to do. But it's like prioritizing them.
Yeah,
that's
the thing. But does it stress you out though? Like, do you get does it still play with anxiety and stuff like that when you're planning your days ahead, or have you learned to deal with it?
Do you know what, Kieran? I literally take every day in my stride now.
That's a good way to look at it.
Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. There is stressful times, of course, especially at the minute. Things going into place. But yeah, I'll get more excited. Like, I'm like, no, I want to go. I want to get done. Like, all I can imagine is like an angry pit bull. Yeah, and I'm that angry pit bull, right? And like the owner's pulling him back, going, no. Do you know what I mean?
Slow down.
Yeah.
And I get that feeling. It's similar because I keep getting told during this day, because every time I log off and I look at who's sharing, who's commenting, who's liking, who's commenting, who's sharing or whatever, and then I'll get bit down because it's the same, like yourself, Carrie, Omni, and I thought, okay, let's not get downhearted. But then I've got to remember it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So I've set this up to go to the end of September. So I've got to realise I'm only on day one instead of beating myself up. And then I'm like, no, come on, I want it done now. Like, get it done now. But it's not happening. But
you've hit the nail on the head, mate. It's a marathon. Like we said on the podcast, if you help one person throughout tonight and today, which 100% you will, your job is done, mate.
Yeah, no, I know that. But to be fair, I have had a couple of emails seeking support, and I've had to email back and say I will get on this first thing in the morning. But it's just that stigma, mate, isn't it? It's like I get upset and angry about it. It's like, I think I spoke to you about it a bit. Just a stigma about it. Like, how can people, adults and children? Because today I've been thinking about children a lot, and obviously what you do is similar. Like, you try and do good for the children by giving back, and it upsets me thinking if I'm upset and I felt so last year when I went through my shit, if I felt lost, yeah, and didn't have no one to speak. Imagine a child with autism, with bipolar or whatever it is, yeah, and then getting called thick, and they feel they can't speak out. Imagine what their little head's going through.
Yeah, man.
And it upsets me thinking no child should go through that shit. And it really gets me a bit emotional because I think that's why, when you might hear kids hanging themselves and shit like that, it's just like, fucking, they've got so much to live for. And I just don't understand why, when are people going to get it and realise and say, yeah, we've got to stop judging these people because you just don't know what they're going through. Like, I might be getting judged, me and you might be getting judged now, but that's fine as long as we're not hearing it, to be honest. But it's,
Mate,
to be fair, they shouldn't be.
I couldn't care less who judges me.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but they don't understand. Like, me and you sit here saying we don't care, but if someone puts a comment there and it's very hurtful, me and you might be men. Yeah, we don't give a shit, but you just don't know, and don't say you won't because you just don't know. You log off from me and you go to bed, and our brains play games, and then you think, why did that person make that comment? I've just been open about my life. Why have you made that comment? And it fucks around in your head, man. And people just look like you're smiling. People just look at you and think, oh, he's got nothing wrong with him, but don't realise that if they listen to your podcast, that you've had shit going on throughout your life, and you've still got shit going on throughout your life, and you're still fighting through it. And that's the thing, because I believe what we portray, smiling, etc., doesn't cover what is truly going on inside. And I just think, people need to stop.
Yeah, mate. Like, to be fair, like I used to get hurt about what people thought. Do you know what I mean? Like it used to cut me deep, but now I'm sort of like, well, that's their opinion. I know that opinion isn't true. I'm actually a good person. Like that's my mindset on it. Like
I get that, but I don't know why, mate. Like, I'm still trying to get. I don't know why, and I keep fighting myself. Stop it! You have nothing else to prove. You have nothing else to apologise for. But I'm still trying around my area, especially trying to gain people's respect back. And I think, why am I keep fighting with this? Why am I keep doing this? And do you know when part of me saying don't give a shit, but then deep down, for some reason, I do, man. I can't. I don't know why.
But Lee hit the nail on the head earlier. The people that you have got respect off of are the ones that matter.
Mm. Yeah, no, I get that.
Like you missed.
Did you see Lee? Did you see Lee earlier dressed up?
No, mate, I missed it.
You missed it. He was dressed as Miss Doubtfire, mate.
Do you know what? He rang me earlier.
Yeah.
He went, "Are you coming on?" I went, "If I'm back, yeah." But then I was sitting around my sisters, and they video called me. And I was like, I've got to ring you back. Like, I was sitting in front of my sister.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So I just missed it. I did drop.
I'll do some clips. Well, what I'm going to do some reels out of all. Obviously, not the whole 24 hours, but just the fun bits, the important conversations, and just pass it on. But he was funny, man. He just popped up on the screen as Miss Doubtfire, mate. It cheered me up, man. I have to respect all views, man.
Lee's a good man.
Yeah, and you're all good. Everyone I've spoke to today, I've got so much respect and love for. And even though we've not met in person, it just these little videos, it just feels like we know each other and sing off the same hymn sheet. But it'd be really nice to meet up with everyone and just. I feel like I can build a circle connection here because even yourself and other people who I spoke to today are saying, "Oh, what's happening? If you ever need anything, just feel free." Not even your circle says that to you sometimes. No. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And it's just like I'm glad we've all built a connection, and I'm glad that we can support each other. And like I say, Lee, Matt, if there's anything I can do to support your causes and stuff, like I'll do what I can, mate.
Listen, mate, everything's all under control. To be fair, right now.
Because you're gangster pitbull.
You know, gangster, more like a gangster granny these days.
Yeah, mate, I feel you. My body feels it. I feel like I'm done.
Yeah, no, listen, mate. Everything's all under control, and it's exciting times, very exciting times, and obviously, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to see you. Obviously, I've told you about things privately, but yeah, we will be seeing you there, and it'd be pretty cool, mate. It'd be pretty cool. Just hard work, bit of crap news yesterday. Had to have a bit of time off in my own head for a little bit.
Yeah, I bet.
And
but no, you got some exciting things coming up, and just like good on you. You're going for shit. You're going for like ill health stuff, but you've got a goal, like similar to me, and like go and smash it, man. Like, and I'll be there to celebrate it when it happens.
Mate, that's the plan. That's the plan. That's what's going to happen. Like, and I want everyone to succeed off it. Everyone around me, all my circle, they're all going to be. It's all going to be good. Like, and hopefully help some little darlings on the way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, you calling me a darling, are you? You call me a little darling. No, I do. Yeah, like, I just feel like I said. I don't know if you heard me earlier. Like, if we don't break the stigma about shit now, like, I just worry for the children growing up. Like when I'm dead and we're no longer here. If we can't break the stigma now, what hope has the kids got?
mate, do you know what? It's a very different world. Very different world.
But it can change though. It can change. It's just we as a society got to stick together. And if it means people like me, you, other people who I've connected to today, we do our things, what we're doing, and just maybe one day. Like, it just makes me angry. Like, you see on the media, like, Mental Health Awareness Week is starting today. I ain't seen fuck all on, and I don't care. I ain't seen fuck all on the news or Facebook or anything about Mental Health Awareness Week.
No. And like, it's out there, especially the last couple of days of what I've been hearing and seeing. It's probably at a peak. The mental health at the moment is probably at a pandemic. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I read something about that, but they're not talking about it. They're not talking about it on the news. They're not talking about it because they don't want you to know. They don't really. It's not that they don't really care. And we as society, we're following the media and we're caring about things that are really unnecessary. We're still talking about, and I know people lost loved ones during the COVID times and stuff, but we're still talking about that. And it's like, listen, and during that pandemic, people are still suffering from mental health from that pandemic, from that lockup, from people losing businesses.
People are struggling. And like, even like babies
this Christmas, mate. Wait till this Christmas. The mental health's going to be extreme.
Madness. It's going to be madness.
Especially because
yeah, like even when I see like lockdown babies, like their social skills. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's quite sad to see.
Yeah, I know. But why do you think that is though?
Because we was all locked down. They couldn't go out. They couldn't go to the soft plays. They couldn't go to things. Do you know what I mean?
And bare of these soft plays are shut down. Stuff like loads of them are shut down. And this is what I worry about: is if we don't, if we don't sort it out as a society, there's no point. I think a lot of us are waiting to sit back and see what the TV tells us or what the government's going to say next. Yeah, because if the government say tomorrow, right, mental health is a pandemic, we need to talk about mental health. Do you know what? We'll end up talking about mental health because of the TV said. Because a lot of us are sheep, we're followers. And people say, no, we're not. We're followers. A lot of us. I'm not follower. I follow my own. Like, people follow me, bro. People follow me. But you know what I'm
You're
trying.
a preacher.
whoa. But no, do you know what I'm like? Is why do we need that? You remember the clapping for NHS? We all done it. No one told me they never tried it. Yeah, they've
No, I've
done it.
Of course I did.
Yeah, I've done it. But then look at it now. We, including me, we don't do it anymore because why are we not doing it anymore?
Because it ran out. It fizzled out.
There you go. It fizzled out. It fizzled out. And if that ain't an example to people of, oh yeah, shit, these two lads are talking sense, then I don't know what else is, because we all done it. We all through, and look at it. When we're okay to throw street parties, we're okay to have parties, we're okay to go and eat out to help out, and then all of a sudden told, no, don't eat out and help out and stuff like that. Yeah, it's again, we followed it. We cheap. So it's going to take Rishi Sunak or whatever to, but you've got no hope. You've got no hope. I'm sorry. I'm brown myself. You got all the brown people running the countries, and these days they just it's all about it's about this though. It's about the money.
Yeah, but listen, mate. Politics, you can dive into some mad rabbit holes, right? You could dive into some mad rabbit holes, but right now all it is just helping people the way we can.
Yeah, no, I do.
Like, yeah.
Oh no, I do hear that, and we just got to keep believing that we can make change, innit? We just got to keep believing we
Like
can make
I say,
change.
like if one of us just help one person each, it's just mad. That's quality. Do you know what I mean? Like, which, to be honest, I've just had a bit of a eureka moment. I might have to go and get up and sit on my computer and work something out.
See, it happens though.
Mate, my brain don't stop. My brain don't stop.
And this is what I'm saying. Like and I'm kind of get that feeling. I understand. So when you say about your brain don't stop, it's like just talking to people today, and I'm thinking of so many different ideas. Like we were talking about doing a catwalk for this kind of thing and that. And I just thought, and then writing a book, and I have actually started. People don't realise that. I have actually started looking at why don't we get this book done, and I've started, but it's and then you've got the poetry and stuff like that, and it's like I think so much can be done to support others, to send this message out there in other ways. People, so we've got the podcast people listen to, then you've got reading. People listen to it in different ways, and I just think there's so much things we can do together. Now you look like you're going to go and beat someone up, mate.
No, mate. Mate, them days are done, mate. I can assure you.
Yeah, mate.
I'm a lover now. I don't.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. Can you sing?
No.
Do you want to sing?
No, I'm good. You can. I'll watch you. I'll cheer you on.
No. Do you know what? The worst thing is though, I'm a melt, because if I wasn't on video, like I'd be singing all day and all night. I always do. But then as soon as like you're like people on, I melt.
Yeah, no.
But I'm surprised we've still got viewers on. Much love, whoever's on.
How many have you got on? I can't see.
20,000.
20,000, yeah?
No, I'm joking. Look at your face.
Just sort your fringe out.
Well, look at my blue hair, man. You can't see it properly. Have you seen the picture?
Of what? What, me?
Oh, it's a picture of my blue hair.
Oh, yeah. No, I've seen that, yeah. Yeah, mate. What I've done, I've plotted you up on the side of my computer on my phone. So I've been working and watching and listening.
Oh, yeah, I see you commenting.
Yeah. And then Lee wanted me to record something with him, so I quickly done that for non-identity. And then cracked on with my work. Went and had a kebab with my sister after that.
Well, cheers, Robin. Jesus.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, but how many more podcasts you got to do today? How many people you got on?
From looking out, I've got one coming up at 2:30. I'm on the talk about mental health treatment, and then 4 o'clock singer on, and 9 o'clock I to the story. So four more.
Oh, nice.
4 more. 10 hours to go. No, 9 hours. 9 hours. But they're not too much. What I might do after you've been on, might just go and eat food, bloody M&Ms. And Tessa, bless her soul, she sent me food. Like the girl who was on earlier talking, she sent me food, but I just ate salad in my burgers. She sent it. I'm not being ungrateful, by the way. Yeah, but it's like I can't. You know when salad touches your food, I'm one of those. Like
Yeah.
if salad touches my food, I can't touch it. And it was just like all the burgers, all like. But kebab, mate. Oh, mate, what's kebab?
Oh, I was in a Turkish restaurant in Dartford. Unreal. Unreal.
What's it called?
Sadir.
Yeah, where about stop? Like
By KFC.
Yeah, I know KFC.
Yeah.
KFC on the corner. KFC's on the corner, isn't it?
No. That's gone from there. No, that's a Taco Bell.
What? Where's KFC then? I haven't been to Dartford for that long.
No, not the Orchard Mall, the other one.
Oh yeah.
It's just down there, where the old 3D used to be.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just down there, mate. Yeah, so we went and had that, and then I'm full now. I'm full as an egg.
All right, mate. Keep telling me. Keep telling me. Fucking idiot. Oh, mate, dude, a nice greasy kebab, loads of chili sauce. That's what I've got tomorrow. Loads of chili sauce kebab.
I can't do that. I can't do chili sauce, mate.
I love it.
Can't do chili sauce. But yeah, mate. It's all good. It's all good.
All good in the head, mate. Oh, appreciate it, mate.
Don't
mate, it's not. Yeah, I know. Don't, man. Stop yawning. Get off. Get away from me. It's true. When someone else is yawning, it makes you yawn, man.
Yeah, mate. It's addictive, isn't it?
Yeah. No, but it's been wicked. I have to say, it's been an eye opener. Like the only thing I've struggled with is the things when I'm talking to myself. But when the guests have been on, they've all been useful and helpful, and hopefully someone can relate. Someone can relate to them. But I'm debating. I think we got to do 12 hours every 2 weeks. I think the amount of people coming on it. I think why do recordings when we can do live, and it just save a lot of editing as well.
Yeah.
Well, not editing. It's just save a lot of downloading and uploading, and the live is more of an understanding, because if people are going to watch it, they're going to watch it live or not, and it's going to be there anyway. But Jesus Christ, mate, you put me in a yawning. Oh, mate, cheers, man. Oh, mate. Do you know what I need? I used to have, those back massages, which was a cushion, and it's like,
oh, mate,
I got rid of it.
That would put me straight to kit.
No, it wouldn't. With me, I'd be like, it wakes me up a little bit. But I'm debating to just quickly put my head under cold water. I'm debating to or I'm debating to do my ice bucket challenge in a minute, just to wake me up.
Bad shot.
It might be a good shot, isn't it?
Not a bad shot.
Might be a good shot. But then I'm looking at my floor and thinking, do I want to be cleaning up after? No, not really.
Get some sugar down you, mate.
Or a bowl of cereal. Crunchy nut with loads of sugar in it. I think I'm gonna have a snack. I need a fag. before the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm going to do a breathe. I show we always do a breathing exercise in a minute. So if you're still on, you can laugh at me doing a breathing exercise, mate. It lasts 11 minutes, but I'm going to do it because it'll wake me up.
Mate, do you know what? I use meditation quite a bit.
Do you do meditation? So lately everyone spoke about doing meditation. So that helps you, yeah?
Yeah, man, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. I used to do one to go to sleep. I don't now, but I used to do one to go to sleep, and then I used to have do another one first thing in the morning for a positive start to the day.
Mm.
And I've done it all via YouTube. Literally guided meditation, earphones in, and just whatever happens. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what do? So the one I done earlier was about feeling the sensations from your toes upwards and downwards and stuff like. I tell you what though, fuck, it does actually. If you just close your eyes and just hands on your legs and all that, mate. I never done that, and I tell you what, I did feel the sensation, and I thought people are going to laugh at this, but people need to try it because I was one of those who thought, what are you talking about? And it's like the breathing technique and stuff. Like people laugh at it because it's the one I do is quite it makes me bounce a bit like, like that's the way I move my body and shit. And I just think it does help. I do it twice a day now, and it helps me massively. And especially when I'm feeling like this, it's best I do it because Friday I felt a bit shitty, and I done it, and I tell you what, felt new a little bit. Just something else pissed you off, innit? It's
Mate, do you know what? But the only thing what I would say is you got to open your mind to it. If you do it and you're believing in yourself that it's not working, then it's not
going to work. It's not going to work. No, of course. Yeah. And that's what the first couple of times. I don't think I bought into it. I think I just thought I was being negative about it. But I think it was Thursday when I started feeling a bit shitty. I thought I've got to try something. So I sat on my own, locked myself up, and I've tried it. And I tell you what, I thought I'm buying into this slowly. Then Friday, I bought into it, and then every day, now Monday.
You know what? Once I done it, and it was when my late nan was alive, and it was one of the last times I went to Herne Bay with her, and I was in a really dark place, and I ain't done my positive start meditation to the day, and I sat on Herne Bay Beach and done my guided meditation for a positive start to the day. Great feeling. Great.
I bet it does.
Honestly.
And this was all on. Where was that one from?
I was on YouTube.
On YouTube. You have to send me some of the links what you listen to, because I like to, or just share it onto the page if you want. Like if you find it, like Jesus, can you see how blue my moustache is?
I know.
I need to shave, man. I need to shave, jeez. But yeah, man. Man, that's scary. I'm actually buying into the blue hair though.
Do you know what? It looks decent. To be honest, I'm quite jealous. To be fair.
Do you want some of my blue hair, mate?
Mate, do you know what? If I could actually tip my head upside down, that'd be perfect. Like, yeah.
Oh shit, man. Yeah.
People say that of the one, like I always take the piss out of myself. What's the point?
No, but that's the point. It's like I do as well. Like earlier, I was like, "Who's gonna like? You're not gonna believe it." Like you could imagine what I got called this morning walking the street with blue hair and my colour of my skin. And I don't. Anyone calls me a P these days, I just laugh because I'm not a P. Like first of all, I'm not from there. Like, but it's just ignorant. But I just thought, Jesus, I've literally walked 2 minutes away from my house, man, and I'm getting called this. And imagine Wednesday, I'm doing litter picking in Plumstead, wearing a red chili outfit with blue hair. I am gonna have to wear headphones or something so I don't hear this shit.
Oh, do you know what? Right, I'm actually free Wednesday.
Do you want to do litter picking with me?
I'm not doing litter picking. I might have to drive by.
Oh, well, there's a prize. There's a prize for the winner who hashtags Brown Smurf. Yeah. Brian Smurf, in a picture and post it, you get a prize.
What's the
So
prize?
dry post me. Huh?
What's the prize?
You get a t-shirt.
T-shirt, yeah.
Have you seen our new t-shirt?
I haven't. No.
Wait a. Oh, my bum, mate. Jesus Christ. I can't get up. Wait a. Yeah, mate, I don't even know where I put it. Somewhere. It's on the page.
Mate,
It's on the page.
I've just had another eureka moment.
Go and write it down.
No, mate, it's in my head. I need you to WhatsApp me over your logo.
Alright, cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Leave it with me. Yeah. It'd be decent, mate.
Yeah, I'll send you it now. Right, listen, I'm gonna go for a fag. I really need a fag.
Go on, my bro. Well done, yeah? Keep it up.
Oh, mate. Someone's cancelled already. Oh. Right, yeah, I'll talk to you in a bit. I'm gonna go for a fag.
Go on, bruv.
Just want to say, Matt, appreciate you coming on, man. Much And I'm back, and I am Kieran, your host, Safe Space Between Us, and I am live 24 hours live, and yeah, this has been a brilliant, interesting night. I'm really feeling it now, I'm not going to lie. So happy to have anyone on to keep me busy. If you're up, feel free to jump on whenever you like, and feel free to have a chat. And if not, I'm going to bore you with my stigma chat, with my get my card up, with my talk of what needs to be done about stigma around mental health. I'm still here, bro. What's happening? What's happening? So yeah, so I really appreciate everyone who's been on and come on tonight, and you've been really inspiring and really supportive, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. My hat goes off to you, or my blue hair goes off to you. It'd be really nice to smash this next few months for charities, and we can do and break the stigma and break the silence, not just here in the UK but around the world, America, Australia, everywhere. So let's go and smash the stigma and get the stigma away. And even though we talk about mental health, I just want to mention mental health covers a lot of things. So I just want to discuss what I believe. I've written down what mental health is. But how is everyone this evening? How, or morning or afternoon, wherever you are? Please comment how you are. If you're having a good day, a bad day, talk. Please feel free. So, mental health, I've put quite a lot of it, so I hope you're ready for me to make your ears bleed. So there's so much around mental health. So it refers to a person's overall emotions and social well-being. It affects how individuals think, feel, and behave, as well as their ability to handle stress, make decisions, and relate to others. Mental health is an integral part of a person's overall health and is crucial for achieving and maintaining the balance and fulfilling life. Good mental health allows individuals to cope with normal stresses of life. But if you think about that, mental health is influenced by various factors, including trauma, abuse, family history, additional individual resilience, social support. And when we talk about social support, our social society and the social support out there, is there much support for people, access to healthcare, and it's important to know that mental health is not just about the absence of mental illness, it encompasses a spectrum of well-being ranging from flourishing mental health to experiencing mental health challenges and disorders. Taking care of one's mental health involves self-care, and self-care, like I advocate self-care loads of people. Self-care is so important, and I learned that there's no point saying I need to get better for my kids, or yeah, of course you want to get better for your kids, but if you're not doing it for yourself, your kids will never see that side of you. I've learned to self-care, and I see my kids being more happy, and I hope some of you see my kids, two of my daughters on earlier, my twins. Like it means a lot when they say I love my dad and stuff like that, and want to do makeup and stuff like that, because they see now that I'm doing self care for myself, and they're turning, they're feeding off me, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? That like they're feeding off my happiness and my self care, and they're really happy about it. So just my message to you on WhatsApp. I'm just reading my WhatsApp. Someone sent me an idea. I love an idea. Yeah, I like that idea. I'm messaging you about. I really like that idea. Matt, I like that idea, bro. But yeah, let's sort that out. But yeah, so what I'm thinking of, and please feel free if you've got a story or a unique story. I believe we should put it in a book. So what we're discussing is starting with 5 stories. So in each book there'll be different of trauma, menopause, grief, anxiety, autism, for example, and we tell those stories and how we led and met at a safe space between us. So we're actually looking into that, and I'll be very intrigued and to know if people will be up for that as well. Again, this safe space is always about to creating a safe space for everyone, and I just want people to feel comfortable. So any idea is no bad idea. So please feel free. I just want people to feel comfortable to engage, or if you're not engaging, I just pray and hope that scrolling down onto our Facebook page at times can help you, and you can see something that inspires you, or see that you're not alone. So I'm hoping we've built from 0 members to nearly 400 members, and we hope that all 400 or 300 or whatever it is members are in there, and just learning something or being inspired by someone. That's what the podcast is for. We've had some amazing guests from here in the UK, across the world, and I believe there is so much more stories there to be used, and use this platform. You can say to me, I want to use this platform to send a message to my family. They're not listening. I need help. Can I use this platform? Please do. Or if you want me to tell your story on your behalf without mentioning your name, email me anonymously, and I'll be happy to share that story. And hopefully you could inspire someone or get support on that story. So if you feel I'm nervous, I'm scared to talk about support, just let me know, and I'll be just talk to me anonymously on email, and I'll be happy to put that story out there and get people engaging and talking and asking getting you that support you need. So just also remember, it's not just about my voice, Kieran sitting here on a podcast. I actually enjoy the other bit as well, where we communicate with you privately in my DMs, in the messenger, into the emails, when you lovely, inspiring people seek support, and you say, listen, we've listened to a so and so story, and I need help. And we should celebrate that help. Celebrate that. That is the hardest bit, seeking support. And we go out. I've been known to set my alarm to wake up in different time zones and make phone calls for people and stuff. And 189 people supported up today to today. Shows that there's 189 people already that we've forget the praises for us, but who have seek support through this network, through this platform. So we need to take advantage of these kind of platforms and talk about things like mental health, autism, grief, etc. And the video, what we create at Safe Space Between Us, of remembering your loved ones. And if you haven't seen the video yet, please do check it out on our Facebook page. There is a video where we put film pictures and quotes of our loved ones, and we should remember them for weekly. So every week they'll be going out and remembering their loved ones all the time, because sometimes when people go, the communities, this society, the world, don't forget. And people are going to say, oh, here we go again. I talk about Caroline Flack a lot because that one was one of the biggest I know of, where the poor lady committed suicide due to being portrayed as this person who beats up a bloke, and was going through a dark place. And regardless what you see on the TV, of her smiling and everything, and hosting and bantering and stuff, the things she got called and trolled, I've seen the comments because he was on Facebook and that, the trolls, and the trolling and comments is quite nasty and stuff. People got to realise that I've been there, I've done it. and I realised, you know what, I've probably upset someone. It's going to be with them for a long while. And people say people need to grow up, man up. Why should people grow up or man up? Why were they insulted at the first place? And again, I've done that myself. I've insulted someone, and then I've realised now that who was I to insult that person? How do I know how they're feeling after? How do I know how it's affected them going down the line? And when people say, "Oh, they just need to take it on the chin" or whatever, who are we to say someone should take it on the chin? Because until it happens to us, we will be the first one to say, "Well, how dare you call me that? How dare if it happened to your children, my children?" We'll be jumping to that. So we got to start looking at how would we want to be treated? How would we want our children to be treated? How would we want our loved ones to be treated? And we wouldn't want our children to be judged. So why are we judging people, adults, children with autism, mental health, bipolar, women with menopause, and stuff like that? We shouldn't be judging any of that. We should be supporting it, being there for help, and just understanding. The word understanding is such a simple word where we need to understand more. And it's not about just educating it. You can do all that educating, but we won't actually know how that person feels till we've been in that situation. So, for example, if it's trauma and someone hasn't been in trauma, you're not going to realise how myself has been through. If it's grief, I'm not going to understand what someone's lost a loved one's going to feel, because I haven't really lost someone who has meant so much to me as of yet. So we can't keep saying we understand because we don't understand, and we've got to pick our words wisely. And in 2023, it's unfortunately, I know we've got a lot of going on, cost of living, and you've got to think the mental health it's affecting a lot of cost of living. It's affecting a lot of people. Christmas coming up, and it is off Facebook. It is off Facebook, and I'll do it, but posting things like pictures of Christmas presents under the trees and stuff like that. And people might say you're talking shit, we're taking it a bit too far now. But just imagine this year now, the cost of living. People have gone through financial, really big struggles. We all have. And I know people say exactly the way you're doing fundraising for charities, because these charities need support. People need support out there. I have been asked to be a non-profit charity, turning a safe space between us into a non-profit charity. But what's the point opening another charity when we can't even support the big ones as it is, or the little ones as it is? So let's go and support them. This fundraising means a lot to a lot of people. If you can't donate, all I ask is share it, email it to whoever, and that's all I'm asking from people. Share it. If you can't donate, share it, and email it. Because if it hits that one person, and hopefully a person with a heart who can use their platform, like a celebrity or something like that, can use it as a platform, then it will finally get the target done. And as I say, we're doing more than just sitting here for 24 hours talking about mental health. We're going to be Ice Bucket Challenge Smart, and I hope and I pray that people who get nominated get involved and do it. TikToking, I'll do a bit of TikToking. Challenges fun, and that's just to put a smile on people's faces, and that's what we want. But smiling can make the heart feel good, and there's things you can do to make it feel good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a breathing technique with you now. You may laugh with it, you can join in. But this is what I do every morning and night. And if you're on and you know my family, you can ask them, I'll do it, and they find it a bit funny at times. But that's, again, recently they've realised it does help me. So let's go with it and let's see how I'll do it. And I've just seen something comes up: masturbating is damaging. But that's what it's like. But breathing technique. Join in if you want. I'm getting comfy. I'm going to close my eyes because I don't like that screen. And I'll probably open it everyone's dead. I can pause that. I was streaming.